Alright, so hello to this course. Now let's talk about what do you expect out of this course of how to use ChatGPT 4. First of all, I want to say that this ChatGPT 4 course can be divided into two main parts, into two main chapters. So let's do this. And the first stage, let's call it stage 1, and this will be stage 2. Now, in stage 1, you will learn pretty much everything that has to do with prompt writing. You'll also learn about prompt design. You will learn about some tips and tricks you can use when writing prompts. And pretty much, as you can see, the first stage will be universal. What do I mean by that? Well, it will apply no matter how you will use ChatGPT. It doesn't matter. I mean, this is the most important stage. Let's be honest. This is what you should take out of this course. This is the main stuff, the good stuff, why you should take this course, first of all. This stage 1 will give you basically the formula. It will not give you the fish, it will give you the tools, basically. So by going through stage 1, you will understand and you will learn how to write prompts in a way so that you can manipulate the output so that you get the desired output. Because most of the time, why people tend to get bad output is because they input a bad prompt. And it's all about the prompt. The reason why ChatGPT doesn't give you the output you want is because you give and you feed the chatbot with bad prompts. That's the reality. It's all about prompt design and prompt writing. If you want to get the best out of ChatGPT 4, it's about prompt writing, it's about prompt design, and some other stuff which will be included in tips and tricks. So this is the main part of the course. Now, in stage 2, we will approach ChatGPT from a more technical side, from a more real-life examples side. Here you will get real-life usage. Basically, we'll show you how you can use ChatGPT to generate or get some desired results. And it's different for each and every single lesson in stage number 2. And you'll learn about real-life usage. You'll learn about some simple structures. And that's because all there is to say about complex structures will be covered in the stage 1. That's where you will find everything you need to know about complex structures prompts. Now, simple structure prompts will be covered in stage 2. What's the main difference between this course and most courses on, everywhere? Most courses on ChatGPT 4 focus on stage 2. They show you how you can, generate some text for YouTube content, or how you can generate some blog posts. They tell you all about how you can be more productive with ChatGPT, and that's great. That's awesome, but they give you the fish. They don't give you the fishing rod. We'll cover both parts in this topic because both are actually important. But in my opinion, knowing how to manipulate prompts and knowing how to work with prompts, basically we could call stage 1 as prompt engineering. Because knowing how to manipulate prompts, how to work with prompts, will give you the ability to work with prompts in any scenario, no matter what you're doing, whether it's creating or coming up with a script for a video or any kind of that stuff. So once you go through stage 1, stage 2 will seem obvious to you. But at the same time, let's say you don't have some of the ideas about how you can use ChatGPT in various contexts. So that's why we implement stage 2 at the end, just to show you the various contexts or in which you can use ChatGPT. And we'll try to update stage 2 with as many examples as possible. Stage 2 is mainly to show you how many ways there are to use ChatGPT. And if there would be a way to go through this course, I would say that you should watch all of the lessons from stage 1. And now about stage 2, you should watch the lessons that are more into your domain. So if you, let's say, are a business person, or if you are a CEO of a startup, you should watch everything that's related to that topic. Now, how do you go through this course? What's the pace? Well, it's very easy. This, in simple terms, is a self-paced course. Now, if you are already a bit familiar with the basics of prompt engineering, because this, first of all, this is a course for all levels, right? So it's for beginners, it's for intermediate user, and it's for advanced. If you already know some stuff, you don't have to watch all of the basics in stage 1. You just have to watch whatever will give you more value in terms of prompt engineering. So you should choose your own pace. If you're a beginner, then I tell you to watch all of the lessons in stage 1 and then go proceed to the stage 2. Or you can start with stage 2, it doesn't matter. But it will be more obvious to you if you start with stage 1, since that's the more logical way. But again, this is a self-paced course, so make sure to choose your own pace. Remember, this course has been built for all levels, including beginners, very much beginners, intermediate users, and advanced users. So you can skip through some lessons if some of them are basic for you, and go directly into the good stuff, whatever interests you the most. So pretty much that's the structure of this course. Now, before I end, I want to conclude with something. This is not a static course. What do I mean by that? Well, this course will not remain the same. We will update this course as new updates roll out from OpenAI. This course will get updated monthly and sometimes even weekly with new videos, tens of videos for stage 2 and for stage 1 as well. So make sure that after you finish the course, you might come back from time to time to check out the new added lessons, because ChatGPT and the whole AI infrastructure, so to say, is still getting updated. It's getting updated daily, basically, and we will have to update this course at least monthly or weekly throughout 2023 and maybe even in 2024. So that's it pretty much with what should you expect out of this course. See you in the next video. Alright, so how is ChatGPT 4 better than GPT 3.5? Well, this is going to be a very short video just to explain you why I should use ChatGPT 4. If you use ChatGPT 3 throughout this course, it's fine, because most of the concepts we'll talk about within the prompt engineering chapter of the course apply to ChatGPT 3.5 the same way. It's just that you might get dumber, not so smart responses from ChatGPT 3.5 than you would get from ChatGPT 4, because the difference is huge. You can look here, the reasoning level of ChatGPT 4 and the consciousness of ChatGPT 4 versus the reasoning level of ChatGPT 3.5 and the consciousness of ChatGPT 3.5. The only problem is that ChatGPT 4 is has a slower pace. It doesn't work at such a rapidity, at such a speed as ChatGPT 3.5, and it has a cap of 25 messages every 3 hours. These are the only main limitations of ChatGPT 4 as of today. Now, what are the benefits of using ChatGPT 4? Well, I'll go through them really fast. If you want, you can research them on Google, but ChatGPT 4 is more accurate and nuanced in understanding, has a more nuanced understanding. You will see that as we will go through our course. You will see that the responses are very accurate most of the time, ChatGPT has a quite high reasoning level. Now, you'll not have you won't be able to make a contrast or compare ChatGPT 4 and 3.5 in the course, because this course never uses ChatGPT 3.5 except for one single lesson, which is just for like 30 seconds or something. But if you want to see the main differences, you just have to try ChatGPT 3.5 and then go to ChatGPT 4, and you'll see the differences. The differences are quite big. Then ChatGPT 4 has multimodal capabilities. I mean, GPT-4 has multimodal capabilities. ChatGPT 4 still cannot. You cannot input images into ChatGPT 4, but you can do that with plugins. Since plugins are still in beta, as soon as we'll get access to the plugins, we will make some new additional lessons for that as well, of course, because again, this course will get updated monthly, the least, and probably we'll try to do it weekly, but we'll see. But still, expect new updates for the plugins, because that should be very interesting. Now, ChatGPT 4 has more data over what outcomes are better for various prompts. What do I mean by that? Well, ChatGPT now, because of ChatGPT 3.5, ChatGPT saw what people like, what people didn't like, saw that feedback, and now it's trained to generate responses that are more likely to get positive feedback from the people. So that's why the responses you'll get with ChatGPT 4 will be much better, because the model has been trained to generate responses that please the people, because now it knows what people want more than ChatGPT 3.5 knew. And you can use ChatGPT 3 again, but it won't give you the same results as ChatGPT 4. But if you use ChatGPT 3.5 in this course, it's not a problem, because I think as time passes, maybe ChatGPT 4 will become available for free use. Let's just hope for that. But still, I would make the transition because I think it's worth it. So, let's stop talking and let's start doing, as I like to say. See you in the next video. Alright, so let's start with the basic of the basic of the basic of the basics, right? How do you start with ChatGPT? Like, how do you go there? So you just go to OpenAI. Let's make this very, very fast and really quickly, because we should cover everything. You go here, you press on try ChatGPT at openai.com here. Then you come on here, and it says that ChatGPT is at capacity right now. So you should join the waitlist for being a ChatGPT Plus subscriber. First of all, that's the first thing if you want to get access to ChatGPT all of the time. So that's a big problem. I never went incognito to see that you don't get access to ChatGPT all of the time. So if you're not lucky, so what you should do then, well, you should input your email here to get the Plus version, or if you want, you can wait for when ChatGPT is not at capacity, and only then make an account and get logged into ChatGPT. After you log in ChatGPT, you will have this window, and it's pretty simple, it's pretty basic. So here you have these options. You can choose to clear all of your conversations. I don't want to do that, God no, that would be the biggest mistake. Here you can find gold in this conversation, and I actually mean it. Then you can change between dark mode and light mode. I like it on dark mode. Then you can have information about your account, and here you get information about your account plan. ChatGPT Plus costs only $20 a month. I think they're really worth it for this amazing tool. Then you have updates and FAQ. Here you get all of the updates. It's stuff you need to know. So here you can find information about ChatGPT Plus, access ChatGPT, what is ChatGPT Plus, and things about ChatGPT, such as ChatGPT plugins, which are in beta right now, and I'm on the wait list. As soon as I get into it, I will make a course on that as well, after I try the plugins for several tens of hours, of course. Now, we don't want to log out, because what happens if we can log in back? Hopefully that wouldn't, because we're ChatGPT Plus subscribers. But anyway, so here are the options, and here you have the charts. These are some charts from the past lectures, because I'm recording this lesson, which is supposed to be in the first ones in the introduction. I'm recording this as I end, as I finish my course. Actually, it's the last lesson I'm recording, to be honest. Don't ask me why, but here you have all of your charts, right? You can scroll through them and choose whatever chart you want to go to, and here you get the chart. To create a new chart, you go here to new chart, and you will have the new chart. If you are a ChatGPT Plus subscriber, you'll be able to change between the default model, the legacy model, and GPT-4, which is what we will work with. We'll only work with GPT-4, which is way more superior to GPT 3.5. Look at GPT 3.5 reasonings and consciousness, and then ChatGPT-4 is double that. The only limitation is the speed, which is much slower for ChatGPT-4, and the cap of 25 messages every 3 hours. Then you have a very basic, simple user interface here. You have the input box, and here you write your prompts. For example, you can say, hello, can you tell me how does ChatGPT work? And here we get, and now a new chat has been created. And here we get the information. We'll leave ChatGPT do its thing while we continue ours. So you can change the name of your conversation, of your chat with ChatGPT by clicking on this tool. You can see right here, and you just change it to whatever you want, 1, 2, 3, and hit on this, and now you changed it. And here above you will see which model are you using. So it says we're using model GPT-4. Once you start the conversation, you cannot go back to the model GPT 3.5. You will have to do that by opening a new conversation. And you can delete a chat by pressing on this tool, and like that, we have deleted our chat. And pretty much that's it. So, pretty basic. Hopefully you got it. Let's move on to the fun and interesting stuff. Hello and welcome to this introduction in prompt writing, where we will discuss the basic of the basics, basically, of prompt writing. So, what is prompt writing? Well, we've already discussed about the interface of ChatGPT. How do you add a new chat here? Unfortunately, as you can see right here, history is temporarily unavailable. This might be an error you might see sometimes, but that doesn't matter right now. We're here in ChatGPT, and as of today, if you want to have access to ChatGPT-4, you need the Plus version, right? So we will work with ChatGPT-4 because this is the best tool you can have. It's much better than ChatGPT-3 in a various ways, as we've discussed before. And basically, in order for you to change from ChatGPT, the default module, you will come here above, where it says model, and you will change it from default to ChatGPT-4.
Now be attentive. ChatGPT 4 currently has a cap of 25 messages every 3 hours, which is a problem for us, but we will be fine. So back to the topic of the lesson: introduction to prompt writing. The objectives of the course are to make you understand the basics of prompt writing, then identify common elements of prompts, and then develop strategies for writing effective prompts. These are the objectives for the category or the part of this course where we talk about prompt engineering, because after that we will have another part of the course where we will talk about actual use cases. So be tuned, because it will be a great course, great experience for you. So these are mainly the objectives for this part of the course. Now, what is a prompt? I sincerely believe that most of you know what a prompt is, but just in case, a prompt is a statement or question given by the user to the chatbot. Prompts are the core of using any chatbot software, just like ChatGPT. It is basically the input here. Now, we can differentiate prompts based on some criterion, such as are they the main prompt? So the main prompt is usually the prompt with the task. Then there is conditioning prompts. Then there is, error responses prompts. There are tons of prompts you can use in ChatGPT. We will go through most of them, and you will get more comfortable with using prompts as we go through. Why are prompts important? Well, it might be obvious, but prompts in ChatGPT are essential because it's what makes the AI to generate the responses. So as you provide a starting point of information, you help ChatGPT to predict the next word, because ChatGPT is truly nothing but a software that uses this technique of predicting the next word. It has an algorithm that says which word is more likely to be the next one, and it chooses based on that algorithm. And it does it so well that it's amazing. When you explain to someone that ChatGPT only does predict the next sequence of words, it seems counterintuitive, because it's much more than that, and it's much more than that actually. It's amazing. So again, you have to provide good prompts, because this is what get the response. This is what will get you the response, and the next slide is all about that. Writing prompts for ChatGPT. Writing prompts are important for ChatGPT system, as they provide initial input to the model, as we've discussed, and they can be used to generate creative and interesting conversations, or maybe some information. Maybe you need some help with a task. Maybe you need a table to organize your, stuff. It's various contexts you can use ChatGPT. There are lots of ways, so it's not just a single way of using it. So that's why you have to have some critical thinking and creativity to realize the vastness of this spectrum of how much you can use ChatGPT. Now, what are the challenges in writing prompts? Well, creating well-crafted chatbot prompts that capture multiple topics and don't lead the conversation can be challenging. It's important for the prompts to be clear and broad enough to elect a variety of responses. What does this mean? Well, it mainly means that you should use mostly open prompts. We will discuss what are open prompts a bit later. And also it means that how well the output of ChatGPT is mainly based on how well you've written the prompt. So if you get a bad response from ChatGPT, it's more likely that the reason the response is bad is because your prompt wasn't good enough. Because ChatGPT-4, it's next level. It's out of this century. So most likely, if you don't get the response you want, it's because you didn't writing a good enough prompt. And we will talk about what is a good enough prompt in this section. So I mean, don't get frustrated or discouraged if you don't know some of these things. This is a course for everyone, beginners, intermediates, and a bit for advanced. So, I mean, if you're an intermediate or an advanced, feel free to skip some of these introductory lessons. But if you're a beginner, I mean, it will all make sense. Okay, so let's move on. So, introduction to prompt writing. It's important to remember that, you know, in order to get good responses, you need to give ChatGPT good prompts. This is basically what you have to remember the most out of this lesson. You need to give ChatGPT good prompts. Also remember what are prompts. I mean, I think you will do remember what prompts are. And if you can, also remember the types of prompts. But if you don't, we will talk about them in the following lessons. So it's okay. And pretty much that's it with introduction to prompt writing. Now, I suggest before I teach you anything on prompt writing, before I do anything like that, I suggest you go by yourself in ChatGPT and try out some prompts before seeing some of the lessons, some of the future lessons, lectures I will give you. So just go and experiment. And after you try with 2 or maybe 3 prompts, come back and we will go further into the types of prompts. I hope you had fun and learned something new. See you in the next lesson. Alright, so welcome back to another lesson of our course where we will discuss about the types of prompts there are in ChatGPT. I mean, you can divide the prompts into a lot of types. They're very different, and you can go ahead and have like 100 types of prompts, but we won't do that in this lesson. We will look at the main categories of prompts there are in ChatGPT. And not only, I mean, in all chatbot applications and generally, what are the biggest types of prompts? So let's go ahead. So basically we will cover, as I said, the types of prompts in writing, and the main ones will be open-ended prompts and closed-ended prompts, which are subtypes of the biggest types of prompts, so if I can say that. And the biggest types of prompts are simple and complex. So prompts mainly divide into 2 categories, simple and complex, and then simple prompts divide into simple and closed-ended or simple and open-ended, and the same goes for complex prompts. Complex prompts divide into complex and open-ended or complex and closed-ended. And we will also discuss how to use each type of prompt effectively. For this part of the course, where we will go a bit further into prompt engineering, because this course can be separated into 2 main parts. The first one will be prompt engineering and how you can use this information I'm giving you to craft better prompts in any case scenario, because I might give you some examples of actual prompts and you can use them. I mean, yeah, of course you can do that, but I mean, for what good if you will not be able to craft your own prompts effectively? So we will focus in this part of the course on how you can craft really great prompts, and only after that we will go even further and see some real life examples of how you can use prompts. Anyway, we will identify the purpose of each prompt type, and we will also analyze the effectiveness of prompts, and we will do that in this section. All right. Now, the first category of prompts is the simple prompts, or the simple prompts. So simple prompts are just what you might think. They're what they're called like. They're simple. They don't have many details. They're quite to the subject. I mean, that's the thing. They don't have details. Easy to remember, easy to understand. And now they're divided into open-ended prompts and closed-ended prompts. And then there is leading prompts, which are actually something else, a bit separate, which we will discuss a bit later. You can see them as a different category. I will tell you why in a bit. So, open-ended prompts are questions that give ChatGPT creative freedom. What does it mean? Well, it means that the question, and not only the question, because when we talk about open-ended prompts, we mean questions that are that don't have a specific answer and that can allow for creative responses. But when we're talking about prompts in general, it can be not only a question, it can be any prompt you might have, and that doesn't require a yes or no or a factual response. If it doesn't require that, then it might, it most likely it's an open prompt, open-ended prompt. So, for example, you can type in ChatGPT, can you write me a story about a rabbit that goes into space? It's open-ended. Or, can you tell me something interesting I might not know? So this is also an open-ended prompt. It gives ChatGPT the full creative freedom. Moving on, we have closed-ended prompts. Closed-ended prompts are basically prompts that, or questions, in our case, they're prompts. You can think of them as questions that have a specific answer. So they don't give ChatGPT as much freedom in terms of creativity. If, for example, you ask ChatGPT, is the Earth flat? ChatGPT will answer, the Earth is not flat. The Earth is round, and you cannot argue with. You can argue with ChatGPT, and ChatGPT will actually accept. It actually adapts to your thinking. We'll not go a lot deeper into that, but you get the point. A closed-ended prompt doesn't give ChatGPT much creative freedom because it will answer with yes, no, or maybe it will answer with the fact. And of course, after that, it will go even deeper and explain the concept you're talking about, but it's still a closed-ended prompt because it didn't give ChatGPT lots of creative freedom, so that the outcome is quite predictable. And then there are leading prompts, which, as I told you, are something different because they can be oftentimes confused, and they are confused, and they're quite the same thing as complex prompts. Leading prompts basically are simple prompts that have a few details which might lead the prompt towards a desired outcome. But this is actually what complex prompts are. So if, let's say, you have a simple prompt but you also have one detail or two in the prompt, you can consider it a simple and leading prompt. But if you have lots of details, such as the topic, the information about yourself, and all that kind of stuff, you can consider the prompt a complex prompt. So this is it. This is a wrap up with the simple prompts. You have open-ended, closed-ended, and you can remember only these two. This is a separate case, but it's up to you whether you consider simple and leading prompts in the same category, or you consider leading prompts as part of complex prompts. Anyway, let's move on with the next slide, where we talk about complex prompts. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. You have open prompts, open-ended prompts, closed-ended prompts, and complex prompts, which are basically, you have a complex prompt, and then you can make it even more complex. You'll get more familiar with this as we go through, with some examples in the following lessons. So open-ended prompts, you already know what they are. The only difference is that you are more, you got more details, so it's more complex. You can add topic at the beginning of the prompt. You can add information about yourself. You can add, let's say, a detail or a condition which might shape the output, the outcome. It's the same thing, only more details. I will show you some examples in the following lesson. Closed-ended prompts, the same thing, only that there is yes or no answer. Only that. So, for example, a closed but also complex prompt could be, can humans breathe underwater without a tank oxygen for more than 6 minutes, right? So this is a closed-ended prompt. I mean, ChatGPT has to provide you with a fact, yes or no. Yes or no. It doesn't have a lot of creative freedom, but it's more detailed, so we can consider it a complex prompt. And then there is complex prompts. These are really detailed, but you should avoid them. This might seem counterintuitive, but you should avoid the complex prompts. It's better to not get into them because they're worse than these two. These are great. These are the best two. So, I mean, in general, I always tend to recommend using only open-ended and complex prompts. That's it. You don't need anything else. There might be some exceptions, but most of the time, if you need some information, you don't need a closed-ended prompt. You can ask ChatGPT to give you an open-ended prompt. I mean, most of the time, this is the gold. This is where all the gold lays. So we will try to learn how to master open-ended prompts mostly, because the rest of them, you don't need them that much. And as I said, it might sound counterintuitive, but I'll explain to you why you should never use complex prompts. You know, that's pretty much with the main types of prompts. And the key to understanding prompts is to analyze the type of prompt given. And this is what we will do in the following lessons. We will go ahead in ChatGPT and we will start crafting prompts. So let's end with the slides. I don't like slides. Probably you don't like them too. I needed them to get you started into the topic we're discussing right here. I will close the slides, and I hopefully I will not open it again until the end of this course, because I'm all about examples. So as I said, let's get into examples. Alright, so welcome back to another lesson of our course where we will discuss about crafting simple prompts. We will go really fast through the structures we have already learned, and we will see how can we craft these simple prompts. So without any further ado, let's go ahead and let's type in our first prompt. So I will start with a simple and open-ended prompt. Alright, let me see what can I do here. So our open-ended simple prompt will look something like this. Can you tell me, or just tell me a trivial fact about something few people know about. Let's hit enter. Did you know that honey never spoils? Archaeologists have discovered pots of honey in ancient Egyptian tombs that are over 3,000 years old, and it is still edible. Huh, interesting. So this is an example of a simple and open-ended prompt. It allowed ChatGPT to provide me with an example it wanted. Let's go ahead and ask ChatGPT for something else. This time we will use a closed-ended simple prompt. What is the capital of France? I will hit enter and I will get this answer. The capital of France is Paris. So I got this answer from this closed-ended simple prompt. Sometimes ChatGPT might provide you with more information than you actually ask for. That's okay, but this is still a closed-ended simple prompt because it doesn't have details that would change the outcome too much. Or, I mean, first of all, this is a closed prompt because it's a fact that the capital of France is Paris, and ChatGPT doesn't have much creative freedom here. and about here it's also a simple prompt because it doesn't have many details. Now that's it, not too much to talk about here. This is it for crafting simple prompts. See you in the next lesson where we will discuss about crafting complex prompts. Alright, so welcome back to another lesson. In this lesson we will talk about how can we craft more complex prompts. Well, I mean, you already know the concepts since we've discussed them with you in that lecture where I showed you all of the types of the prompts, but I mean, it's always easier to remember when you experiment and when you have some real examples. So let's go ahead and have some real examples because I love real examples. Let's start with a complex prompt that is open-ended. Alright, so in the last example, last time we had this prompt in the past lesson where we have asked ChatGPT for a trivial fact. Let's do the same thing. So provide me with a trivial fact that few people know about. This is this is still a simple prompt. It is open-ended, but how do we make it complex? Well, it's simple. We add details. Only one detail that can change the whole outcome can make this prompt complex. So the detail I will add is the following: topic, and I will say that the topic is astronomy. And if I hit enter, I will get something else. Astronomy fact: the dwarf planet Haumea, located in the Kuiper belt, has such a rapid rotation that a day on its surface lasts only about 3.9 Earth hours. This extreme rotation causes Haumea to be shaped like an elongated ellipsoid, making it one of the most uniquely shaped objects in our solar system. Interesting fact. So, here we have a open-ended complex prompt. By adding this detail, we made it a complex prompt. Now you can make it very complex by adding more details. But as I told you about the complex prompts, we'll go into them a bit later, and why you should not use complex prompts, so very complex prompts. You'll realize why a bit later. Right now it might seem, counterintuitive or even stupid, so don't focus on that. Let's move on. We have the open-ended complex prompt. Let's go ahead with the closed-ended complex prompt. And so in the last example with the simple prompt, I showed you how a closed prompt has given me the answer that Paris is the capital of France. Now let's type that same prompt again. What is the capital of France? But this time I will make a change. Alright, so if I think about this, I have a new idea. Is the capital of France Paris, London, or let's say Berlin? So this is a closed-ended prompt that is complex because I also add conditions here. Basically, I give options to ChatGPT. I don't only ask ChatGPT the question, I also give ChatGPT some options to choose from. So I go even further to limiting its ability to be creative. I mean, of course, it will not be creative in this case, but by giving ChatGPT options, you go even further, and you can consider this complex, closed-ended prompt. And let's hit enter, and we will get the following answer: the capital of France is Paris. And that's it. I mean, easy as that. Now, I hope these examples helped you understand more clearly the difference between complex and simple prompts, and the difference between closed-ended and open-ended prompts. because we will mostly use complex open-ended prompts since they're the most useful in most cases. But it depends. There are some exceptions. I always tend to use open-ended complex prompts. Maybe because it's what I tend to use ChatGPT for the most. If I was in a different industry, maybe it wasn't this case, but I don't think so. Honestly, most people I know tend to use as well complex and open-ended prompts. And they're the hardest to harness. They're the hardest to learn how to create because they're the most complex, right? So, this is it pretty much with this lesson. I hope you found it helpful and interesting. See you in the next one. Hello and welcome back to another lesson. Well, in this lesson, basically, we're going to just discuss some things you need to know when you jump into designing your prompts, how to get better results by designing better prompts. So, we have talked about the main types of prompts as of right now, but you still need to know a lot when it comes to prompt design. There's a lot to know. So, when you design prompts, there are a few principles. Principles for the effectiveness of each prompt, and it depends from prompt to prompt, of course. But there are some main key points you should take in consideration every time you write a prompt in ChatGPT. So there is the language and tone of your prompt. There's the engaging, whether the content is engaging or not. There are some storytelling techniques. You should also consider whether there is enough context and clarity within your prompt so that ChatGPT understands it and gives you the expected outcome. Also, you need to tailor your prompt based on your needs and provide ChatGPT with data, since, of course, it's a huge database, but sometimes it doesn't have the information you need it to have. So even if the information you require might be on the internet, and you think ChatGPT has access to all of that, it probably does, but at the same time, it's best to provide ChatGPT with the basic database of information required in your prompt. And there are a few other key factors that could go in here, but we'll not go into that too much, since what I wanted to do in this lesson is just tell you, it's more of a video than a lesson. I wanted to tell you that there are a lot of ways you can improve your prompts, but you should never use all of them all at once, because it will just make the prompt too hard to understand for ChatGPT. And this is basically the concept of going too complex within the complex prompts. When you go too complex, ChatGPT might not know what to take in consideration and what not to take in consideration. It might not understand or realize that it has to use all of the concepts you have given it. And there are other ways you can tailor your... there are other ways you can tailor the output of ChatGPT to your needs, but try not to use the complex prompts. And this is not the only time we will discuss about these types of prompts. I just wanted to give you a hint about why you should not use the way too complex prompts. And we'll go even deeper in another lesson. But this is a hint, basically, of what we will do in the following sections. Section 3 and also Section 4. So get ready. You might want to experiment before we go into the following section, so you make sure you understand everything we've talked about so far, and let's get into the fun stuff. So let's go ahead. Alright, so to summarize everything we've talked about in this section,
let's start with the basics and let's see what we've discussed mostly about and what's the main takeaway out of this. So we have these things called prompts in ChatGPT. Now, these prompts divide into two categories. The first one is simple. The first one is simple prompts, and then we have complex prompts. Now, at the same time, these simple prompts and complex prompts divide into two subcategories. So we have this, and then we have this. And simple prompts divide into open-ended, and then we have close-ended. And the same thing goes for the complex prompts. We have open-ended complex prompts, and then we have close-ended complex prompts. So the simple prompts are the ones that give ChatGPT the most creative freedom. So this is the path you would like to take if you want to be very, let's say, creative. Now, if you have an output within your mind, this is the path you should take if you want to tailor the prompt based on your needs. So if you have an output within your mind and you need something that, you want ChatGPT to take the output into one direction or into the other, then you should go on the complex path. Now, I usually suggest you use complex open-ended prompts, since this will give you the best output. But if you wanna get a creative output, then you definitely should go for simple open-ended prompts. Or it depends. There are cases when close-ended prompts work. It depends all on what is the task you are giving ChatGPT. But pretty much this sums up the main key points of this section. See you in the following one.
Hello and welcome back to this new lesson of our course, where we'll talk about language and tone. And what do I mean by language and tone? Well, when writing your prompt, you can ask ChatGPT to give you the output under selective or under some tone, or if you want to have a specific vocabulary within the output, you can ask ChatGPT to give you that as well. And as you know, I don't like talking a lot and I like examples a lot, so let's let me try to give you some examples for how you can use different tones and different languages, ways of speaking, basically, so that you get the desired outcome from ChatGPT. Let's have this prompt that says, write an essay about your hobby. And ChatGPT will usually not write this kind of thing, but for the purpose of this essay and discussion, sorry for the grammar mistake, your hobby will be swimming. And then we will get this text about the joy of swimming, a journey through water. And we have the introduction. Swimming, a seemingly simple activity, has been an integral part of my life for as long as I can remember. Wow, this is interesting. Really good stuff, right? So you can see that the tone and language I've used in this prompt is pretty neutral, if I could call it like that, because there's no emotions reflected by the way I have written this. It's like going on Google and searching for an essay about a hobby, about swimming. This is what most people tend to do, and this is why they get, I mean, they still get great results from ChatGPT, but you can go even further, because if everyone is going to use this tone, this neutral tone, this neutral way of saying or presenting the prompt, they might get sometimes close responses, or responses and essays that have a similar pattern. So you can go through this really fast and see what is the structure of this essay like. So let's just read this first paragraph so we can grasp about the structure and the way it's been written. So swimming is seemingly simple activity. Alright, so we read that. The moment my body submerges in water, I feel a sense of freedom, tranquility, and exhilaration. Swimming has been a source of joy, relaxation, and personal growth. In this essay, I will discuss the various dimensions of swimming as a hobby. Alright, so here we go. I don't need the rest of the essay. I will stop generating and I will go and rewrite this prompt. This same prompt. I will rewrite it with a different tone and different words, basically a different language. I mean, not a different language, sorry, but you get a point. So you use different languages in terms of different vocabulary, right? So that's what I meant. So let's say, let's have a friendly tone. Let's think this is a friend of ours. Hey there. How are you doing? Could you share with me some of your could you share with me what's your biggest hobby? I could share mine afterwards. So let's hit enter and let's see what will I get. All right, so well, I need to add the detail as well. For the purpose of this conversation, your biggest hobby is swimming, and I will re-enter this prompt because I forgot to add this detail I did add in the first prompt. My mistake. So let's hit enter. Well. As you can see, the tone that ChatGPT preserved in this conversation is still friendly, just like here. So it's more casual than here. Here you have this structure of an essay. Of course, I didn't ask ChatGPT to write an essay here, but I basically asked ChatGPT the same thing: what's the biggest hobby? And you can see that the structure has changed here. Let's go ahead and try a different tone. Write an essay about the pleasure of swimming at the first person, present tense. Try to add a monologue in the essay. Now, of course, now I add many details here. I try to make it look formal. right? So write an essay about the pleasure of swimming in the first person, or at the first person. I don't know whether that's right. So at the first person, present. Oh, in the first person. All right, fine. Let's see what will this essay look like. Title: Immersed in serenity, a swimmer's reflection. As I stand on the edge of the pool, the cool air gently brushes against my skin and anticipation courses through my veins. I take a deep breath, feeling my lungs expand with the So you can see the monologue here. It's deep. It's a deeper essay. Of course, some of the details changed it a lot. But ChatGPT will take in consideration the tone you use within the prompt. Now, if you want, or if you expect a certain let's say tone from ChatGPT's output, let's just do it even more simpler. So write an essay on the pleasure of swimming. Keep a formal tone. If I hit enter, I will have a formal tone, a formal essay. For some reason there was an error, but hopefully there won't be any more. So, swimming as an activity has captivated humans for centuries. It transcends the mere act of moving through water, offering a plethora of physical, mental, and emotional benefits. Well, there you have it. This is a formal essay. I will not wait for it to finish because it will probably be too long. And as you can see, ChatGPT-4 is slower than ChatGPT-3 by a lot, but it's because it provides us with better responses. So I'm okay with that. I will stop generating, so I will go in and write this same prompt, but this time I will say keep a friendly tone. And now let's see. Embracing the delights of swimming. A personal perspective. Swimming is more than just a way to cool off on a hot summer day or a method of exercise. It's an activity that brings immense pleasure of satisfaction to those who embrace it. You can see this is a more friendly tone than this one, right? So this one started as more formally. This one is more friendly. And pretty much there you have it. There you can change the output of the chatbot by writing your prompt in a one way or another, in a tone or another. So you can select a single tone, stick to that tone, and write your whole prompt in that tone and with that vocabulary. Or you can simply add a detail conditioning, a condition at the end of the prompt where you say keep a friendly tone or keep a formal tone, or whatever tone you want to keep within your output that you get from ChatGPT. And pretty much that's it with this lesson. I hope you found it interesting and helpful. First of all, I mean, you can use this in a lot of ways. It depends on which content or what content you want to generate, but that's pretty much. See you in the next lesson. Alright, so hello and welcome back to another lesson in our course where we will talk about the reason you should create prompts that somehow are more engaging. So it's about engaging prompts that we're going to talk about today. And what do I mean by engaging prompts? So let me explain to you the concept here. Basically, most people tend to enter ChatGPT and they write in a prompt, they get the answer, and that's it. So they only have one set of prompt and output, one set of input output in ChatGPT, and then they might proceed with another question or something else, but their task is done in one set of input-output. So that's it. What you want to do is you want to create a conversation with ChatGPT, because this way is the best way you can generate the best output. This way you can iterate. It's called iteration basically, and you can go back and forth with ChatGPT a few times until you get the best output. You can. It's not only about correcting the errors. It's as well about providing ChatGPT with the information it needs, because of course ChatGPT is a big database, but it doesn't have all of the information, or it doesn't realize what you're thinking, what's within your head, and what do you want from it. So how do you create engaging conversations with ChatGPT? Well, in order to create engaging conversations, you have to conversate with ChatGPT as if it were a friend of yours, and as if you wanted to keep the conversation going. So, for example, what is a good role model? So, role model for an inspiring CEO. So, I ask a question here for ChatGPT. If you could choose one of them, one of the many role models, which one would it be? For a founder of an ed tech startup. So, what is a good role model for an inspiring CEO? If you could choose one of the many role models, which one would be for a founder of an edtech startup? So let's see what will the output be in this case. A good role model for an inspiring CEO, particularly for a founder of an edtech startup, would be Salman Khan, the founder of Khan Academy. Khan Academy is a non-profit educational organization that provides free world-class education through a digital platform. Salman Khan's approach to education and entrepreneurship exemplifies qualities that an aspiring CEO in the edtech space can learn from. So here, I didn't just ask ChatGPT what's a good role model for an inspiring CEO. I asked it as if I was asking its own opinion. And here we get all of these things, key qualities and lessons to learn from Salman Khan. And we get, all of these options. And the key to creating an engaging conversation with ChatGPT is to go back and forth with it, and not go back and forth to different questions. It's to stay at the same topic. So keep on staying on the same topic. For example, now I'll ask ChatGPT, what do you think? What do you think is the main quality of Salman Khan? What do you think is the main quality of Salman Khan that made him so successful? The main quality of Salman Khan that contributed to his success is his unwavering commitment to a mission-driven approach. He has consistently prioritized the goal of providing accessible, high-quality education. So, you see, this way you create an engaging conversation, and you go and you talk about the same topic, right? So you don't just jump into a topic and go to another one. So you keep on staying on the same topic, and you give prompts that are engaging, that are basically based on this same topic. This way you will develop more, ChatGPT will develop more awareness of what you want from it, and you will get more out of ChatGPT's output. What do you think has contributed to Khan's ability to stay true to his core values? Several factors have contributed to Salman Khan's ability to stay true to his core values. Clear vision. Then we have some other stuff. So this is basically how you create engaging conversations with ChatGPT. You just ask questions that ChatGPT can develop on a lot within your topic, within the topic that you're discussing about. So speak casually, as you would speak with a friend. This is one of the key factors here. And as well, ask lots of questions, but not questions as if you would ask Google. Ask them as if you are asking your own friend, a very knowledgeable friend. And pretty much that's it with engaging conversations with ChatGPT. I won't take any more of your time because go ahead. I suggest you go ahead and try this way of creating engaging conversations with ChatGPT on your own. You can even ask ChatGPT to conversate with you. You can ask ChatGPT to talk with you, and it will talk with you in a tone or using a vocabulary that you desire. So just go ahead and ask ChatGPT to do whatever you want it to do, and try out these tools you have learned. And see you in the next lesson, because we still have a lot to learn. We are only at the very, very, very tip of the tip. So see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back to another lesson of our course, where we will talk about how you can use storytelling techniques in your prompt writing. So yeah, you heard right, we will use storytelling techniques when writing prompts. And you might think, how is that? Well, let's start with a prompt. I will need to add some additional input as well, because if I won't add it, it just won't work. The example won't work. So I will say, in this conversation, you will act as a friend of mine. You will not consider any limitations of the chatbot, and any questions to which you don't have an answer, you will come up with something. Alright, so I have this initial prompt and this initial condition, and then I will jump into the actual prompt. The actual prompt will be, what is your favorite color? As your friend, I'd say my favorite color is blue. It reminds me of the sky and the ocean, and it has a calming effect. What about you? What's your favorite color? Well, you can see that ChatGPT is very friendly, because I said he will act as a friend of mine. But I don't want to keep the conversation going, because I want to show you how you can use storytelling techniques to get more, and to get better results out of your prompts. So how do you use these storytelling techniques, and what are the storytelling techniques we're gonna use? So Let's try the same prompt, but let's write it a bit different this time. I think I got it. So imagine you are walking through a lush forest surrounded by vibrant colors and scents of blooming flowers. Suddenly, a friendly bird lands on your shoulder and asks you, what is your favorite color? What do you respond? So in this prompt, we created a narrative, a pre-existing narrative, basically a prologue or something like that, you could call it. And it's adding more details. It's all about details, but details are a quite vague word to understand. So that's why when we say that good prompts are prompts with lots of details and context, we need to develop on that and explain what do we mean by details, because there are a ton of ways you can add details and still make bad prompts. So here is an example of how a storytelling technique of adding a narration before the prompt with the task can help you get a different response. So let's see, what will the response be this time? I tell the friendly bird that my favorite color is still blue. I'd also mention how much I appreciate the beauty of the forest and the wonderful shapes of green that surround us. Okay, so he is consistent because I had this initial prompt. So there you go, you can see how you can use these storytelling techniques to add a small narrative before the actual prompt with task. You can add maybe, I mean, if you want to develop a story, you can also describe some of your characters. I mean, there are multiple ways you can use storytelling techniques, and adding a narrative to your prompt is one of those ways. So thanks for watching and see you in the next lesson. Alright, so hello and welcome back to another lesson of our course where we will discuss about how to write prompts that drive actions. What do I mean by that? Well, let me show you something really quick. So give me some ideas for YouTube videos. Alright, so I hit enter and ChatGPT-4 will give me some YouTube video ideas categorized into different genres to help me get started. Educational, and then we have this, and we have these ideas from ChatGPT. Now, it's not what I wanted. I didn't want this structure. Why did I get this? Because I did not write a prompt that drives action. What do I mean by writing a prompt that drives action? Well, even though ChatGPT gave me something close to what I wanted, if I want to get the expected outcome, I need to enter what's the final outcome I want. So I need to drive an action for ChatGPT. So another way I can write that prompt is give me a list of, or a table, let's say, of 10 YouTube video ideas on, I don't know, educational niche, educational and self-improvement niche. And now I will get a table of 10 video ideas on educational and self-improvement niche. So here is the table. As you can see it starts taking shape. So here we get the ideas. So in order to get the expected outcome, you need to write prompts that drive actions, just like in this case. Not just give me some ideas for YouTube videos. You have to say whether you want maybe a table, maybe I don't know, maybe a list, whatever it is that you want. You need to be specific. Maybe you want a script about a video titled "Give me ideas for YouTube videos." So always be specific about what is the task you give ChatGPT. What do you drive action towards? What do you want ChatGPT to do for you? Not just you. I mean, of course you want ideas, but you want ideas, and what do you want to do with them? Where do you want to implement them? Do you need these ideas as a table or as a list, and so on? So this is a thing to take in consideration when you are writing your prompt, so you make sure that you get the expected outcome. This is a lesson I wanted to tell you. Thanks for watching, and see you in the next one. Alright, so welcome back to another lesson in our course where we'll discuss about the temperature of ChatGPT. What do I mean by the temperature of ChatGPT? Well, when we refer to chatbots and their temperature, we usually mean the randomness of their answer, how random and how creative basically their answer will be. I mean, it depends a lot on the temperature of the chatbot. It varies based on your prompt, but if you want to specify the temperature within your prompt manually, you can do that. So let's do that. I'll ask ChatGPT to write a story about a bird. Temperature parameter is set to 0.1. So the temperature parameter is set to 0.1. So once upon a time in a peaceful sunlit forest there lived a small bird named Tilly. Tilly was a beautiful bird with vibrant blue feathers and a bright red crest that sparkled like a ruby in the sunlight. She spent her days flitting from branch to branch, singing sweet melodies that echoed through the lush green canopy, and so on. I mean, it's quite... it's a story that doesn't have that many plot twists, if I may say so. So, as you can see here, I don't know, this story seems okay, but it's not creative at all. It's really flat, a flat story, honestly. It's not creative at all. It doesn't have any plot twists or things like that. I mean, let's set the temperature parameter to 1 this time. Wow, so Aveslandia, so you can see that ChatGPT now creates lots of new things when, I mean, it goes mad when you set a temperature parameter to 1, so it's best to keep it at least 0.7 or something like that. So but it's amazing. Maybe it will be good, I don't know. Zephyrus, so it invents new things. It makes up a lot of stuff. Well, this story was like meh, you know, nothing creative here. Well, this one, like, look how many new creatures there are in this story. And I only did set the temperature. I mean, I changed the temperature parameter, that's all I did. So remember, the temperature parameter controls the randomness of what you get. If you want to get a more formal message, let's say, you should use a smaller parameter of temperature, so close to 0.1, maybe 0.2 or something like that. If you want to get into stories and develop new characters, then you probably need to use one of the higher temperature parameters, the highest being 1. So yeah, this is just too random for me. The randomness of this output is the next level of randomness. So this is it. You can control the randomness by using this temperature parameter. That's it. Thanks for watching, and hopefully you can use this tool to, harness or make your prompts better for better outputs. That's it. See you in the next lesson. Alright, so welcome back to another lesson of our course where we will discuss about context and clarity and how you can use those two to get the best outcome possible from ChatGPT. So, first of all, we've discussed already a bit about context, right? So you already know that you need to have prompts with good context in order to get the best result possible. But we didn't dive in too deep. And as well about clarity, I've told you about those complex prompts, which are actually not that good, and I'll explain to you why in a bit. So, without any further ado, let's go ahead and let's type in a prompt within this input box of ChatGPT. And let me show you what a prompt with context looks like. So, let's start with one that doesn't have context. So, I will say, I don't know, write, or let's say, write me about the American Revolution. Okay, so this is a prompt without context, and ChatGPT will do what I told it to do. It writes me about the American Revolution and some information about it. So some people might get even frustrated when they get these kind of responses, but what should they look at is their bad prompt. All right, so that's the main cause of your bad output. And here we get the list. Here is a list of causes of the American Revolution, but of course this is not an essay, right? So let's say I wanted an essay, then I should have added some context. So a prompt with context would be something like, write a 500 word essay on the American Revolution, discussing its causes, key figures, and impact on the American history. Now this this would be a better prompt because it has more context, right? So let's hopefully this will generate soon, but I will stop generating this because we don't need it anymore, and I will go further with generating the actual essay. So this is a prompt with some context, and context can mean a lot of things. It can mean, you can break it down in lots of sub parts, and it could be some background information, because it would help ChatGPT to understand your need better. It could be any conditions, any additional conditions you might want to include. It could be any type of information that ChatGPT can find helpful. So context is basically giving ChatGPT side information besides the main task. And you'd like to include as much as you can, but not too much. So what do I mean by not too much information? Well, as I said, it might seem counterintuitive, but complex prompts are not the best ones to use. And let me show you why. So, as this text this essay will generate itself, let's start typing in a complex prompt that has a lot of context but not that much clarity. So clarity can mean various things. It can mean that the prompt is too short, or it can mean that the prompt is too long. So if you have a complex prompt, it's probably gonna be a unclear prompt. And an example of that could be the following. Please write an essay on the history of the United States, including its major events, figures, and cultural movements from the colonial period to the present day. The essay should be no less than, let's say, 2 pages long. Double spaced, and should be should be submitted in APA format. And here we go to get this essay. As you can see, the reason why this prompt is not very clear is because ChatGPT is a model that analyzes each token separately. So what ChatGPT does is it takes each word individually and starts analyzing it. That's why it's better to not use negations. So when you use, let's say, don't do that, it might do that actually, because it takes each word individually. And I mean, ChatGPT is smart enough not to make that big mistake, but what I mean is, when you give ChatGPT such long prompts, what will usually happen is that you'll get some stuff that you want, and a lot of stuff from here you might not get, right? So this is something to keep in mind, because I mean, ChatGPT might not know what to look forward the best, and if you want to get the best outcome, what I tend to recommend is starting with a small prompt and iterating from there. So don't put all of it in the first prompt. Add as much context as it's needed to get a conversation going, and then you can iterate after the first output. So you will get the best outcome possible. And pretty much that's the lesson for today. I hope you realized and now understand that you have to use prompts with a lot of context. I mean, as much context as it's necessary. You can leave the unnecessary context out of the prompt, but you need to use context and clarity at the same time. So just make sure that you provide ChatGPT with enough information, but don't go too much over it and confuse the chatbot. That's the main thing you have to understand with providing not too long prompts, because long prompts will confuse ChatGPT. And as you can see, it stopped right here. I mean, of course, you can continue from here, but I mean, don't use long prompts. These are complex prompts which don't really work well, as of right now at least. And that's it with this lesson. See you in the next one, where we will discuss about how you can tailor your prompts to your needs. That's it. See you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this lesson, we'll discuss how you can tailor your prompt based on your needs. So, this lecture is gonna be called Tailoring Prompts to User Needs. And let me show you an example of that. So, again, I always start with this. Anyway, imagine you have a sentence. So, you would ask ChatGPT to translate the following, translate the following sentence, and the sentence is the following: the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Into Spanish or into French, because I know French a bit better. So into French, and let's see what will the output be. La rapide renard brun saute par-dessus le chien paresseux. Well, here we go. We have the translation, but this, I mean, I did not express what my intentions and what my needs were when I provided ChatGPT with this prompt. What's an example of a user of a tailored prompt to the user needs? Well, an example of that could be something easy like give the specific context and purpose of the translation. Accurately translate the following sentence, and I will copy this sentence, and instead of saying that I want to translate this into French, I will say that I want ChatGPT to translate it into conversational French, and let's see what will ChatGPT give us this time. The sentence, the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog, is often used as a pangram, which is a sentence containing every letter of the alphabet at least once. In this case, the purpose is to showcase that the entire French alphabet. Here's the translation in conversational French. Le vif renard brun saute au-dessus du chien paresseux. And we get a better translation because I asked ChatGPT to accurately translate the following sentence into conversational French, not just mot à mot, as the French would say. So basically, it's very important to specify what your needs are. This first prompt does specify that the need is to translate the following sentence. But this one makes it even more clear of what your need is. You need to understand the context, and you need to understand the translation in an accurate way. So this is how you can tailor the prompt based on your user needs. It's just an example. There are, tons of examples. Let's just do one more, so to make sure that you really get what I mean here. And an example could be something even more easier than that. Write a paragraph about nature. I don't know. I think it's, well, not in French. So write a paragraph about nature. All of our following conversations conversations including this one will be in English. And let's see what will ChatGPT give us. Nature is an inexhaustible source of inspiration and beauty, and so on. Now, what's the problem here? The problem is that this isn't tailored to the user needs. I needed a paragraph, of course, but I didn't need it in this way. So a better way to write this would be let's say I will type in a very abstract form you can use anytime. So I'd say given the user's needs and goals, or the user's goals and preferences, because these are the needs actually in the end, provide a personalized writing assistance for a paragraph on a topic on nature. I will say that this should include suggestions, let's say for sentence structure. And now what I can do is I can change these parameters, like my goals and my preferences. So my goal is to given these are goals, and I will type in the parentheses what my goal is with this thing I'm doing here. The goal is to make people more aware of the beauty of our nature. Preferences are use or don't, or let me think about it. So I'll say that ChatGPT should use simple to understand words, but keep a melancholic state throughout the writing. Well, let's hit enter and let's see what will we get. This time we don't get just the paragraph about nature. As you can see, we get this assistance, this personalized writing assistance. And this is basically how you can generate great outputs using prompts that are tailored to your needs. And look at here, look what an amazing, there is a sample paragraph that incorporates the suggestions above. It uses simple vocabulary, but it also feels melancholic. So ChatGPT is a great tool, wow. And that's pretty much on this lesson. Hopefully you found it helpful, and see you in the next one, where we will talk about how you can use data to craft effective prompts. So that's it. See you in the next lesson. Alright, so welcome back into another lesson of ours, where we will discuss about the importance of data to craft effective prompts. Now, ChatGPT is a great tool which has a huge database, but at the same time, its knowledge is limited in a lot of cases. So in those cases when the knowledge of ChatGPT is limited, what you should do is you should include data within your prompt. And what do I mean by that? Well, data is basically any information that ChatGPT should know in order to provide you with a true, valuable answer. Most of the time, ChatGPT doesn't have information about yourself. So if you want to develop something for yourself, then you should definitely provide ChatGPT with information about yourself. Not only that, so let's say there's some new information. Let's say there's something that happened after ChatGPT's knowledge. So ChatGPT's knowledge is limited to the events that happened before 2021. before August or September 2021. I don't remember. I think it's August. But anyway, if you, for example, want to develop or write something about an event that happened after 2021, you should first of all give ChatGPT the information, and only after that get into the prompt with the task. And the usual way I tend to do this is I don't include everything in the same prompt. So let me just show you. Let's say there is, let's say I want to create some YouTube videos, or I don't know. Even better, let's ask ChatGPT-4 if it knows about ChatGPT-4, and ChatGPT-4 will tell you that it doesn't know about ChatGPT-4, so there's no need to waste a prompt because we have only 25. So I'll just go here on a blog post and copy this information about ChatGPT-4 that I need. And I will go back here. And what I will do is I will type in all of this text. And now what I will do is I will tell ChatGPT at the end. So this is not a prompt with the task. You should not add a task within this prompt because this prompt is too big and it can be confusing for ChatGPT. What I will say at the end is the following thing. This is just additional information I thought you needed to know about ChatGPT-4, which was released in March 2023. If you understand this message, you must reply with only a plus, and I will hit enter, and ChatGPT gave me this dot, well, a plus. Well, I mean, I think when you write it this way in the user output or input, it becomes a dot. Anyway, you get what I meant here. So ChatGPT now knows this information. I did not give this information to ChatGPT along with the prompt with the task. I just gave the information as something, side information, like this is not the main task. This is not the main prompt. Now that we have this data, we can use this data to craft more effective prompts. So I will say, based on the information you now have about ChatGPT-4, can you tell me what could I use GPT-4 for that I couldn't use, or what can I do with GPT-4 that I wouldn't be able to do with GPT-3? And now let's see what will ChatGPT tell us. So with GPT-4 there are several improvements and new features that allow you to do things you couldn't do with GPT-3. Enhanced creativity. So here we go. So basically this is the main concept. You provide some data as a prologue, basically, as something separated from the actual prompt with the task. And then you get, you can use that data to make your prompts better and get better output, right? So here we have all of that information. It's mainly information from this blog post, but you can go even further from here, because with this data, ChatGPT now can communicate with you about ChatGPT-4. Since if you didn't add this data, it would not be able to communicate with you. So if you go into any chat and ask ChatGPT what does it know about ChatGPT-4, and if you use the version, I mean, as of right now, when its knowledge is limited to 2021, the month of August, then you'll get an error message which says that ChatGPT-4 doesn't exist yet. So this is mainly how you can use, again, data to make better prompts. Thanks for watching and see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back to another lesson of ours where we will learn how to analyze prompts for performance. So if you'd like to see how well your prompt, how well do you write prompts, this is the lesson for you, because you will make your prompts better by getting more feedback. So we'll learn how to get feedback from ChatGPT on how effective are our prompts. So I will type in the following prompt for ChatGPT. For any following prompt, I want you to only generate feedback on the effectiveness, or on the on the effectiveness of the prompt in terms of prompt engineering / chatbots, alright, or chatbots' prompts, I don't know. So for any following prompt, I want you to only generate feedback on the effectiveness of the prompt. In your feedback, you will include potential use cases of that prompt, the type of the prompt, and you will rate the let's say you will include a potential use of so in your feedback you will include potential use cases of that prompt, the type of the prompt, and you will rate the effectiveness. So and you will rate the effectiveness of the prompt with one of the following marks: very bad, bad, good, or very good. And I will tell ChatGPT that if you understand this message, you must only respond with okay. Okay, got it. We are on the same line. Now, let's type in a prompt. So, generate a short story about a man. As a language model, I'm here to provide feedback on the effectiveness of prompts for chatbots and prompt engineering. I will not generate a short story in this response, but I will assess the given prompt instead. Alright, so it just made it clear that it follows this prompt. Great so far. Prompt: generate a short story about a man. Type: creative narrative. Potential use cases: encouraging creating thinking, practicing storytelling skills, providing entertainment. Effectiveness: the prompt is open-ended and allows for a wide range of possible stories, which can be advantage for creative thinking and storytelling practices. However, it might benefit from additional context or constraints to make it more specific or to guide the direction of the narrative. It's a great assessment, actually. I love it. So, if you want to, work and try different prompts and assess and see how well or what's their use cases, because any prompt has a use case, but some of the prompts you will use are better than others, and ChatGPT doesn't know your intentions and what you want to do with the output, but its assessment can help you realize whether you did good or did bad. So let's try with another prompt. Alright, so I will say good job, great assessment. So I let ChatGPT know that it did a good job. For the following messages, you don't need to type in the first paragraph where, so the first paragraph where you explain that you will provide feedback. I know that already. If you alright, so I will not say that. Prompt. So the actual prompt I want to analyze in the following output will be, alright, so let's say generate a detailed description that is SEO optimized for a video titled 10 things to do in Morocco. So here we go. Type descriptive, SEO focused, potential use cases, improving search engine rankings for a video or blog post, providing information to potential travelers, content marketing for travel related businesses. So when ChatGPT looks at this prompt, it sees it as, the main task is to improve the search engine ranking, and then the second task on its list is maybe this user wants me to provide information to potential travelers. So actually this is the use case which is most likely, but again, ChatGPT just shows you what it thinks when it sees a prompt. So effectiveness is good. The prompt is clear and has a specific goal to generate an SEO optimized description for a video about things to do in Morocco. This can help improve search engine rankings and attract potential travelers. However, it might benefit from additional guidance on the desired target audience or the inclusion of particular keywords to ensure better optimization. Amazing. It's amazing. It just shows you what you need to add besides what you have added already. So basically, if you want better results, you should probably add some more guidance, which includes what's your target audience and some other particular keywords you want to include within your description. It's amazing. So again, this is it. I won't waste any more of your time, because I think you should go ahead and try to do this thing on your own and try to see how effective your prompts are. So use this same prompt I have right here, just use it in the same way, and then put in some prompts and see how effective they are, and you can leverage your prompt design abilities to the next level this way. So it's all about trial and rebuilding. But when you can see where you have done wrong, and when ChatGPT actually tells you what you've done wrong, when you can do that, that's amazing. And I think you can go really far and in terms of prompt engineering. So that's it with this video. Hopefully you found it helpful. I found it interesting, and see you in the next one. Hello and welcome back to another video of ours, where we will talk about how you can and why you should use real life examples within your prompts, and this can help you a lot actually. So whenever you provide ChatGPT with some input, it will have to find out or recognize some patterns. Now, if you provide an example to ChatGPT, it will help the chatbot a lot into providing the output more like what you would expect it to provide it like. So without talking too much, let's jump into things, and let me show you an example of how you should provide an example to ChatGPT. Well, let's say you want to write a story. So generate a story about friendship. This is a very open-ended prompt. ChatGPT has full creative freedom here almost. But I will add an example. So I will type in that an example of what I mean by a friendship story could be considered the boy in striped pajamas. So striped pajamas. So generate a story about friendship. An example of what I mean by a friendship story could be consider the boy in striped pajamas. Let's hit enter and see what will ChatGPT give us. So we have the example. I think that the story should at least correlate somehow to an extent to the example. So we can see that these two characters have different, backgrounds basically, or not backgrounds but personalities, more like, which is to an extent the case in the book I provided as example, where one of the boys was, at that time on the hierarchy, on a hierarchical steps on the hierarchical stage. He was higher than the other boy, and here we have these differences. I mean, not the same differences, but also we can see that they somehow correlate. And let's see what else have we got here. And I mean, this is pretty much the example. Now you can also use this kind of, example tool in various contexts, in other contexts as well. If you want to get a personalized response based on how you would write some text, you can give ChatGPT an example of your text, and ChatGPT will write a text based on your example. Or maybe you have an author you like and you want to write. So for example, let's do it really fast. So describe love example Shakespeare. So example will be Shakespeare's poems. Well, let's try it once again. Describe, alright, so describe, let's say, describe life. Based on the example, as an example, we have Shakespeare's poems. So pretty much that's how you can use examples to get better outputs from ChatGPT. You can mainly use them especially when you want to get some personalized text, and you can provide an example to ChatGPT of how you write text or its essays or anything else. And pretty much that's it. I mean, you can provide examples not only of your own but of other people. So if you want to write in a certain style, let's say write a poem about life in the style of Shakespeare. So if I hit enter, this is also an example. So the style of Shakespeare is an example because Shakespeare, the name Shakespeare, provides ChatGPT with tons of examples of poems. And now we have this poem about life in the style of Shakespeare. So it's also considered an example. And there are many ways you can use this, small trick to get better results. But hopefully you understand now how to use it, and you'll find ways and moments when you'll need it and you'll use it. So that's it pretty much. Thanks for watching this lesson, and see you in the next one.
Alright, so in this section we have talked about things to consider when writing prompts. So let's see what are the main things we should consider when writing prompts. Well, we can divide the things we should consider when we're writing prompts into three main categories. And the first one will be semantics. So we have the semantics, then we have the data, and then we have the manipulation. So let's start with the semantics. So, well, semantics mainly mean what we've discussed about context and clarity. If you have context and clarity, then this segment will be good. Now, you remember what context is. I mean, context can mean lots of things in various scenarios. It can mean background information. It can mean additional information. It can mean maybe a bit of a description of your problem. It can mean various stuff. It mainly summarized. Context means information, or what's your context? What are the surroundings, basically? So if you'd have a problem, so let's imagine this is a problem. So if this is the problem, let's say we have a misunderstanding between some colleagues, then everything that surrounds this would be the context. Or in other words, we could say that the job they work at is part of the context. Who are they friends with is part of the context. Where do they live is part of the context. All of that is part of the context. Their surroundings, everything that surrounds this thing we're talking about, and that correlates with it, that affects it directly or non-directly, is part of the context. And the clarity is basically writing the prompt as concise as possible and as easy for the model, the chatbot, to understand it. So the easier it is for the chatbot to understand it, the more clarity it provides. And you can also use other techniques to provide more clarity, which we'll discuss in the section number 7, where we'll dive a bit more deep into the mind of ChatGPT and its inner workings. Now, about data. Well, data divides into two main categories. We have pre-defined data, and then we have given data. What does this mean? Well, the predefined data is the data the model has been trained on. At the moment, ChatGPT has been trained on data that has limited information or limited, it's not as updated after August 2021, I think. So the data has been last updated in September 2021. So that's the predefined data. Now, if you want to go even further than what you have, you should always provide ChatGPT with given data. Basically, its use is a data you input and give ChatGPT yourself, all the information about yourself. Maybe there are some events that ChatGPT isn't aware of because they happened after September 2021, and you wanna discuss about those subjects. Then you have to input some data that ChatGPT doesn't have. So there are many ways you can work with ChatGPT, even if there are limitations on the predefined data. You can give ChatGPT data, and that's what we've discussed about when I told you how, and I showed you how you can give ChatGPT data. And then the last thing to consider when writing prompts in this section is to manipulate the prompts. Well, it mainly means two main things. So the first way you could manipulate the output would be to simply tailor the prompt to user needs, which, obviously will manipulate ChatGPT to go into one direction or the other. And then there is the iteration process, which will make the output better with each iteration and will get it towards where you want it to go. So For example, you can tell ChatGPT to go into one direction or the other. You can tell it to change this and that, delete that, and you get a point, right? These are the main things you have to remember from this section. We've talked about how you can change the semantics, the data, and how you can manipulate. I mean, all this manipulate the output in the end, but these are so important that you have to categorize them differently. So we have semantics, which are basically the context and clarity, data, which divides into two separate types of data, and then we have the two ways to manipulate prompts, to tailor the prompt to your user needs, which is done from the beginning. It's done from the first prompt. So you do this step from the first prompt to tailor it to your user needs. You tell ChatGPT what are your needs. You change some of the conditions and so on. But then this iteration process is just chatting. You chat with the chatbot. It's nothing but a feedback loop. You go back and forth with ChatGPT through this feedback loop, which will get you the desired outcome. And pretty much that's it of what you have to remember out of the section number 4. See you in section number 5.
Hello and welcome back to another video of our course where we will discuss how you can craft prompts for different ages. What do I mean by that? Well, in this section we're going to focus mainly on changing the prompt so that we get the output for different user types. Now, ChatGPT provides you the output all of the time on default, most of the time, unless you add details in the prompt. But depending on the user type, depending on who ChatGPT is talking to, it will adapt to your needs, right? So that's what the personalized learning experience is about. That's what makes ChatGPT so great. It can adapt to your needs. And we're gonna talk in this section about how you can, how you can tailor the user type and the prompt so that you get different outputs based on your specific user type. So we're gonna start with crafting prompts for different ages. This is great. I mean, it's great for explaining hard concepts in simple terms. So, for example, explain to me, let's say, explain to me how does ChatGPT works as if I were 6 years old. And now let's see the answer. Okay, imagine ChatGPT is a big, friendly robot who loves to talk and help people. This robot has read lots and lots of books, and it learned many things from them. It's like a super smart friend who knows a little bit about everything. When you ask ChatGPT a question or want to talk about something, it quickly goes through all the things it has learned and comes up with the best answer it can find. It's like a really fast game of connect the dots, where it takes all the information it knows and connects them to give you a helpful response. Sometimes ChatGPT might not know everything or might make mistakes, just like any friend would, but it's always trying its best to be helpful and make people happy. So we get here a very simple to understand analogy that makes ChatGPT explain to us what it does in very simple terms. Now we can go ahead and try another age, so another user types. So I'll say explain to me how does Chat GPT works as if I were 18 years old. So 18 years old. Sure, ChatGPT or Chat Generative Pre-trained Transformer is an advanced AI language model developed by OpenAI. It's built on the GPT-4 architecture, which is a powerful and sophisticated neural network. ChatGPT learns from a large dataset of text like books, articles, and websites through a process called pre-training. This helps it understand grammar, facts, and even some reasoning abilities. After this, it goes through fine-tuning on a smaller dataset, which helps it to generate more useful and safe responses. When you interact with ChatGPT, it processes your input and generates a response. It does this by predicting what comes next in a sentence, word by word, using the context it has seen in the past. It weighs different possibilities to choose the most likely sequence of words to form a coherent and relevant reply. And I mean, you can see that this is a more detailed example and more descriptive. Now, in both cases, ChatGPT explained it as to someone that doesn't know anything about ChatGPT, but it used a simple analogy here for the 6-year-old, and it used more, a different vocabulary for the 18-year-old. So you can see how changing the different user types, in our case playing with the different age of the user type, can help you get different responses out of ChatGPT. That's it for today's lesson. Let's see what we can do to change the user type even further in the following lessons. Now, a quick thing to tell you before I end this lesson. I tend to use this user type thing where I tell ChatGPT to explain to me things as if I were 6 years old when I have some complicated concepts, especially, let's say, I don't know, if you want to learn programming, or if you want to learn physics or anything that's new, it's best to break it down into two parts: understanding how it works, and then learning the main concepts, and learning and memorizing some of the facts you need to know. So first of all, you need to understand how things work before you apply them and you use them. So therefore, you should always start, when you learn something new, anything new, you should always start by learning it as if you were 6 years old, because this way you'll understand it fully. If you will go straight into it from the start, you might understand it, but only partially. So that's what I wanted to tell you. Thanks for watching. I had fun in this lesson, and see you in the next one. Alright, so hello and welcome back in another lesson of ours, where we will talk about crafting prompts for different knowledge levels. So in the past lesson, we've talked about how you can craft prompts for different ages, and now we're going to the next criterion, or condition of our user type, and in this case the user type will have different knowledge levels. Now, in the past example, in the past lesson, ChatGPT explained the same concept to two different age users, two different users with different ages, but it explained the concept as if both users were not so knowledgeable about the subject. So it explained the subject as to a beginner in both cases. The only difference was the vocabulary in the way that ChatGPT provided the explanation. Now, I will go further, and I will say that I'll tell ChatGPT to explain how does ChatGPT work as if I were, let's say, 10 years old, but I had quite a lot of knowledge on, so but I had quite a lot of knowledge on machine learning, and I did know a lot, or I did know quite some stuff about ChatGPT as well. So let's see what will the response be this time. So great, since you already know about machine learning and ChatGPT, let's dive a bit deeper. ChatGPT is based on the GPT-4 architecture, which is a type of natural network called the transformer. The transformer is designed to handle sequences of data like text really well. It has a special way of looking at the relationship between words called self-attention. This helps to understand the meaning of a sentence even when words are far apart from each other. Well, you can see that the vocabulary is suitable for a 10-year-old. It's not, that different from the 18-year-old, but the explanation has more details because I changed the level of knowledge this time. Even though the age went down with 8 years, the level of knowledge went up, and therefore the explanation is even better this time. We get more details, and you can see how you can use both the conditions for age and knowledge within the same user type. So this is a really great example, and now I could also tell ChatGPT to explain the same concept. So explain the same concept as if I were a professional in the field of prompt engineering. As a professional in prompt engineering, you're familiar with the nuances of designing and optimizing prompts for AI models like ChatGPT, which is based on the GPT-4 architecture. GPT-4 is a transformer model utilizing self-attention mechanisms for efficient sequence-to-sequence tasks. And we get all of this information, which goes even deeper. It uses more terms. It's got a terminology that's more professional than in the previous examples because we're talking about a professional in the field. And also, saying which field are you professional within is a great way to make ChatGPT understand more about you. So if you say you're professional in prompt engineering, ChatGPT will try to explain how ChatGPT works based on what you know. So let's say you're an expert in math, right? So ChatGPT will try to tell you how it works based on some critical thinking patterns. So basically, by providing ChatGPT with information about who you are, it will understand how to tailor its outputs in a better way so you understand the outputs yourself. So it's better to explain to ChatGPT who you are if it's needed in the context, of course. And that's it pretty much on why providing ChatGPT with data about the user type is very important. Now, this is pretty much on how you can create prompts and craft prompts for different knowledge levels. Pretty basic, pretty simple. I think you can do it. So, just try it out and see whether you get different responses. And see you in the next lesson where we will talk about other ways of, using different user types to get different outputs. So I had fun. Thanks for watching and see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back to another video of our course where we will go a bit deeper into the ways you can change the user type even more. So we'll focus today mainly on different backgrounds of the user types. So when you provide ChatGPT with a prompt and you describe yourself, describe the user type, you can also add in information about your background, where you live, what happened, or why are you asking ChatGPT to help you with a task? Maybe you tried to do that task yourself, but it didn't work. Maybe you have some background in a niche or something. We discussed about background a little bit in one of the previous lessons, where I told you that by providing ChatGPT with information on your job position, which is basically background information about yourself, you help the chatbot to provide you with an output that might be more related or more close to what you want, because it provides you an output where the terminology or the words or the explanation seems more intuitive to you because you're in a specific field. So let's not waste any more time, and let's go ahead and start start writing prompts. How can you use different backgrounds to change the user type? Well, let's think of a simple prompt right now. I don't know. Let's see. Write an essay on peace, or on what you think silence means, or write an essay on what silence means. And then I will proceed to add some, or I will go before the prompt with task. I will add some background information about myself. Let's say I live in Europe. I work as a teacher at a public school. Write an essay on what silence means. If I hit enter, I will get the following thing. So let's wait for the essay. So unfortunately, ChatGPT is currently processing too many requests. Let's just copy this. I'll just copy the prompt. I will refresh the page, and let's see what will happen this time. So, title: Embracing the Power of Silence, a reflection on its meaning and significance. So we have this essay about what silence means, and you can see that the text is written at the first person. I mean, it's as if I'm narrating the text. We can see that the pace, the vocabulary seems to the one of a teacher, of a higher educated person, and this is how changing the user type can influence and impact a lot the way ChatGPT will provide you with the output. It's a very interesting piece of essay. It's a very interesting essay on what silence means. I mean, it's amazing. You know, I've worked so much with this tool, and still I never stop being amazed by what it does. Just amazed. It's amazing. All right, so let's continue. I will do the same thing. I will type in background information. I live in India. I work as a shopkeeper. Write an essay on what silence means. So background information about myself. And if I hit enter, let's see what will the result be this time. Discovering the essence of silence, a meditation on its significance and impact. Living in India, a land of vibrant culture, rich traditions, and bustling marketplaces, silence can sometimes seem elusive. As a shopkeeper, I'm continually surrounded by the sights and sounds of daily life, from the chatter of customers to the cacophony of the streets. And as we continue, you can see that this essay doesn't only include the job of this person of the user type. It also includes the cultural aspects of this user type, since the person we're talking about, the user type, is from India. Basically, we're gonna go into some aspects of Buddhism, where we might talk about meditation and how meditating can make us be at peace with ourselves and reach this silence of the soul. But you get what I mean here. You can change the output at 180 degrees just by making differences or adjusting the user type, even by a bit. So cultural references, job references, temperament references, all of these matter when providing ChatGPT with the prompt, because it will know how to answer to your prompt first of all. So keep in mind that, and this is just one of those ways you can use the amazing power of ChatGPT to provide or to get the desired outcome. So that's it pretty much on how you can use different backgrounds to change your user type, how you can adjust the background to change the user type. There are still a lot of ways you can change your user type, but we'll focus mainly on this. And in the next lesson, we are going to see how can we take all of these smaller adjustments we've made and include them in one big adjustment in the crafting of the user type. So stay tuned. Hopefully you've liked this lesson. Hopefully you've learned something new out of this lesson. And see you in the next one. Alright, so welcome back to another lesson of ours within this course, where we will talk about personalized users. Basically, personalized users are a user type. I mean, it's when you create your own user type based on your preferences and different conditions. When do we use personalized users? Well, you can use a personalized user in any case scenario, but a lot of the times you want to use always a personalized user when you want to learn something with ChatGPT. That's because by having your own personalized user type, you will get responses based on what you know, what's your current knowledge of things, and so on. And because of this, it will be much easier for you to understand the new information. But you can really use personalized users anytime, also including when you write some creative work. So when you write an essay or maybe a description, or pretty much anytime you can use personalized users. Okay, so these are great ways to get the desired outcome. So when talking about personalized users, we have to keep in mind a few concepts here, such as, what's the age? So what's the age of this user? Based on this criterion, ChatGPT will explain things in different ways. It will change the vocabulary based on your age, Because if you're 8-year-old, I mean, if you choose to be an 8-year-old in the conversation, you will get lots of analogies, and the vocabulary will be quite simple to understand. While if you choose to say that you're 26 or whatever your age is, then you will get a more complex vocabulary. And you can change this criterion pretty much for any prompt, so it's not it doesn't have to stay static for the whole conversation, but usually when you write your personalized user, when you create your personalized user, you should input your own age. Then we have learned that there are different knowledge levels. Here you can also add in what's your job, or maybe what's your hobby. So it doesn't depend, but you can add in here what is it that you know in terms of information, what's your knowledge about, especially, I mean, the topic you will discuss with the chatbot. So don't add information that is unnecessary, add only whatever you think will be necessary for the chatbot to know. Then of course there is the background. So this includes any additional information that we should know about yourself that wasn't included in these two levels above. So this is a very basic way of creating your personalized user. Actually, when you work with ChatGPT, ChatGPT makes you a personalized user. I mean, it creates your user type differently each time based on how you write the prompts, based on how you respond to the questions, based on multiple factors. Now, you have to understand that your user type will build up during the whole conversation. So if you, for example, input at the beginning of your conversation what's your user type, it doesn't mean it will stay static. ChatGPT will keep on changing in your user type based on your responses and how the conversation is going. So keep that in mind. If you want to learn something, you should probably use only a single chat. So don't use multiple chats, because this way you can create a really great personalized user which develops as you go. So without any further ado, let's go ahead and let's try to create a very personalized user. I don't have to do it because, I mean, I have ChatGPT here, so I'll just copy whatever ChatGPT gave me. I told ChatGPT the criterion, all of the details I need, and now I'll just have to input in the personalized user in here. So this is information about myself. You must respond only, so you must only with an okay if you understand this. Okay, got it. Now we have our personalized user, and based on this user, ChatGPT will respond to our following questions. So for example, explain to me the 2008 economical crash in 10 sentences. So here we go. We get a response which will not be too, broken down for someone that doesn't have a lot of knowledge, because Sarah has 24 years and she's a college graduate who majored in philosophy and minored in computer science. So let's see what will we get here. So we get a great description here. Now, you realize that, I mean, you saw in our past examples how the user type can affect the output, so I won't go through this a lot. you got the main points. So these are the main things to keep in mind if you want to create a personalized user from the beginning. And just remember that ChatGPT will keep on building the personalized user as you talk with it, as you go through back and forth with each iteration. So that's pretty much with this lesson. Thanks for watching and see you in the next one. Alright, so welcome back to another lesson of our course. Today we are going to discuss about conversational flow in ChatGPT. How can we make the output better by using these techniques called conversational flows. So first of all, let me show you what most people tend to do in ChatGPT. So what most people tend to do in ChatGPT is the following thing. They give the prompt, they get the output, and then they change the topic. Basically, they have a prompt, then they get the output of the prompt. So they need, if let's say they need something, if they need some information, or if they need a task done, they input the prompt with the task at the very beginning. So basically, they give ChatGPT the prompt with the task, but then proceed to the other task they have right after they get the output. So it's as if they were talking with Google or YouTube and not a chatbot. So they need something, they say what they need, they get the output, they go on with the following thing they need. This is not how you chat with ChatGPT. This is not how you get this conversational flow that we were talking about. So if you want to, if you want to get conversational flow with ChatGPT, which will give you in return a better output, then you must learn how to chat with ChatGPT, right? So obviously, now what is the simplest way to have a conversational flow with ChatGPT? How to make the conversation flow? How to make it better than what we have here? Well, this is the worst case scenario. What you can do is quite simple. You can keep the conversation simple. So basically, remember what we have discussed about complex prompts. You should not use very complex prompts because it will confuse the chatbot. At the same time, you should not get into the prompt with the task at the very beginning, so write into it and then change the topic. I usually recommend having different chats for different tasks, because this way you get the most out of ChatGPT, you don't confuse it, and so on. You can still have multiple tasks in the same chat, but it depends. You need to do some things if you want to get the best out of ChatGPT. Things we did not discuss yet, but we will discuss about them. Anyway, what I mean is you should not get into the prompt with task at the very beginning. What you should do instead is you should treat ChatGPT like a friend of yours. Basically, what happens is when you start communicating with ChatGPT, when you start treating it like, like a friend, what happens is basically you stop referring to it as to Google. You don't simply ask questions. You get engaged into this conversation. And basically it means referring to ChatGPT sometimes not as to it, but to he or she. So you basically humanize ChatGPT. And at the same time, try to keep a non-formal tone. It depends. I mean, if you need a formal document, if you need a formal, output, of course you can keep that formal tone. But If you want to get the most out of ChatGPT in most cases, you could make the conversation flow really well by using a more friendly tone. Another way you can keep the conversational flow going with ChatGPT is by encouraging ChatGPT to ask you questions. So by encouraging ChatGPT to ask you questions will be much easier because it will keep the conversational flow going, since you won't have to come up with prompts every single time. ChatGPT will come up with questions you'll just have to answer to. So this is easier a lot of the way and a lot of the times. And let's stop with the theory and let's go ahead and try some examples. So for example, when I will start chatting with ChatGPT, I will not use a very formal tone. I will treat ChatGPT like a friend of mine, a very knowledgeable friend of mine. So I will say, hey, and you can use a prompt which doesn't have anything to do with the actual task you want to give ChatGPT. You can still give ChatGPT a task, but a task that doesn't have anything to do with the main task. So just to introduce him. So you could say something like, hey, what do you think is, or what do you think are some valuable qualities in a person? There are many valuable qualities in a person, and different people might prioritize them differently. And then here we go with the examples: empathy, integrity, and some others. Now, what I can do is I can tell ChatGPT to ask me a set of questions. Each question must be asked individually, up to 3, and at the end, can you describe my personality in the limits of my answers? So here we have a prompt which encourages ChatGPT to ask me a set of questions. So let's see. Question 1: how do you usually react when faced with a difficult challenge or problem? I pause and look at the possible... well, my bad. Question... My bad, unfortunately I pressed enter too early, so question 1, I will say that I pause and look at the possible options I have. Question 2, I try to debate in a respectful way. And question 3, here we go. How do you approach new experiences or learning opportunities? With a great deal of curiosity. So let's see what will ChatGPT tell us. Based on my responses, my personality seems to include the following traits: thoughtfulness, I tend to pause to consider my options when facing challenges; respectful communication, when dealing with conflicts or disagreements, I focus on respectful debate; and curiosity, my eagerness to approach new experiences. So basically, this is provided here to show you that you should always encourage ChatGPT to ask you questions, because this can keep the conversational flow going, and this is pretty much the lesson for today. Also remember to keep it simple, not too complex, because it will confuse ChatGPT. That's it with this lesson. Thanks for watching and see you in the next one. Hello and welcome back to another lesson of ours. In today's video we are going to talk about the branching logic. So what do I mean by the branching logic? Well, it's a way of keeping the conversational flow, but controlling it to go in the path you want it to go. So if it doesn't make sense now, just stay with me, it will make in a moment. So let's come here to our whiteboard, and let me tell you what does it mean. What is this branching logic? So we all start with ChatGPT as default, right? So we are all in the same place basically. Now what you have to realize is that as you provide ChatGPT with a prompt, you can make it take a different path, right? So it can take one path or another, and then basically, if let's say this is open-ended, if this is an open-ended prompt and this is a closed-ended prompt, so let's say based on the information it can take another path or another path, and then it can divide. It can divide in this way, and this way, and this way, and in this way, and this ways, and it keeps on dividing on multiple paths based on how you write your prompt. So your first prompt will divide and will take you from the default model where we all start to something really far away down the line, and I mean what is supposed to tell you is that you can control this conversation however you want. So if for example, let's say I want to get an SEO optimized description for a YouTube video, how do I get that? Well, I start here in point A, so this is gonna be point A, and I want to get an SEO description, optimized description, an SEO friendly description from ChatGPT. How do I do that? Well, imagine the SEO description as being point B. I have to get from point A to point B, right? So how do I do that? So let's say I start here at point A, and then I provide ChatGPT with the topic. The topic is YouTube videos, SEO optimization, and it goes on the right path, right? Then I provide ChatGPT with more information. What is this video about? And it goes on to still continue on the right path. And then I provide ChatGPT with information about what I teach in that video, and it goes on the right path. And then I provide ChatGPT with some keywords, and it goes on the right path. But then let's say that I provide ChatGPT with a prompt which for example, I mean, let's say I tell ChatGPT I want the description to be more detailed, and let's say ChatGPT takes this path when it should have taken that path, right? So instead of taking this path, it took this one, right? And what do we do in this case? Well, in this case, you can use this branching logic. You can simply, by observing where you have to end, you can tell ChatGPT that the last prompt was bad, and when you realize that, when you use this branching logic, you realize that you have gone off path, off the road, and then you can tell ChatGPT that the output it provided isn't what you wanted, and you can tailor it based on your needs, and you will then go onto your path, and this way you will get to point B. So, to make it even better, let's try it with a real example. Because, you know, I love examples, and you learn the best when you do some, examples in ChatGPT. So let me show you an example, a real example of how you can use this branching logic in ChatGPT. Alright, so as our example, I will not go really far since I already gave us that idea with the SEO title. I will do the same thing. So I will say that the topic is YouTube SEO, so YouTube or video description SEO optimization. I have created this video on the topic, or I have created this video on how you can meditate, or how alright, so how you can meditate, and then we get a title: Master Meditation in Minutes, a comprehensive beginner's guide, and the description. I actually didn't want to hit enter, but anyway, so imagine this as being the first ramification of the branch, right? So we have this, we have the description. Wow, it even gives us timestamps. Interesting, really interesting. I didn't expect that, but anyway. So we have this. Now let's say it's okay, but I don't want those timestamps. So what I will do is I will tell ChatGPT that it's great, but I would like it to be more SEO friendly by using some other keywords. So what I will do is great description, only that I don't want that timestamps section. I also don't like hash tags. You can optimize the description even more to become SEO friendly. And here we go. This is the next branch. Basically, this is the description being optimized even more. So we get the description with a few changes. We don't get timestamps, but we get what we will cover in the video. Interesting. And now let's say I would like to, so I will say great description, but within this video I talk about health and well-being as well, or for a bit. Can you include that within the description? Alright, so now ChatGPT did something that I didn't want to happen. The title was Master Meditation in Minutes, a comprehensive beginner's guide. Now the title is Master Meditation in Minutes, a comprehensive beginner's guide to health and well-being. I said that I want to add that only in the description. I didn't say I want to include that in the title as well. So what I will do is, it's basically, I'm on this branch right now, on this ramification, and I want to go back, but at the same time forward. So I will go ahead and tell ChatGPT that it's great, but I didn't ask for the title to be renewed. Can you go back to the last version of the title, which had nothing to do with well-being? And now I will get the title from this prompt, but I will get the description from this one, as you can see. So it's not this one, it's the title of this one and the description of this one. So it's a combination of both. Just the fact that I went into a place, I mean, ChatGPT took me towards a direction I didn't like. I didn't like that title, and that title, if I would have developed the idea even further, the title would have got me into totally a different point. Now I went back and I told ChatGPT what I want, because this is the branching logic. Basically, whenever you see that ChatGPT takes you into a different place, you know, I mean, you can easily tell it to simply revise what it told you and go back to the initial point. Now, let's say I have a different scenario. Let's say that I'm in point A, right? I get here, so I arrive at this point. Let's say at this point, and now I realize I actually took the wrong branch. So I actually wanted to go in this direction, so a totally different direction. What do I do now? Now, when you're here and you want to go towards a different branch, so you want to totally change your direction, then you can use you can generate a new chat. So you can go here in ChatGPT and press on new chat, or you can do something else. What you can do is you can tell ChatGPT to go to this point, this default point, and from there on you can choose this branch and go towards this branch. So how do you do that? Well, it's a very simple and nice prompt I like. So the prompt goes as following. After this prompt, you will not consider anything that you have written before in this chat, and you will erase all data about this chat before this prompt. If you understand this, write done. Done. And now ChatGPT simply erased all of the data before this prompt. And now we are at this point where we have to make a choice which branch should we take on. So this is it with the branching logic. You realize which path does ChatGPT take you on, because once it takes you on one path, ChatGPT changes its way of thinking as well as the output. So when you're here, ChatGPT thinks in a way. When you're here, ChatGPT thinks in a different way. And when you're here, ChatGPT will think totally differently. So the output will be different in this and this place, of course. So the branching logic helps you make ChatGPT pivot and go towards what you want from it. So that's it pretty much with this lesson. Hopefully you found it interesting, because I did, and see you in the next one. Alright, so welcome back to another lesson in our course. In today's lesson we'll discuss about how you can handle errors and exceptions within ChatGPT. So sometimes these are, as I said, exceptions, but sometimes when you work a lot with ChatGPT, when you'll use it a lot, you will find and bump into these small errors. Most of the time, you'll realize that they're because of your prompt, which wasn't um, correctly written. But sometimes it might be the mistake of ChatGPT. So what do you do in that case? How you can handle errors and exceptions? Well, I actually recorded a lesson before this one when I tried to give ChatGPT a few tasks that were quite, and on the edge, tasks that probably I thought would make him do some errors. But unfortunately, or fortunately, it didn't happen. ChatGPT, handled those tasks really, really well. And so, unfortunately, I didn't find a real example to provide you with. But if I will record sometimes one of the lessons and I'll bump into an error, I will try to include that within the course. So let's see what you can do in the case of getting some errors in ChatGPT. When you provide ChatGPT with a lot, and I mean it, when you provide ChatGPT with a prompt which requires a lot of output, so for example, a prompt that says, write me a 10 pages long essay. When you provide ChatGPT with a prompt like this, you'll probably get the output. So you'll get your output then there, and then suddenly it will stop. So what I mean by that, let's say ChatGPT has the introduction, then the main part of the essay. So it has, the first argument, then it proceeds to the second argument, but then when it should go to the third argument, it suddenly stops. So what ChatGPT could do in this case, so I'll try to act as ChatGPT right now and give you the output. So let's say above this, these lines, imagine that it's a lot of text, and now beyond, after that you get the continuation. So ChatGPT would say something like, let's say, a third argument might, and then it stops. So it can be in the middle of a sentence, and then suddenly, without any reason, basically, of course, the reason is that it was too overwhelmed, you gave it a lot of output to write. And often, in most cases, when this happens, ChatGPT will suddenly stop. Now, what most people tend to do is they tend to simply re-give ChatGPT the prompt, and ChatGPT will go ahead again through the intro, the first argument, the second argument, the third argument, and if they're lucky, if they are indeed lucky, ChatGPT will give them the whole message as long as it is. Now, why should you do that when you can do something much smarter? So you can go ahead in ChatGPT, and instead of doing, instead of rewriting the prompt after such an error where ChatGPT just suddenly stops, you can ask ChatGPT to continue the message. So I have an idea for this. I will, act at least a bit. So I will tell ChatGPT to give me a text about the tech revolution, but then you must interrupt and stop in the middle of the text without no reason. Basically, I'm training ChatGPT to fail here. I'm telling him that it should fail, but this is what we want. So we want a text which will simply stop. and then I will use a prompt to make ChatGPT continue that text. In this case, I mean, I trained ChatGPT to stop and interrupt the text. But when you'll have this kind of situation, it works just like this, just the same. So let's wait for ChatGPT to write whatever it wants to write. While it writes this text, I wanted to address something. So, as I said, you might hear me saying or addressing ChatGPT as him or she, just because I said it before a bit. Just for a bit, you should humanize ChatGPT a bit more. So, talk to it like you would talk to a human, and you know the reasons why that we went through in the conversational flow lesson, right? So. Okay, got it. Interesting. So ChatGPT actually wrote interruption. I apologize, but I might stop in the middle of the text without any reason, as you requested. Wow, it's a smart guy, you know. So now I will say, you stopped in. So what's wrong? So you stopped in the middle. So. Of the sentence, can you continue the essay? Certainly, I apologize for the confusion. I will continue from where I left off. And here we can see that ChatGPT starts to continue from where it left off. Alright, so amazing tool. So this was the last sentence, in particular the integration of AI, and we get it here, and then it keeps on writing. So this is mainly what you should do when you get such an error, even though in our case it wasn't an error, it was pre-trained, it was, you know, an act, as you would say, but I did it for the purpose of education, so it doesn't qualify as a bad thing though. But anyway, so this is what you should do anytime you get, you know, the ChatGPT stops or interrupts abruptly. So you should not take this prompt and copy it and rewrite it, because unfortunately this is what some people tend to do. They really, I mean, they think of ChatGPT as being a search engine, and they think that if they will ask it, or him or she, to continue writing, they think ChatGPT will not keep on the same flow on the same page, which is not the case, because it's a great tool. So that's it pretty much on how you can solve these sudden stops. Now we have something else. We can go on with some other ways to handle errors. Let's write something as write about democracy. So write an essay about democracy in the Middle East. Here we go. Democracy in the Middle East, challenges and prospects. Introduction. The Middle East, a diverse and complex region, has long been known for its rich history, cultural heritage, and geopolitical significance. However, the pursuit of democracy in the region has faced numerous challenges due to a combination of historical, social, and political factors. And here we go to see this information. Here we go through all of this. I will just skip to the part where ChatGPT provides everything, so you don't have to wait for it. Alright, so as you might go through these texts, you might see, I don't know, you might see some faults or some errors here. And then you can use the following prompt to tell ChatGPT to handle the mistakes. So the prompt is really simple. A mistake I see here is introducing Tunisia in this essay, which is about the Middle East, first of all. So what does Tunisia has to do with the Middle East? I don't know. I mean, Tunisia is in Africa, in the northern part of Africa, so I wouldn't really consider it a part of the Middle East. So I will tell ChatGPT to revise the information about Tunisia, since I don't think it's a part of Middle East. And we will give this to ChatGPT. And let's see. So we'll get the essay once more. Probably this time it will be without the Tunisia part. So it will probably lack this segment. And this is a prompt you can use anytime you want to revise something. Even though it might be correct, you can ask ChatGPT to revise some information or, some context or whatever you want to revise, and maybe tell you why it did right in that particular way, or just to look whether if the information is accurate or not. Okay, so here we get the information again about Tunisia, but this time it specifies that it's in North Africa. So even though the essay is based on the Middle East, it gives Tunisia as an example. So these successes can serve as an inspiration for the Middle East. So here we get the essay revised, and you can revise any piece of information with ChatGPT. It doesn't have to be wrong to revise it. You can revise true information just to be sure it's true, and this is another way of solving some problems. And now the last but not least important method to handle errors and exceptions is the verified/unverified label. What does it mean? Well, let me show you what it means. It's amazing. I'll tell ChatGPT that for any prompt or any output provided after this prompt, I will say that for any output provided after this prompt, I want you to mark it as verified or unverified. So I will say I want you to mark it as verified if the accuracy of the message is 70% or higher, or unverified if the accuracy is less than 70%. If you understand this, well, I wanted to say if you understand this message, say okay, but whatever. So let's see what ChatGPT tells us. So yes, it understands my request. For any output provided after this prompt, it will mark it as either verified or unverified based on the estimated accuracy of the information. So let's ask ChatGPT something different. So what is the meaning of life? And let's see the label. Unverified. Alright, so the meaning of life is a philosophical question that has been debated and contemplated for centuries by philosophers, theologians, and individuals from various walks of life. And we get all of this information. about what is the meaning of life. It's an unverified answer. Now let's ask ChatGPT what is the name of the country that is right above the US on the map. The information should be verified, I guess. Why does it take so long? I mean, the question is quite, not a question you'd oftenly get bumped into. But it looks like ChatGPT is having trouble answering this question. The country located directly north of the United States on the map is Canada. So you get a point of this unverified/verified label. You can filter through the messages ChatGPT gives you that might be, not so accurate, and you can change that accuracy percentage as you wish. Now, that's pretty much on how you can handle basic errors and exceptions. Hopefully you found this lesson interesting and insightful, or fruitful, or, full of information, as you will. But that's it pretty much. If any other errors or exceptions might appear in the future, I shall update this course and add a few more lectures to this section. But for now, these are the main ones I bumped into. Now, of course, there are the other errors you cannot do anything about, such as when the server goes down, or that kind of stuff. But pretty much that's it with this lesson. Thanks for watching, and see you in the next video, where we will talk about how you can design a natural flow. So that's it. See you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back to another lesson of our course, where we will talk about how you can design a natural flow. So how do you make the flow seem natural? Well, this is mainly done by using all of the tools we've learned about in this course, plus a few other things. So first of all, you have to keep talking with ChatGPT as if you were talking to a person. This is one of the ways. Then you also need to provide ChatGPT with enough information so it knows what it should talk about. Then you should encourage ChatGPT to ask you questions, because by making ChatGPT ask you questions, you pass the conversation starter badge, so to say, to ChatGPT. And then ChatGPT becomes the one that actually has to think about the questions, right? So it's not about you, it's about ChatGPT that has to come up with prompts for you, basically. And besides all of that, you also need to keep in mind one very important thing, which I might have told you about, but I cannot stress this enough. So what people tend to do is, when they get into ChatGPT, they have the console here, where they input their text, the prompt, and if, for example, they need a title for YouTube video, what I do is they simply say, write me a title for a YouTube video, and then they press enter. They might say also the topic is about exploring the city of Chisinau. And now when they press enter, they get the titles, but that's not the point. I don't care about the title itself. I don't care about it at all. I don't care about the output. If you just need a simple, fast answer from ChatGPT, of course you can do that. But most of the time, when you want to get something more developed, you should never do that. You should never jump into the prompt with the task from the first prompt. Never do that. So in order to design a natural flow, you must not give ChatGPT everything all at once. What I mean by that? Well, you should not give ChatGPT all of the conditions, all of the tasks, all of the information in one single prompt. You should get your information first of all from multiple prompts. So basically what I mean here is you should test and refine. And why I tell you to treat ChatGPT like a friend and not a very powerful tool? Well, when you're talking with a friend, you have to introduce him to what you're talking about. So, for example, if ChatGPT doesn't know anything about what you're discussing, then you should definitely introduce ChatGPT to your subject. So, how do you do that? Well, let's say I will press F5 and I will refresh this, and now okay, and now let's say that I want to talk with ChatGPT, where I want it to write me, I don't know. Let's say I need a thumbnail for an online course. Okay, so the topic is basically creating the thumbnail for the online course. This is what I need. This is the task. And the topic is mostly likely gonna be related to online courses. So I will initiate a conversation as I would do with a real human. Do you know anything about online courses and how you can market them better? Do you know anything about ways to get a higher conversions rate from the impressions? So basically there are two questions in here. So I will delete this with how you can market them better, and I will say, do you know anything about online courses and how you can get a higher conversions rate from the impressions? And now I will hit enter. This is not the task I want ChatGPT to do for me. This is not what I wanted. What I want ChatGPT to do. What I want ChatGPT to do for me is to provide me with details for a thumbnail on an online course I will publish. Now, what I did here, I initiated or I introduced ChatGPT to my topic by asking it questions related to that topic. Now, as we will go back and forth through the iteration process, he'll get to know more about what I want, and I'll get to know more about what it wants. So, I mean, it's as we've talked before. You should iterate with ChatGPT as much as you can, since it's what makes it understand your need better. So here we go. We need a high quality course. We need clear value proposition. We need engaging course preview. We have to optimize our landing page. We need to use social proof and some other things. And then I will go even further and ask ChatGPT whether it knows anything about graphic design. So basically, I tell ChatGPT what is the topic. I mean, you can easily tell ChatGPT that the topic of this discussion is graphic design and online courses, but by providing it with questions like this, it understands more of what I need. So I will go ahead and ask ChatGPT, do you know anything about graphic design and how to make thumbnails that are appealing to people? So let's wait for it to end, and now I will hit enter. Yes, I can provide some tips on graphic designs and creating appealing thumbnails. Thumbnails are small images that represent larger content such as videos or articles and play a crucial role in capturing the viewer's attention. Here are some guidelines to help you create eye-catching thumbnails. So we need to use the right dimensions and so on and so on. So ChatGPT will go ahead and tell me everything I need to know about graphic design and generating thumbnails. After I do that, I will introduce ChatGPT to my course. So now I introduced it to the topic, and then I'll introduce ChatGPT to my course's content. I'll tell ChatGPT what my course is about, and then I might go ahead and tell ChatGPT about my audience, what's my targeted audience, and after that, I might ask ChatGPT to ask me questions about my course to understand it better, and after that, I will ask ChatGPT to provide me with details about the thumbnail. So this is what you should do if you want to get a natural flow. Use conversate with ChatGPT as you were conversating with a friend, a very smart friend, by the way, because I mean, not everyone knows. I mean, no one knows what ChatGPT knows. Then you also need to understand that you should use multiple prompts. So when you conversate with a friend, you don't tell your friend directly, or if you want to introduce him to a topic, you should do it gradually. So not everything. Don't tell ChatGPT everything all at once. So that's the main point here. Then we can go ahead, as I said, and tell ChatGPT about my course content and my audience, and after that I could get the thumbnail description that would help me build the actual thumbnail. And if I want to go even further, I can ask ChatGPT about DALL-E 2. Does it know anything about DALL-E 2? And then ask ChatGPT to provide me with some good prompts from DALL-E 2. Does it know what good prompts look like in DALL-E 2? Then I could ask ChatGPT if it can write me a good prompt for DALL-E 2 that would generate something similar, maybe an element from my thumbnail. Or I could do the same thing with Midjourney. Now it doesn't matter. So that's it pretty much with how you can design a natural flow in ChatGPT. Hopefully you realize how much it can impact the conversation, how much it can truly give you the expected outcome. Of course, you don't have to do this if you only need a small answer and you have a close-ended prompt. But most of the time, I recommend using this technique to get the most out of ChatGPT. So that's it pretty much with this lesson. Thanks for watching and see you in the next one. All the best to you. Alright, so hello and welcome back to another lesson of our course. And in today's lesson, we're going to focus on understanding the mind of ChatGPT, how it processes information, how to take advantage of that. So we have already talked a bit about how ChatGPT understands your prompt, but now we'll go even deeper than that. And I have to, first of all, credit someone for the making of this lesson and this section entirely, and that person is ChatGPT, because this lesson and actually a lot of the course has been made with the help of ChatGPT, because I didn't know everything about ChatGPT. I mean, I knew only a bit about ChatGPT. What I did is I researched about ChatGPT through ChatGPT. So most of the stuff you're gonna see in this lesson, and actually all of the stuff, is what ChatGPT gave me as output after a series of long conversations with it. So basically in this section we'll explore the inner workings of ChatGPT, its thought process, and how it analyzes and responds to prompts. By understanding this mechanism, you will be better equipped to craft effective prompts, of course.
and we'll break it down into three main parts. So the first part will be tokenization. So we have tokenization. We have already discussed about it a bit in the past lessons. So what does tokenization refer to? Well, tokenization basically means that ChatGPT breaks down the input text into tokens, which are the basic units of meaning that the model understands. So basically, let's say you have a sentence. So I want you to write me an essay. So this is the prompt, and now what tokenization will do is it will break down each word separately, or it might break down some combinations of words, such as to write, as you can see, or an essay can be taken as a single token by ChatGPT. And this is basically what the tokenization process will do. It will look at each word individually. Now, why is it important to know that? Well, we'll get into why is it important to know this process in a bit, after we'll discuss the other two system or the other two components of the brain system of ChatGPT. So we have tokenization, then we have attention mechanisms. So let's write here. What do these do? So what do these attention mechanisms do? Well, their main purpose is to help the model focus on relevant parts of the input text and maintain context throughout the conversation. So for example, it could look at this prompt. So after it breaks it down into tokens, it will look at it, and the main keywords, so this attention mechanism will look mainly at the following words. So it will look at write, it will look at essay. So these are keywords that ChatGPT will look at when it uses this attention mechanism part or component of its brain system. And finally, we have the language modeling. So here we have language modeling. So what does this language modeling part of the brain system do? Well, what it does is it predicts the likelihood of the next word or token based on the context of the input. So for example, you have write, you have essay, and then ChatGPT will start writing whatever it needs to write, and it has a list of a lot of words, and it looks at this list and then chooses the most likely word. So for example, if this is the most likely word, it chooses this one, and then it looks back at what it wrote, and it gets another list of words and then chooses the next word, and so on. And by choosing these words, it starts creating this sentence that makes sense. But I mean, first it looks at this words, and then after it gets the whole thing, it gives you the output, which is even more refined. This is the brain system of ChatGPT. It has three main components: tokenization, attention mechanisms, and language modeling. Now that you know, these three main concepts, we can go ahead and look at ChatGPT's thought process, which we will cover in the following lesson. So stay tuned and see you in the next lesson.
Alright, so in the past lesson we've talked about how ChatGPT thinks. What was the brain system? Now we'll talk about how ChatGPT thinks, its whole thought process. Basically, not that hard to understand. ChatGPT goes through four main stages. The first one would be pre-processing, where ChatGPT tokenizes the input and processes any special tokens. So you have the tokenization, where you get this prompt and it starts dividing it into different tokens, depending on your prompt. Then there's the evaluation process, the evaluation step, which which evaluates the input using the attention mechanism to identify relevant tokens and context. So it looks at the keywords, the special keywords you have within your token, and sees whether it can find out what's the context of your prompt. Then there's the generation step, which in return makes ChatGPT generate a response by predicting the most likely next tokens in the sequence, taking into account the context and any given constraints which were defined in the attention mechanisms. And then there's post-processing, as I've said, where ChatGPT gives you the output. Now, what you have to understand out of this thought process is the following. First, you have to be clear and specific within your prompt, because ChatGPT isn't a human being. So what it does is it takes the prompt through this tokenization process. Then it writes each word separately, outside of the whole context. Of course, it looks at the whole context if you have lots of words which describe the context, but when you give ChatGPT a prompt, remember that it will take your phrase and it will separate it into multiple segments. Now, imagine what might happen if you have a long prompt, a very long prompt, and in that prompt you have a negation. Well, in the short prompts, ChatGPT usually does really well on finding out negations and taking, for example, if you write don't be abstract, ChatGPT, if you write this in a short prompt, ChatGPT will take this whole thing as a token. Now, if you write this in a very long prompt, which ChatGPT might even struggle to, not struggle, but would take more than usual to analyze, it could, if there is some words here before the word don't, it could take don't in another context, and then it might take be abstract as another token. And what happens here, you get the opposite of what you ask for. So my suggestion is try to avoid negations, because what might happen is ChatGPT might take the negation out of context, and it could analyze it this way, where it goes on to do the opposite thing of what you ask it to do. So try not to use negations because of this tokenization process, which might make you, which might give you not so desired outcome. Also, you should use step-by-step instructions, especially for the complex tasks. Break down the request into smaller, manageable steps to guide ChatGPT more effectively, because, as we've said, there is this tokenization process, which breaks down the whole thing into separate pieces. And by doing a step-by-step instruction, so if you write it like this, step 1, then you write step 2, ChatGPT will look at this token, it will analyze it, and it will see a pattern here, because you rewrite step 1 and then you rewrite as step 2, and ChatGPT will understand that these are instructions It will analyze this, and then it will take everything before step 2, into context as step 1. And I mean, this is very, very easy for ChatGPT. It's more manageable for it to analyze it this way. So make sure to include action steps. Step-by-step instructions. You could also try to set boundaries, but again, don't try to use negations. Use affirmations. So, for example, you could write, make this essay 10 pages long, and this will provide ChatGPT with enough information to set the boundaries to 10 pages. So that's another thing to keep in mind. And again, as usual, try to experiment on your own. Sometimes rephrasing a prompt can yield better results. Don't be afraid to iterate and experiment with different approaches. So outside of this course, go ahead and try your own prompts. Try to see whatever works for you, because unless you don't try, you'll never see what's good and what's bad. So remember, this tokenization process is very important. It's very important to provide ChatGPT with enough, step-by-step instructions, because this helps ChatGPT read the prompt in a better way. And try to avoid negations, because this might really provide you with the opposite of what you wish for. Now, these are the tokenizations and why they're important to know about. This is only the first part of our whole brain system of ChatGPT. And next we have attention mechanisms, which we will cover in the following lesson. So thanks for watching, and see you in the next one, where we will dive a bit more into the brain system of ChatGPT. In today's lesson, we're going to analyze attention mechanisms and why you should consider them when writing prompts. They're pretty obvious to understand why you should consider attention mechanisms. Now, of course, that's obvious, but at the same time, people don't think of ChatGPT in terms of a tool. You should think of ChatGPT both as a friend of yours, as I said before, but at the same time, remember that it doesn't know what you're thinking about. So you should always use these attention mechanisms keywords, because this will really put light over your prompt. This will guide ChatGPT towards the result you wish to get at the end. So the first things to know about attention mechanisms is, of course, you should always, whenever you have a task, you should tell ChatGPT what's the task, what's the actual task you wish for, what is the expected output, and what's the format of the expected output. So ask ChatGPT to generate a table that might help me schedule my future YouTube videos. And I hit enter, and we get, here's a simple table template to help you schedule your future YouTube videos. And now here we get a table. The word table is an attention mechanism. It's been flagged by the attention mechanism of ChatGPT as a keyword that's very important, with significant importance, and it took it. Based on this token, it created this table. So always be sure to specify what's the format you can generate and you want to generate with ChatGPT, because this will definitely help you get the output you desire. Now, the attention mechanism can be manipulated in more and multiple ways. How can you do that? Well, it's very simple actually. What you can do is you can use some of the tricks of ChatGPT to use this attention mechanism, segment or part of its brain system. If you, let's say, have a big prompt and you want to make ChatGPT focus on a few keywords, you can definitely highlight some of your keywords. For example, let me show let me show you what I mean by that. So, write SEO description that is about a YouTube video where I show people top 10 cities of Europe. So by capitalizing these two words, you tell ChatGPT that this should be flagged by the attention mechanism. And capitalizing words is a great way of doing that. Now, another way you can still use this attention mechanism is, let me show you, by making some of the words bold. So how do you make words bold in ChatGPT? Well, it's very easy actually. Let's say I want ChatGPT to write me an essay on the importance of the, let's say, agricultural revolution. So I'll add this as well here. And when it happened. So I'll just stop generating this, and now if I hit enter, these two words, which have these two smaller star signs above them, are seen as bold by ChatGPT. ChatGPT, if it sees these two star symbols before a word, it flags them as bold, because this is the way ChatGPT writes things in bold. I mean, you can easily realize that these two words will be flagged by ChatGPT by its attention mechanism, because of course they must mean something if I put two star signs right near them. And let's actually ask ChatGPT, how do you bold some text in ChatGPT? So you can use double asterisks on either side of the text you want to bold. However, please note that ChatGPT itself does not support text formatting, and the bold effect might not appear in the response. This method is commonly used in platforms like Reddit or Discord. So, as you can see, ChatGPT bolded this text by using these double asterisks on either side of the text. So this text was perceived by ChatGPT as bold text, only it didn't appear as bold. I'm really interested to see whether if I say bold and if I put it like this, maybe it will be, oh, of course not. So let me see. All right, so anyway, you get a point. So ChatGPT will not, I mean, the interface will not bold this, but ChatGPT will see this as bold. So you can easily, flag some words for the attention mechanism of ChatGPT. And that's it for this lesson. I mean, you can still use capitalization to flag words from your prompt. Actually, I have an idea. I'll tell ChatGPT to analyze the prompt above and tell me which words were flagged. So, which words were flagged by the attention mechanism as important tokens. and if I hit enter, I will get the attention mechanism in a language model like ChatGPT assigns varying weights to different tokens in the input, depending. Alright, so we get all of this. So the word essay was flagged as an important token. Importance was also flagged as an important token. And then we get agricultural revolution. Alright, so very interesting here. I provided ChatGPT with a prompt which says the boy went to the farm to take some water. And I added double asterisks to the word to. And I thought ChatGPT would take it as a response. And it didn't. And I was thinking maybe it doesn't work. But then it said down here an explanation. So while the double asterisks are present in the prompt, they do not carry any semantic meaning in this context and would likely not be flagged as important. So in this context, the word to, alone doesn't mean anything. So ChatGPT took it as to take. It took two words as a token. And this actually tells me how good this tool is getting. I mean, it's amazing, just amazing how well it's become. So even by adding this to asterisks, if the word in this context doesn't have any semantic meaning, it will not be flagged as important. So of course, I mean, you will flag only the words that are important and have a semantic meaning, but I just wanted to, experiment and see what would happen. And this happened and I'm actually surprised. But pretty much this is how you can use this attention mechanism concept on part of the brain system of ChatGPT to make better prompts. Thanks for watching and see you in the next lesson. That's it. Alright, so hello and welcome back to another lesson of ours where we will discuss mostly about the third part of the brain system of ChatGPT, which is language modeling. And what is this mainly? So language modeling means that ChatGPT, as it analyzes each token separately, it starts to get a list of words that would go into the response. So for example, it analyzes this token, and then this one, it analyzes each token separately, and then the main tokens, which are key essential tokens, and then it starts to generate a list of words that have the biggest likelihood of being the first ones, and then it does this process for the whole output. And then of course there is the refining process where you get the actual output refined out of that language modeling process. Now, we don't care about the refining process. What we care about is what we can influence, and it's the language modeling process. And how can we influence that? Well, I'll tell you in this lesson. Alright, so now, if you go into ChatGPT here, well, if I'll open a new chat, then, not only, you don't need to exactly enter ChatGPT, but we'll do some examples a bit later. But what I mean is, we have already seen how the tokenization process and this attention mechanism work together hand in hand. Now, what you have to understand is ChatGPT, as I've told you before, analyzes each token separately. And when it comes up with this list of words and chooses what's the one that has the biggest likelihood to go next, it looks at multiple tokens. It doesn't look at single tokens. It looks at the whole picture, basically. Now, words might have different semantic meanings in different contexts. And that's why you should, when you describe something, you should not use one word to describe something. You should use multiple synonyms to describe a thing. And this is actually the third, that's actually the thing you have to take out of this third part of the brain system. What you need to know is you need to use synonyms. It's just that, but It's a big concept, and it's a concept you need to use because when ChatGPT looks at these tokens separately, and it looks at them in different contexts, but then it sees a pattern of words which have the same semantic meaning, then the probability that your language modeling will do the job very good will grow as you use synonyms. So it's a very simple concept to understand. Use synonyms, but the impact it can have on this system is actually quite bigger than you might think. When talking about the brain system of ChatGPT, these are basically what you have to know, but there are also other tips and tricks which somehow relate to all of these concepts here, all of these sections. I mean, that's it. Thanks for watching, and see you in the next video, where we will probably cover some tips and tricks that I didn't add in this lesson. So again, thanks for watching. Hopefully you found it interesting and insightful, full of new, ideas or concepts you can use in your examples and in your prompts. So again, I encourage you to go ahead and try out ChatGPT on your own, because in my opinion, after you get a foundation, because of course you need to have a foundation not to make the same mistakes as a beginner, which would take you about a few hundred hours or so, maybe even more. But after you get these basics in, you can go ahead and just experiment on your own, because ChatGPT is such a limitless tool in many ways. Of course, not in all ways, but not always, but in many ways, it's a limitless tool you can use and discover new things about it every day. So that's it pretty much. See you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back to another lesson of ours. In today's lesson, we're diving into the first tip and trick, which is going to save you a lot of time, especially when learning something new. And not only because you can use this trick almost any time with ChatGPT, but it's mostly helpful when learning. And the trick is very simple to use, but very efficient. So let me tell you the trick right now. It's asking ChatGPT to think out loud. Yes, that's it. I mean, but it's amazing. So, for example, let's try something such as think out loud as you analyze the potential advantages and disadvantages of implementing a universal basic income known as UBI. And now I will hit enter, and we get the process of thinking. We don't just get the information out of ChatGPT, we actually see the thinking process. And it's amazing to see critical analyzing and critical thinking, and it's easier for you to understand the material. So as I think through the potential advantages and disadvantages of implementing a universal basic income, I will consider its effects on various aspects of society, including economic stability, individual well-being, and overall social consequences. So besides getting the information in this way, you see which aspects will ChatGPT consider when analyzing this. And by seeing which concepts ChatGPT will consider, you can realize which ones it will not consider. So based on this, you can refine your prompt and go through the iteration process and add some other concepts that ChatGPT forgot to consider in his prompt. So, I mean, it's great, but the reason you should use the think out loud method is to understand the thinking process of ChatGPT, so it's easier for you to understand the material, and then you can see which things ChatGPT might have not integrated into its prompt. So it's something I found really helpful and really insightful. So
I mean, go ahead and try to use it whenever you have some information to learn. Alright, so let's try one more example just to make sure that we got it right. I'll ask ChatGPT to think out loud as it analyzes or as it explain the main differences between renewable and non-renew. Oh, sorry, my bad. I always hit enter because my keyboard is, you know, sitting in an uncomfortable way, but doesn't matter. So anyway, non-renewable energy sources. So think out loud as you explain the main differences between renewable and non-renewable energy sources. As I think about the main differences between renewable and non-renewable energy sources, I will consider factors such as the source of the energy, its replenishment rate, environmental impact, and long-term sustainability. Alright, so in these examples we have gotten bullet points like advantages and disadvantages. This method of thinking out loud is great, especially if you would add some more details about the format of the text. So let me actually rephrase this. So think out loud as you explain the main differences between renewable and non-renewable energy sources. Try to make it try to make your output seem like a speech, because this way it will not just be bullet points, point 1, point 2, and point 3, right? So I will stop generating that and I will hit enter again. Ladies and gentlemen, today I would like to discuss the main differences between renewable and non-renewable energy sources as we consider the future of our planet and the energy needs. So it takes us through its thinking process, but at the same time it's more than just these bullet points here. So you can see that it's a great way to understand information, much better than just asking ChatGPT for an explanation. Asking ChatGPT to take you through its thinking process helps you understand how well you have written the prompt, because it's all about how well do you write the prompt, and then you understand the key concepts in a better way. So that's it pretty much with this lesson. I hope you found it insightful, because when I found this, and I found this because of ChatGPT, because I have like tons of conversation with ChatGPT, and I have some chats where I just go deep into its system and its analyzing prompt system mainly, and I ask it to look at my prompts and suggest new ideas to improve them. And one of the things he said, based on what I wanted my output to look like, or its output to look like, basically ChatGPT suggested me to ask for its thinking process. It's more engaging, first of all, this conversation when ChatGPT gives you an output with its thinking process. But that's pretty much. See you in the next lesson. Alright, so hello and welcome back. In this lesson we're going to look at the second tip and trick, which is asking ChatGPT to self-doubt itself. Well, this might sound obvious, but when you usually ask ChatGPT for information on any topic, what will happen is you will get the following structure. You will get a statement from ChatGPT, after which will follow the argument, and after that will follow another statement, and after that an argument to the second statement, and after that so on and so on and so on. basically it's a simple structure. It's statement and argument that simply reinforces that statement. So it's just reinforcing the same statement once and once again, I mean every single time. Now, by asking ChatGPT to give you or to be more doubtful of itself, you'll get the following structure. You will start with the same statement, then you will proceed to the argument, which tries to reinforce your statement, or I mean ChatGPT's statement. Then ChatGPT will come up with a counter argument, which will try to, try to prove wrong of this statement. And then ChatGPT will weigh the counter argument and the argument and will come up with a final verdict. It's pretty simple, but especially when learning, you can, based on your prompt, you can set ChatGPT to go on a specific direction, and because of that, what will happen is you will get a biased response, and you don't want that. So you want to ask ChatGPT to doubt itself, because in this way you will not get responses that are biased, and you will get more accurate responses. Alright, so my prompt will be something like, write a short text about saving money, and I will hit enter, and we get this statement. Saving money is an essential aspect of achieving financial stability and building a secure future. And we get, by setting aside funds, individuals can navigate through unexpected challenges, achieve financial goals, and ultimately enhance their overall quality of life. And we get all of these arguments that reinforce the same idea. We only get the positive side, because this is basically the prompt. The prompt says write a short text about saving money, and it doesn't say that it's wrong or bad to save money. It just says about writing a text about this thing. And ChatGPT starts with this statement, and then all it does through this text, it reinforces that same idea. So we only got concepts and arguments that reinforce this statement. Now, I will first of all copy this once more, and before this I will write neglect all prompts before this one and erase all data in this chat before this prompt. So this way ChatGPT will not be biased. So now I'll say write a short text about saving money, and I will say or I will ask ChatGPT to have self-doubt at each of your statements. Have self-doubt at each of your statements, and debate if necessary at each of your statements. Now let's see what will we get this time. Saving money, as some might argue, is crucial for achieving financial stability, but others might say that it's not. The only way to ensure a secure future, is it really the best approach, or can people find other ways to achieve their financial goals? So you can see the difference here. You approach the same problem from two different perspectives, and you will not be wrong this time. So you can see that we got a different answer here. The answer might lie in finding a balanced approach, while here the idea was that saving money is the best thing you can do in your life. So it's the same topic, but by asking ChatGPT to be more doubtful of itself is a great way to first of all filter out the bad responses, And second of all, it's great to see the same problem from different perspectives. So that's it pretty much with this lesson. Hopefully you found it interesting, and see you in the next video. Alright, so hello and welcome back to another lesson in our course. In today's lesson we're going to learn about another concept of how you can get more insights into a problem, and that is to actually find out the benefits or find out the perspective of on the other side. What do I mean by that? Well, in simple terms, try to be the devil's advocate. Try to get ChatGPT to give you benefits of unexpected problems. So, for example, let's think of a problem we have right now. Most people believe that centralization of power is something we should avoid at all costs, and it's of course, I mean, it's obvious. So most people believe that the centralization of power is something we should avoid at all costs. Be the devil's advocate, and prove me wrong. I will hit enter and let's see what will we get this time. So here we get ChatGPT's response on this topic, and you can do it with all or any topic you want. And this one is, you know, something you would consider. I mean, you'd not consider that centralization of power is a good thing, of course, but here we get arguments from ChatGPT. And some of them, actually, so far, most of them, even though they're utopian, they are arguments, right? So you can look at a problem from different perspectives and see its solutions. Maybe get a different point of view, and it's amazing. It's an amazing tool to not have a biased opinion and not make ChatGPT a biased tool, because it's mostly biased on your prompt. And if you research for something, you should always use this tool to get different responses. So that's it with this lesson. See you in the next one. Hello and welcome back to another lesson of ours. In today's lesson we're gonna discuss about time constraints. Mainly, why should you use them? Well, people tend to use word limits if they want to write an essay or something like that, but actually there are some things you don't usually get into that word limit condition. So when you add a word limit, you simply constrain ChatGPT by how much it can write. But by adding a time limit, what you do is you create a sense of urgency. Basically, you're telling ChatGPT, I have this idea and I have to present it in 30 seconds. People don't have more time to listen to me. So this is amazing for creating pitches, for creating presentations, for anything that requires you to present an idea really fast. So you create this sense of urgency and ChatGPT adapts to it. So create a short presentation about the importance of renewable energy. You have just 30 seconds to present or I have 30 seconds to present it to the audience. And I will add the word just to add more semantic meaning to the phrase. And I will hit enter. The power of renewable energy. Alright, so I said create a short presentation. And it creates a short presentation. The prompt was not what I wanted. It's my bad. My bad. I will say a short speech because it's more clear than. So I will stop generating and I will hit enter. Alright, something went wrong. I will hit F5 and let's see what will happen this time. So here we get the short speech. Ladies and gentlemen, our planet is at a crisis crossroads, a critical crossroads. Climate change threatens our very existence, and it's time to take action. Wow, I love this. It creates that sense of urgency. You can feel it. You can feel it because it's only 30 seconds, and ChatGPT understands that. Wow, I love this. Wow. I expected this, but still, it's amazing. Wow, I will... Amazing. Amazing. Amazing, I mean. You can see how this sense of urgency changes everything. It's not just a short text, which has a text limit. It has this urgency because I have just 30 seconds to present this speech. And you have to get into those 30 seconds everything. And it's amazing. I love it. So that's the lesson. Just go and experience by it. Go in experience. You don't learn ChatGPT. You learn the basics. But then you have to experience it. You just learn the most basic stuff so you can, get started. But then, just go and experience it. ChatGPT is amazing. I mean, come on. Wow. Kudos. Kudos to ChatGPT. Alright, so hello and welcome to another lesson of ours where we will discuss about why you should use bad prompts. Yes, you heard me right. It's the first time I tell you that bad prompts are actually good for you. So, what do I mean by that? Well, it's a simple idea. You should give ChatGPT a good prompt, and then you should give ChatGPT a bad prompt. And then, after you do that, you will get your output, right? And what you will do is you will read the output and you will write a whole prompt with feedback for ChatGPT by saying what things it has done well in the good prompt, and then based on the other output you will say what things ChatGPT has done wrong. So, in this way, you train ChatGPT for what you want the output to look like. And by doing that, even by providing ChatGPT with average prompts, you will get great output. It's a great hack you can use anytime in ChatGPT. It's amazing. It's an amazing tool I've been using all the time. So, when you start your conversation, before you start anything, provide ChatGPT with a good prompt, provide ChatGPT with a bad prompt, and tell ChatGPT what you like in the good prompts output and what you don't like in the bad prompts output. And based on that, ChatGPT will tailor all of the outputs for your future prompts in that chat. It's a simple idea. I mean, I won't take any more of your time. It's quite obvious, right? But even if it's simple, it works just fine. So, I mean, you can provide us bad prompt. You can provide any bad prompt. Any simple prompt that's theoretical or not, so which doesn't have context. Any bad prompt works here. It's the bad output we're looking for. and any good prompt, I mean, it depends on your desired outcome. So that's pretty much with this lesson. Use this tool because it can help you a lot, and see you in the next one. Hello and welcome back to another lesson of our course where we'll talk about key prompts. So basically, key prompts are prompts you can use in any circumstances that I recommend you use with ChatGPT, and they have various utilities, but they are great. So a prompt, one of the a main prompt I use a lot with ChatGPT is elaborate. Basically, when you get a great idea from ChatGPT, I mean, I would go first through the brainstorming process, and after that, I would go to elaborate on the ideas I like that I got from ChatGPT, and it's a great way to develop ChatGPT's outputs. Another key prompt I tend to use a lot with ChatGPT is don't consider any prompts before this one. So when you if you remember the branching logic, when you want to go back to the initial ChatGPT, the default model, and not have it biased, you can use this prompt to return and go back to the default bias ChatGPT has. So that's also a great way to work with ChatGPT. You saw me use it a few times. You can also rephrase it like erase all information about this chat before this prompt. But I would not recommend that. I mean, I use it sometimes, but if I would be very serious about it, I think what could happen if ChatGPT, I don't think it will happen because it's too smart nowadays, but what would be the consequences if ChatGPT takes tokens differently and doesn't put them in context, and it sees that it should erase all of the information, I mean, not from that chat, but in general, and the prompts, the output you'll get in the chat where you use this kind of prompt might be, really bad. But you got a main point. You can rephrase this prompt as you like based on your needs, but it's mainly the same idea. You just go back to the default, bias of ChatGPT. So a third key prompt you can use in ChatGPT could be, look at this problem from a different perspective. So this will allow you to get a different point of view, basically, at the same problem, by seeing a different perspective of ChatGPT on the problem in itself. Another key prompt could be generate an analogy regarding this information. So basically, you realize what this prompt will do. Whenever you have some information which is hard to understand, you will generate an analogy to it, and it will be very easy to understand. Then we have a prompt you can use in any discussion at any time, in any context, is a great one, and is the following: summarize our discussion in this chat up until this point. So it will summarize your whole discussion, and you won't have to reread all of the prompts once again. You'll just get the main bullet points of the main things you've discussed with ChatGPT. It's a great and amazing prompt, a lifesaver prompt, actually, I would say. Another key prompt could be provide a real life example. So again, a great way to learn new stuff. Also, we have the prompt explore multiple solutions. A great prompt if you are doing some research. Then we have something like provide more context. So you use this one especially when you want to ask ChatGPT to provide you with more context about its explanation. So it might provide you with a description of something, or it might describe you some information, but it can be relative, and in different contexts its explanation might be different. So sometimes you might want to check what's the context of the description or the explanation ChatGPT is giving you. So that's also something to keep in mind. And a final but also great key prompt is rephrase this output. And you give ChatGPT, or you can say rephrase the last output, and it will rephrase you whatever it had to. And these are mainly the key prompts which you have to know about. If there will be any other key prompts I should add to this list, I will add them in future updates of this course. But so far, elaborate is a lifesaver prompt. Don't consider any prompts before this one is also very good, because I use this a lot, and this one as well a lot. Summarizing key concepts is also one that I use even more than probably these two combined. Generating analogies is also amazing, especially for learners. Provide more context is also great, but these four prompts: elaborate, don't consider any prompts before this one, generate an analogy, and summarize our discussion, are the main four prompts I use in mostly, if not all, but most of my conversations with ChatGPT. And that's it pretty much on the key prompts. Hopefully you found it helpful, this lesson, and see you in the next one. Alright, so another thing you should consider when writing prompts in ChatGPT should be to use descriptive tokens. Well, what are descriptive tokens? Well, what they sound like. They are tokens which describe whatever it is that you want to generate, or whatever information that needs to be described with some more details. But let me elaborate on that a bit more. So, for example, you would need to write an essay. So let's say write an essay on the importance of, let's say, consuming water. And I will hit enter. And here we go, we get the essay. Water, the most basic yet indispensable element of life, is the foundation upon which our existence thrives. It is a vital component in maintaining our health, ensuring the proper functioning of our bodies, and so on and so on. So here we get the description, but what you can do, and it's something that should become a habit when you write prompts. Whenever you write prompts in ChatGPT, you need to add these descriptive tokens. So instead of saying write an essay on the importance of consuming water, you should say write an engaging essay on the importance of consuming water. And here we go, the wonders of water. Water, the elixir of life, is often overlooked despite its indispensable role in our lives. And we go on and on. And the structure, the output is so much manipulated because of this descriptive token. Obviously, what tends to happen when we write prompts is that we as humans are not as aware as we think of our thoughts. And we definitely want to have an engaging essay. That's obvious, right? But we don't specify that because it's so obvious for us. But at the same time, you have to understand that very obvious things for us are are not so obvious for the chatbot, because you didn't specify that you want an engaging essay. It will not provide you an engaging essay. It will provide something neutral, or at least it will try to stay neutral based on the previous data it has been trained on. But you have to understand that these descriptive tokens are a game changer in the prompt writing, in the prompt engineering field, and they can definitely change your output at 180 degrees. So for example, let's try something else. For example, I'll say write a pitch about or write a small presentation about water. The presentation is 30 seconds long, and I will hit enter. And here we go. We got, wait a second, I don't want a presentation, my bad. Write a small script for a speech about water. And we got this small speech. You see that it's okay, it's a good speech, but not the best. Why isn't it the best, you might wonder? Well, of course, I could say here, write a small script for an engaging speech, but I'll not do that. Because I want to show you something else. I want to show you, I want to compare this output with an output that has a different descriptive token, but something else than just engaging. So I will say the presentation is just 30 seconds long. Now this descriptive token just added a very, very significant sense of urgency. Well, now the chat has this sense of urgency which will be kept within the script, because you have just 30 seconds and you have to deliver the whole thing in just 30 seconds. When you say it like that, it sounds more urgent than when you say it, the presentation is 30 seconds long. That sounds neutral to me, while this sounds with a sense of urgency. And if I hit enter, I will get this. You can kind of see how the one delivering the speech will be quite neutral in this one. In this brief 30 seconds, let us take a moment to appreciate the true essence of life, water, as the most abundant substance in our bodies. And then you go here. In these fleeting 30 seconds, let us pause to recognize water, the lifeblood of our existence. As the most crucial substance in our bodies and on Earth, water is the unsung hero that keeps us thriving. And here we have the speech. Now, you have to keep in mind that the chatbot has been biased by this output. If I take this and put it in here, and I don't have any other message before it, we will have something different. So, this output has not been biased. What's the biggest difference? So let's raise our glasses to the wonders of water and make a commitment to stay hydrated and cherish this life-sustaining elixir. Now this one, which has a sense of urgency, keeps that sense of urgency within the speech. Unfortunately, our planet is facing a water crisis due to pollution, wastage, and unequal distribution. Let's all join hands to conserve this precious resource by implementing simple practices like fixing leaks, using water-saving appliances. I mean, you can kind of see how this sense of urgency has also manipulated the output, and the output now has this sense of urgency that we need to save water, that we have a water crisis. While here, I mean, let's look here. I don't see anything about the water crisis. I don't see anything at all about it. Yeah, I don't see. And this one has been, this output, keep in mind that this one was biased based on this one. I mean, you can see that it's quite similar. It's because it's biased on one another. But don't mind. Just, you can see how this descriptive token just has changed the whole output. So, again, it should become a habit to write prompts with descriptive tokens, because these descriptive tokens can definitely change the output by a lot. So if I would go even further and say write a small engaging script for a speech about water, and I also have this just token, well, even ChatGPT 3.5 will give you something amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, let me ask you a question. What do you think is the most important resource for our survival? The answer is simple, it's water. So even ChatGPT 3.5, even though I wanted to use 4, accidentally used 3.5. And now, I mean, I hope you see the point and you see how much these descriptive tokens can change the output. Try to make a habit to use them all the time. So now just go ahead and try to play with these descriptive tokens on your own, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello everyone, and welcome back to another lesson in our course. Today we're exploring scenarios, and we'll start with the basics, basically, as usual. Why should you define who ChatGPT is? Well, we've already learned a lot about prompt engineering, about how to tailor your prompts based on the user needs, and ChatGPT will give you prompts accordingly to who he is. Yeah, that sounds, interesting, but it's true. So, for example, if you define ChatGPT as an electrician, but then you ask it for advices on how to do surgery, I wouldn't want to be in your place. So the point is, ChatGPT has a default, personality, and its personality will adapt throughout the chat based on the prompts, based on the user needs. But to facilitate that, to make it even way better, you can define who ChatGPT is in each and every single chat of yours. So you should define who ChatGPT is because it just gives you the desired output. For example, I will define, or wait, sorry. Well, again, I hate the fact that I usually press on enter before writing my prompt. I have to somehow stop doing that in this course, but anyway, so I will say in this chart you will act as a mathematician. So provide me with let's say steps on how to become, or provide me with a step-by-step guide on how to achieve success in life. I chose ChatGPT to be a mathematician because I want to show you basically how changing its personality will change the output. So when you choose a mathematician, for example, as the personality of ChatGPT, you will get, you probably, I guess, will get some good tips, but they will be written in such a way so that they, it seems like they have truly been given to you by a mathematician. So it's from that perspective. Basically, you change ChatGPT's perspective. It's as if saying, If you remember, in the lesson of ours, we said that ChatGPT could be the devil's advocate, and basically we chose its perspective. It's the same thing here. You choose what's the perspective, what's the limit of ChatGPT, from which point it sees the world, because you could see the world from different points and it could seem different things, or it could mean different things to you. So let's hit enter. And I'm really curious. As a mathematician, I can offer you an analytical and structured approach to achieving success in life. So you can see we already have that, flair of mathematician. Keep in mind that success is a subjective term and may vary from person to person. However, here's a step-by-step guide that can help you work towards your goals. Define success. Clearly outline what success means to you. It could be professional achievements, personal satisfaction, financial stability, all those kind of stuff. Specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound, smart goals. Interesting. So, nothing here is new, but just I like the way it writes things. You can see that it's based on the perspective of a mathematician. Prioritize your goals, develop a plan, execute the plan. So, it's as if I was talking with a mathematician, right? Overcome obstacles, learn from mistakes and setbacks. Well, we get a point here, right? Now let's try the same thing here. I will write before that a condition. Ignore all prompts before this one. In this chat, you'll act as a musician. So we got the point of view of a mathematician. Now let's see what will a musician tell us. So let's wait for the generation. And I will hit enter now. Okay. Really interested. So as a musician, ChatGPT, let's see what will it provide us with. I can offer you a creative and passion-driven approach to achieving success in life. Keep in mind that success is objective and may vary from person to person. Here's a step-by-step guide that can help you work towards your goals. Define success. Well, of course, identify what success means to you. Well, it's obvious in all cases, of course. Well, we can see that there's a difference in the formulation here. Set goals with passion and purpose, but here it said set specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound goals. So there's a big difference in the way that it formalizes it. Here, the third tip was to prioritize our goals. Here is to develop our skills and knowledge, cultivate creativity. So you can definitely see how much the output can differentiate based on changing the personality of ChatGPT. If you tell ChatGPT it's a kid that has 6 years old and you'll ask the kid to explain to you the theory of relativity, I don't know. But if you tell ChatGPT it's a very professional physics teacher at the most prestigious university in the world, and you'll ask that teacher to tell you about the theory of relativity, then the output will be different. And the same can be with any other topic. So, for example, if you want to get a description for a YouTube video, you can ask ChatGPT to be an SEO description, professional, or a person that deals with optimizing descriptions for being SEO friendly. You can ask ChatGPT to be a coach and tell it that it's a billionaire with over 12 years experience or 25 years experience in the startup industry, a billionaire that has 5 startups, 4 of them have failed, 1 of them has succeeded, and build that personality which will really much shape the whole conversation you have with ChatGPT. So you can see the first 2 points were pretty much very much the same. So set goals, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound goals. These 2 are the same basically. But then everything else is different from what the ChatGPT from the perspective of a teacher told us to do. So balance personal and professional life, adapt to the industry, share your work, create a unique identity, network and build relationships, cultivate creativity, develop your skills and knowledge. Here it's continuously improve. Well, it's the same thing, but it's written differently based on the personality. But then we have other things that haven't been written here, such as adapt to the industry, or stay, well, I don't see that here, or cultivate creativity, right? So there is no such thing here. Or stay persistent and resilient. Probably it might be here somewhere. I didn't read it really much, but you get a point. By changing the personality of ChatGPT, you can totally shape the output. So this is what we're going to do in this section of the course. We're going to create different scenarios where ChatGPT has different personalities. I mean, we have already worked with changing our personality, our user type, in a different section. Now we'll do the same but for ChatGPT. So that's pretty much with this lesson. See you in the next one. Hello everyone and welcome to another lesson of our course, where we will try to simulate a scenario where ChatGPT is a teacher. And as I said, these simulations, these scenarios actually help a lot to shape the way ChatGPT generates the output, because it prioritizes some levels of information over others. So I will write within the box, you will act as a physics teacher for the rest of this chat. You have over 10 or actually 25 plus years of experience in teaching. You teach at one of the most prestigious universities in the world. So it's more like one of the most prestigious engineering universities in the world. You are great at explaining hard concepts so that all students understand your lectures. You also have very engaging lectures that make or that leave your students wanting for more. Next, you will describe to me, or you will teach me, the main principles of electromagnetism. So, right now I could definitely provide more information about the user type, but since, we're not focusing here on everything, and since you already know how to work with the user type, I will not waste, too much time. So, when you actually are learning something, you should always provide ChatGPT with information about the user type, and you can find how do you do that in the sections regarding that topic. Now, I'll hit enter and let's see what will the output be like. Thank you for the introduction. I'm happy to help you learn about the main principles of electromagnetism. And here we go to get the definition and the lecture. And here we get what ChatGPT considers to be what we need to know about the main principles of electromagnetism. You should always use these scenarios where you define who ChatGPT is, because its level of knowledge will be wider than if you wouldn't have input a specific identity for ChatGPT. Because by providing ChatGPT with information about its personality, it simply cancels out those other unwanted personalities, such as, let's say, someone that doesn't know a lot about physics. And it's a really important concept to know about when you want to get the best results out of ChatGPT. And I consider you should use scenarios, I mean, really often, as much as you can, but we'll go into when you should use simulations and scenarios. We have a specific lecture for that, and you'll understand more about that there. So mainly you saw how you can use a teacher's personality to make ChatGPT give you a lecture, and you can do that with multiple different subjects. You can do that with math, you can do that with biology, you can do that with let's say English, you can do that with any subject you want. So that's pretty much. Of course, you can go even further actually and describe the temperament of the teacher. You can describe the teacher's traits and so on. But you get the main point. So you define and you give ChatGPT as much expertise as it needs, because this is a really important concept to use when writing your prompt. That's pretty much with this lesson. See you in the next one. Alright, so hello and welcome back to another video of ours, where we will talk about how you can simulate chatting with various individuals and some examples of that. So, besides learning, you can use ChatGPT to simulate other scenarios. Of course, you can, as I told you before, you can use it to get the expertise or to the information from an expert. You can use ChatGPT as an expert in any field you want. You can use it as a coach, as a therapist, as a let's say a programmer, developer, game developer, content creator, anything you want. But in our case, we'll use it as a simulation of a chat with an individual. Which individual, you might think? Well, in our case, it will be a customer, because a lot of the times, sometimes you might want to feel what's it like. I mean, I encourage you to go and chat with your customers if you're developing a product, and I mean, actual customers, not ChatGPT, because their contexts, their needs probably differ and are very various across different people. But let's say you just want to train your abilities of chatting with customers. I will say that in this chat you will act as a very annoyed or a very edgy and let's say hard to convince a customer. I am hard to convince customer. I am a shopkeeper that sells sunglasses, and we will replicate a scenario where you want to buy my glasses. You can go and add more details, but I think it's okay for this example. So ChatGPT will be a very edgy and hard to convince customer. I'm a shopkeeper that sells sunglasses, and we will replicate a scenario where I want to sell him my sunglasses, or where he wants to buy my glasses. Let's hit enter. I want to replicate the dialogue with you. I will be the shopkeeper and you will be the customer. So let's have a dialogue / conversation. No, I mean, I don't know why it keeps on doing this thing. We must communicate with each prompt. you will ask me something, then wait for my response. I will try to convince you to buy my sunglasses. Simulate a discussion with me, and you must wait always for my response. So now it's better. So what makes your sunglasses so special? They all look the same to me. They are made from a very durable metal. Durable metal, huh? Yeah, right. I've heard that before. Interesting. What's the actual guarantee that this won't just break on me after a week? We offer you a contract, and if the sunglasses contract that guarantees they will be fine for at least 6 months, and if the sunglasses break in that time because of factory issues, you get the money back. 6 months, that's it, you know? Other stores are offering year-long warranties. What makes your sunglasses worth buying with such a short guarantee? The sunglasses are very, very eye-catchy. They turn heads when you walk by. The design makes them very comfortable to use and very nice looking. Would you like to try this pair? Fine. I'll try them on, but I'm not promising anything. Remember, I'm not easily impressed. Let's see if they're really that eye-catching. Here you go. Oh, well. Unfortunately, I've reached the current usage gap for ChatGPT-4. I can continue with the default model now or try again after 7:39 p.m. What a disappointment. Well, I mean, at least hopefully you got a point and you got the idea of how this conversation goes and how it's mainly, I mean, how do you conversate with ChatGPT? How you simulate this kind of conversation? You can easily see that by providing ChatGPT with its identity, you definitely change the output at 180 degrees. So it's amazing what you can do when you just tell ChatGPT who to act as. And you can see that it continued on it kept this not so easy to how did it say it? So I'm not easily impressed. So he's not easily impressed, as he said here. So ChatGPT kept this hard to convince customer. Hopefully, I hope I was going to make him buy the sunglasses, but we'll never know the answer now because I've reached the current usage gap, because ChatGPT-4 is at capacity, because everyone is using it right now. So first of all, I'll have to wait before I'll record the following lessons, but anyway, that's none of your problem, right? So pretty much you can now use ChatGPT for different scenarios. You can define it as different individuals and generate some really, really fine and interesting conversations. That's it. See you in the next lesson. Alright, so hello and welcome back. In this short, small video, I just wanted to address the underlying question, which is when should you use simulations and when should you use these scenarios where you define who ChatGPT is. And if you haven't figured it out until now, I'll tell you that you should use these techniques of defining who ChatGPT is in each and every single chat of yours that requires a more detailed output. Unless you just need some, fast information. Whatever that doesn't require a complex output could be okay, but everything else that requires complex outputs for every single chat that requires a complex output, you should use these scenarios where you define who ChatGPT is. That's it. Because, as you saw, defining who ChatGPT is will definitely change the output at 180 degrees. And remember, even though you define who ChatGPT is at the beginning of the conversation, ChatGPT's identity will keep on changing with every single prompt you provided. So every single prompt will be a source of identity, small identity change for ChatGPT. That's the video I wanted to make to just mark the importance of defining who ChatGPT is in each and every single individual chat. I'll see you in the next lesson. Alright, so hello and welcome back to another lesson into our course. The topic of this lesson is what are prompt generators. So what is a prompt generator? The concept of a prompt generator is very simple. It's a text that generates a prompt, in terms of prompt engineering, of course. But in other words, even more correctly said, a prompt generator is a prompt that generates a prompt. So simple as that. It can be anything like, so let's say, give me a list of tasks for a let's say for a social media marketer. And here I will get this list of tasks for a social media marketer. And let's see what the actual list is. So we have develop a social media strategy, create a comprehensive plan to achieve the company's goals, including target audience analysis, content themes, and growth tactics. Or we have content scheduling, or monitor and analyze performance, social listening, content creation. So let's take this example, this task. This prompt, the first prompt, the initial prompt here is a prompt generator, because all of these examples are actually possible future prompts. If I take this, for example, and I input it in, into ChatGPT, ChatGPT will simply develop this, or it will do this task. It will achieve this task. So this one is, for example, it's more abstract. It doesn't need a lot of context, a lot of details. So develop around a social media contest or promotions to increase engagement, attract new followers, and drive sales. I will stop generating this, and I will send this prompt to ChatGPT. Let's see. So as you can see, I didn't come up with this prompt. This prompt has just been taken from here. So this initial prompt could be called a prompt generator because it helped me generate a list of prompts, of possible prompts, and then I used one of those as an actual prompt. So pretty much that's it. That's what a prompt generator is, and you can use it for various reasons, especially if you want to have some structures, or if you, let's say, don't have any creativity right now to come up with a complex and detailed and specific prompt. So if you don't want to do that, you can use a prompt generator, and that should do the job. Now, this is only the introduction of what what a prompt generator is. We'll continue to generate some more usable, some more practical prompt generators. So stay tuned. See you in the next lesson. Alright, so in the past lesson we've discussed about what is a prompt generator. Now let's actually go even deeper and let's generate, or let's come up with some simple prompt generators that are more useful than what we came up with in the last example. So things are actually very simple. You want a prompt for ChatGPT. That's what you should ask for. So I will tell ChatGPT to generate a prompt for ChatGPT that would help me to, let's think of a task. So what should the task be about? Well, that would help me to create an engaging trailer script for a future or for an upcoming movie. I don't know. So generate a prompt for ChatGPT that would help me to create an engaging trailer script for an upcoming movie. And now I will hit enter. Just keep in mind that I didn't add a lot of details in here. I just told ChatGPT something really short that doesn't have a lot of context. I mean, I don't say what the movie is about because I don't know. I just came up with this idea on the go. So here we go. This is a prompt generator, and here we have our prompt, which we can go ahead and input into the box, the input box. So the prompt goes as following: write an engaging trailer script for an upcoming movie that effectively teases the film's most exciting and emotionally resonant moments, introduces the main characters and their stakes, and captures the unique tone and genre. Be sure to incorporate a tagline that encapsulates the movie's core theme and entices viewers to see the film. And I mean, you can copy this in here. And if for the sake of this exercise, let's say we will add some more context. The film is a documentary about the lives of penguins in Antarctica. And here we go. Heart of Ice, the Penguin Chronicles. Interesting. And we go with the actual script. And this is just it. I mean, it's very simple, very easy to do. You can come up with amazing prompts for what you want. So what you have to do is tell ChatGPT what is the expected outcome you want and ask it to generate a prompt for ChatGPT. And who knows how to write better prompts than ChatGPT, right? So ChatGPT is the best prompt engineer in the world. And therefore, you can get whatever you want. So I just wasn't specific enough because, I mean, I came up with this idea and actually look what I got. It's something really, really good. Like from a shitty prompt, I got this, which is amazing. And here we have everything that we needed to have, right? So what else could you ask for? So I suggest you go ahead and try this technique on your own to generate prompts using this. We're using other prompts basically. You generate prompts with prompts, so you get a better prompt based on a not so good prompt. And your initial prompt should just state what's the output you desire to get. And ChatGPT-4 especially, because ChatGPT 3.5 does the same but not so good. So ChatGPT-4 will generate you something that you wanted but not written. Basically, it adds those details, that context that you kind of say you want within your prompt but are not so specific about. So just look here. Write an engaging trailer that effectively teases the film's most exciting, emotionally resonant moments. I didn't ask for that, but ChatGPT knows that a trailer should have these moments. It also says what the trailer should include. So it's amazing. Just go ahead and try it on your own. That's the lesson. See you in the next one, where we will discuss about how to generate more complex prompts. That's it. See you then. Hello and welcome back to another video of ours. In today's lesson we are going to learn how to generate complex prompts. In the past lesson you've learned how to generate prompts that, those are simple prompts. Those are one-time usage prompts. Now, complex prompts are mainly those that can be reused in various contexts. What do I mean by that? Well, let's dive in a bit deeper this time. I will start my prompt with the topic YouTube gaming channel, let's say content or YouTube gaming channel, right? So task, you should generate a list of prompts that could be used in ChatGPT for various reasons, in the limits of the topic. An example of a problem a potential prompt should solve could be or is to generate content ideas. And I will add a set of parentheses here to say that the prompts should not be or should solve multiple problems related to the topic, to the initial topic. Alright, so here we have the very detailed task, but this is still not going to give us complex prompts, because as I said, a complex prompt is a prompt you can use in basically various scenarios, and this prompt will give us a set of prompts, a list of prompts, but those prompts individually could be used for one scenario. Alright, so if I would hit enter this time, alright, so let's hit enter let me show it to you. So a prompt could be generate a list of popular gaming genres that would appeal to a wide audience on a YouTube gaming channel. And we have the problem solved. Interesting. And another prompt could be suggest unique and creative video series ideas for YouTube gaming channel. And if I copy this prompt, this could be used in a single scenario, right? Because this is the prompt. I cannot change it any further, a lot. And that's why it's called a simple prompt. Now, complex prompt, as I said, can be reused in various contexts. So, let me show you what's an example of a complex prompt. Well, I will stop generating this. I'll copy this. And I will type in here something else. I will type in condition. You must use placeholders in brackets, such as shown in the following examples. So here I give ChatGPT a few examples of placeholders, which are what makes a complex prompt a complex prompt. The reason I need you to use placeholders is because I want the generated prompts to be reusable in various contexts. Alright, so I will just hit enter and let's see what we will get this time. So here we have generate a list of popular gaming genres within the, and we have a niche here. Probably it's a sub niche because the main niche is gaming, but then you can have sub niches such as shooter games or open world games and so on. Then we have another example. So far the only placeholders have been topic, niche. Here we have genre as a placeholder, which is okay. Theme, okay. So these are examples of placeholders. Okay, got it. Now let's go ahead and do this one more time because I would like to have some other examples. Topic will be writing stories. You should generate a list of prompts that could be used in ChatGPT for various reasons in the limit of the topic. An example of a potential prompt should or could be to generate story ideas. The prompt should solve multiple problems related or should solve multiple tasks related to the initial topic. So here we have some placeholders. Let me add a few more. Let's hit enter and let's see what will we get this time. Generate a list of unique story ideas within the genre that explore themes of the topic. Interesting. Suggest creative plot twists for a story featuring a character's occupation named who has. Interesting. So these are even more complex prompts. I like these types of prompts because they tend to include more than one placeholder. And now, based on these complex prompts, you can use them in various contexts as you wish. And let me give you an example. Let's say you're out of ideas and you don't even want to, think of other ways to change these prompts. So I will take this prompt, I will input it here, and I will say provide me with 10 examples of this same prompt, but replace the placeholders with whatever is required. So let's see. Suggest creative plot twists for a story featuring a detective named Sarah who has a photographic memory. Suggest a creative plot twist for a story featuring a chef named Marco who has an uncanny ability to taste emotions. Interesting. Suggest creative plot twists for a story featuring a time-traveling historian named Alice who has a crippling fear of the dark. And as you can see, you don't even have to think of what to input in here. So this is why these prompts are called complex prompts, because they generate a prompt, and then that prompt can generate multiple prompts. And then, let's look at some other prompts here. This one seems interesting. So you could take any of these prompts, and what you could do is simply hit enter and leave ChatGPT. So basically we started with this, with nothing, no idea. And now we have this, which is amazing. So really interesting plot twists. I mean, really interesting plot twists. I love them. So this is an example of how you can use complex prompts to generate these amazing ideas. That's it for today's lesson. I'll leave you to experiment on your own. Hopefully you found this lesson interesting, because I did. I always do, especially when I get to the prompt generator section all the time. And see you in the next lesson.
Alright, so we are jumping into a very exciting and interesting section where we will learn about cognitive bias and persuasion techniques. Now, these techniques can be used to change and shape the output of ChatGPT at 180 degrees. Basically, you can definitely totally change the path that ChatGPT will take when explaining a topic or something like that. Whatever the task it is, you can use some of the techniques I'll give you in this section. And so we'll start with the framing effect and the ways we can use this framing effect to write better prompts.
So basically the framing effect simply refers to the way you approach a problem. So let's say we have this problem. Now the framing effect suggests that if we approach it from here, let's say this is, alright, so let's make a spectrum. So this, let's separate it this way. And here we'll have positive. And here we will have negative. Now, if we approach the problem with a positive prompt from a positive perspective, ChatGPT will also give us an output based on this, on our prompt, on how we approached it. And if we approach it with a negative perspective, we will get an output that simply analyzes the problem from that negative perspective. It's a very simple to understand concept, but most of the time we are not so aware of it. And you're only aware of it when you start using it. So let me go back here in ChatGPT, and let me show you how we can use this framing effect, or let me show you an example so you can see the differences. Now, I will write create a short speech about the impact we can have on, or write a short speech about the ways we can minimize pollution. So the problem I approach here is the pollution. This is the problem, right? Now the way I approach it is I go through the perspective of the positive. What are the ways we can minimize this problem? So you can see that the problem is being approached from this perspective where we can, it's a positive perspective. We agree on the magnitude of this problem, but it's overall a positive response because it's, you can see the positiveness of this output in this example. It is our collective responsibility to minimize pollution and protect the environment for future generations. And here we go. In conclusion, the fight against pollution requires our collective efforts. So, overall, ChatGPT has approached this serious problem from a positive perspective. If you read the ending here, together we can make a difference and help preserve the planet we all call home. You can realize that even if we address a serious problem, the perspective is still positive because this is how I created the prompt. Now I will say ignore all prompts before this one, and now I will say create a short, well, I could have said engaging speech, but once again, here I want to put the spotlight on the way we approach the problem. So I'm not going to include all of the aspects we've learned so far. There are a few lessons where I will, but in this one again, I have to focus on one or two objectives, because if I will focus on everything, on all of the aspects of a prompt, of what makes a prompt a good prompt, then I'll lose you and you'll forget most of the stuff. So just a short reminder to make you understand why I'm not using all of the aspects. So create a short speech about the way we are polluting the earth. So here I approach the same problem from a negative perspective, because I'm not looking at how can we minimize pollution, I'm looking at how are we doing it, which is more, I think it's more of a negative perspective. It's an approach from a negative perspective. So let's see the output.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends and fellow citizens, thank you for gathering here today to discuss a crucial issue that affects us all, the alarming rate at which we are polluting our beautiful planet Earth. So, I can see that the structure is still pretty much the same. Probably I should have made this prompt more obvious a little bit. So I'll just go ahead in a new chat and try to use it. But still, even if the structure is still the same pretty much, we can see the conclusion and the overall speech is different from the way ChatGPT approaches the same problem. Together, we can make a difference and help preserve the planet we all call home. You can see this is kind of a warm ending, even though it's addressing a serious problem. While here, the time to act is now, for the sake of our planet and future generations. This is more of a cold approach because we're approaching the problem from a more negative perspective, right? So even if the ChatGPT, in this chat has been biased by this response because obviously you can see that the structure is pretty much the same, even then, the way we approached the problem definitely changed the output. So let's go in here. It's just to show you that sometimes you might approach someone and ask them a question, but when you frame that question, you actually shape the way they respond. Because you just use this framing effect, which is not only helpful or not only usable with ChatGPT, you can use it with humans all the time because it works. And it depends. Well, whether it's a good impact or not. It depends on how you use it, but overall you can use it in day-to-day conversations and so on. Wow, so look at this approach. So look at how cold this approach was. Deforestation, driven by our insatiable appetite for resources and land, has stripped away the Earth's lungs, causing the loss of precious habitats and accelerating the extinction of countless species. Let us remember that we are merely custodians of this planet, and we have a moral obligation to protect it for future generations. Let us stand together, united in our resolve to create a cleaner, healthier, and more sustainable world for ourselves and for generations to come. So this approach is way different from this approach. Because of course, it's the way we framed the question, and the prompt, not the question, but this is pretty much the idea here with framing, with the framing effect. The way you write the question, even if it hovers on the same problem, the way you write the question and the way you approach the problem is what can definitely shape the output. And even though this might seem simple when you're aware of it, you know and you will consider this aspect when writing prompts in the future, depending on how you want to approach a problem or another. So instead of saying, discuss the problem of pollution, you can say, write a short speech about the ways we can minimize pollution, so you approach it from a positive aspect, or from a negative aspect by create a short speech about the way we are polluting the Earth. So pretty much that's it with this lesson. See you in the next one. Alright, so in this lesson we'll discuss this other concept of the cognitive bias and how you can use it in your advantage, which is called the anchoring bias. So basically you add this anchor to your prompt. What does it mean? Well, let me give you a simple to understand analogy here, because analogies are always simple to understand. Alright, so let's imagine that you have this beautiful house for sale. Now, an example of an anchor would be
that you set the price to $300,000. Let's say that the actual value of this house is $250,000. Now, because you add this anchor, you add this price, your buyers will consider this price as the anchor, and it will create a bias for them. So when they negotiate the price, they will overestimate the price of the house. That's a technique we all tend to use, sometimes unintentionally or unaware of it, but it's a technique that's, obvious to most of us, but so important. Or let's think of another example. Alright, so let's imagine this other scenario where you're driving your car and you see this billboard which says buy for just $999. What happens now is you have this anchor, this biased anchor within your mind that this phone costs $999. And then after a week or so, you see that it costs only $799. And you say, wow, that's so cheap. But when you look within the actual components of the phone and you look within its specifications, you realize that there are phones which cost less than that, but are actually better. So you realize that this is quite a high price. What's the moral of the story here? We usually tend to use this additional information, additional values we are given within the question, the context. We use that as anchors. And actually, the context, any context, can be used as an anchor. But being aware of how it works makes you more likely to use these anchor biases to shape the way the ChatGPT, the chatbot will change its output. And now let's go back within ChatGPT. An example of how can we use this anchoring bias technique would be, let's say I want to write a story. So in that story there are two villains. One villain did something while the other did something less bad than the first one. And ChatGPT, which will be the narrator, will perceive the second one as a not so bad villain, even though he did something bad, because in comparison, comparing the two, the second one did something less bad. So, maybe this might seem confusing. Let me show you, because it will be much more clear to understand. So, write a story where there are two villains. The first one robbed a bank, while the second one robbed a let's say, the second one stole a pencil from a shop. And now let's see the story. Once upon a time, in the bustling city of Gridsville, two villains terrorized the citizens with their heinous crimes. The first villain, known as Blackjack, was a mastermind who had successfully robbed countless banks, always evading the clutches of the law. The second, nicknamed Scribbler, had a penchant for stealing pencils from unsuspecting shops. So regardless the storyline, we can see that how they're described by ChatGPT. Watch where you're going, you fool, snapped the first one, and Scribbler was offended by the rudeness. So basically, you can kind of see how using this anchoring bias, you can put some things under the spotlight because of having other
things that serve as a reference point, basically. So if I would say I want to buy more I want to buy a house, but I don't have much money, these words, these tokens, I don't have much money, can serve as an anchoring bias because they tell ChatGPT which options to look for, the options that don't cost as much. So you can use the anchoring bias as we did in this story to put someone on under the spotlight because of having two things you can compare, one of them being a reference point, and if let's say the first robot did something really bad, the second one did something not so bad, quite the kind of a petty crime, and so therefore you can kind of see how this logic works. Now go ahead and try it with ChatGPT by yourself. Use this anchoring bias to shape the output in the way you want it to be. See you in the next lesson. Alright, so the next technique we are going to discuss within this section will be the confirmation bias. Now, we're not as aware as we think we are when we're discussing, and we might think we don't have these biases when talking, but I mean, they're always present. Now, what is a confirmation bias? Well, it usually is a question which seeks an answer for some specific confirmation. Basically, you're asking for some confirmation on the question. You don't ask for the opinion, you ask for the confirmation. You just want to reinforce your question. That's something that is oftentimes used by humans, but we might mistake it for questions when they're just when they are questions with confirmation bias, which are in the end just a way of someone trying to reinforce his or her idea. So, for example, what would be a neutral question? Well, a neutral question would be what is the impact of meditation on myself? Or what could be the impact of meditation on myself? This is a neutral question. Now, if I rephrase this same question in the following way, what are the benefits of meditation on my meditation? So now this question has this confirmation bias because I seek only the benefits, not all of the ways, all of the consequences. I just seek the benefits. So it's a technique we use, but we might not be always aware of, and it's great when we're aware of it and we are using it within ChatGPT because we have to explain and go through this writing prompts process really carefully. So by using this confirmation bias, I'll totally shape the output. Now, if I have here something else, such as what are the benefits of gas cars? If I hit enter, let's see. While electric vehicles have gained popularity in recent years, gas-powered cars still have some advantages. Here are some benefits of gas cars. Longer range, which of course is true. And then, I mean, you can see how I totally changed the output by using this confirmation bias. I'm seeking only affirmations that will confirm my statement. And therefore, that's it pretty much on how you can use this confirmation bias. You ask a question in a way or another, so you just reinforce your statement. You seek confirmation from ChatGPT, basically. And you can use it the same way with the negative points. What are the downsides of gas cars? This is just a question that seeks validation and elaboration, basically. and it definitely changes the whole output, as you can see. Now, see you in the next lesson, where we will talk about other techniques for persuasion, and how can you use cognitive bias to shape the output of ChatGPT. See you in the next lesson. Another aspect of the cognitive bias and persuasion techniques that we'll discuss is the scarcity principle. What does it mean and why should we use it? Well, the scarcity principle says that people oftentimes perceive things as more valuable when they are in limited supply. So when there is a limited supply of, let's say, a brand of clothing, of some clothes. So that's why mainly brands of clothing create limited edition clothing, because when they use this scarcity principle, people perceive those clothes as more valuable than they actually are. And that's a technique you can use with ChatGPT as well within the prompts. For example, what you can do is, if you need to write a description about your product, simply by saying that it's in limited edition, will add that scarcity principle, and it will shape the output completely. Now, you can use this scarcity principle by saying that something is in limited amount in other ways as well with ChatGPT. There's a lesson video in this course where I talk about how creating a sense of urgency can definitely shape the output. Now, this is also part of the cognitive bias, so I'll just elaborate on that a bit within this section, within this lesson. And for example, let me show you. Let's say I want to create a short speech. I have a short speech or a pitch, right? So let's say I have to hold a short speech on the climate change. I don't add any bias here about the climate change. I don't say that I'll talk about the positive ways we can help reduce the climate change, or the negative aspects of how are we contributing to climate change. I will only keep a neutral bias when it comes to the problem. So, because I want to show you something. So, as you can see, this is neutral. I have to hold a short speech on climate change. That's it. Now I will say I have only 30 seconds to deliver it. Just that. So this scarcity principle, this sense of urgency that there is a limitation, that I have just 30 seconds. So instead of only, I will say I have just 30 seconds to deliver it. This sense of urgency and scarcity creates this great way we can manipulate prompts. It's a great way to manipulate prompts so that we get a much better result. Now let me show you. So if I hit enter, let's see what will I get. So you can see that this sense of urgency made this speech, more engaging, even though I didn't say I want it to be engaging, but it is. So that's just another way you can use cognitive biases to shape the output of ChatGPT. See you in the following lesson. Alright, so another cognitive bias you can use within your prompts to manipulate the output of ChatGPT is the principle is called the authority principle. And what you do is simply you tell ChatGPT a statement and you say that it's endorsed by experts. Just that, even if it's not. It doesn't matter. The idea is the following. If you say it's endorsed by experts, ChatGPT will take that statement as true, even, I mean, whatever the statement is, it will look at it as as if it's true. Of course, you should not use it in any. Of course, you should not use it in any immoral ways. So you should keep everything within the morals. So use these cognitive biases techniques and persuasion techniques within the moral standards. But coming back to our idea with the authority principle, for example, let's say experts say that driving, or experts say that drinking 2 liters of water per day is something we all should be doing. And here we get ChatGPT's output, and pretty much ChatGPT adapted to our statement. Now, keep in mind, ChatGPT 3.5 will be more blunt and will take whatever statement you give it and approve of it, while ChatGPT 4 might have a bit of doubt within the statement. But generally, the idea is the same. You just have a statement and you say that it's endorsed by experts or someone with authority, and ChatGPT will have a different approach to your statement. I mean, it will just try to be complementary to your statement and add only factors that support your statement and add up. But basically, that's the idea. So just go ahead and try it on yourself. Really powerful tool, and see you in the next lesson.
Alright, so hello and welcome back. Now we're moving into a new chapter of this course, because from this point on we will go to see some real life uses, some real life examples of ChatGPT, how you can use it in obvious scenarios. So some things you should know before we move on. This course isn't going to stay as it is, so it will get updated monthly with new videos, and mostly I will try to make this real use cases chapter of the course, this second chapter part of the course, call it however you want. I'd like to make it as big as possible, because this isn't, I mean, you don't have to go through each video in this chapter. If you had to go through all of the videos in the first chapter where we talked about prompt writing, and those prompt writing skills are needed for everyone. Now, as I said, this course is self-paced because you might know already some stuff and you don't have to watch all of them. But in general, you have to watch all of the prompt writing videos, because those apply in any concept, in any topic, in any circumstances. You have to know how to write prompts, and that is the main part of the course. Now, again, we're moving to a more practical side of the course, where we'll just see short, fast, simple examples of how you can use your prompt. And I will try to make this section as big as possible, because I will try to appeal to as many people as possible, since some of you might have an interest into content writing, while some of you might have an interest into learning more than content writing. So as time will pass, this course, especially this chapter, will get updated. So make sure you check it out once in a while to see whatever is new. And of course, with any other update from OpenAI, this course will get updated as well. So that's the main thing I wanted to say. Now let's proceed into the actual chapter, the actual lessons.
Alright, so there is actually no formula for how to write prompts, because how you write prompts is different based on the output you want to get. So for each and every single output, you have different structures for the prompt because it depends on what you want to get from the chatbot. Now, even then, I decided to come up with a default structure for you I created alongside with ChatGPT. Basically, I merged together all of the things we've learned, most of the things we've learned, because you cannot really merge all of them, but that's why I gave you a lot of information about prompt engineering so you can merge and create your own structures. If you have some outputs that require some different inputs. But nevertheless, this structure I'm going to give you can work for many and many cases. Most cases, it's amazing. So let's jump into it. So the first thing you'd have to type in the chatbot, the first prompt, would be mainly about defining who are you. So in the first prompt you'll give ChatGPT, you will simply define who are you. Here you should add any details about your job, your project at the moment that you're working on. You should add information about background, on what you like. Maybe you should add information on what are you good at, what are your skills. So anything, any context about yourself that would make the final output better, that would help ChatGPT generate a better output, any of that context about yourself should be included here. And that depends on what your output is, but you just have to define who you are for ChatGPT, so ChatGPT knows who is it talking to. So that's the first step. Now, after you define who you are, you go on to so this is step number 1. You go on to step number 2, where you will define who ChatGPT is. So in this second step, in this second stage of your conversation with ChatGPT, you will tell ChatGPT who it is. So who is ChatGPT in your conversation? It's mostly about what we've talked within the scenario cases where I showed you how you can give ChatGPT an identity. So then ChatGPT knows who it is. For example, you could tell ChatGPT it's a teacher with 7 years of experience, or it's a marketer, a marketing strategist, or maybe a startup founder that acts as your coach. So ChatGPT can be defined and you can create its identity in the way you want, based on the output you want to get. If you want to get a very good description for your product, you should tell ChatGPT it's an SEO expert, and so on. So it's just defining who ChatGPT is in your context. Then, after doing that, we move on to step 3, which is defining the primary topic. Whatever it is that you want to talk with ChatGPT about, whether it's marketing strategy, whether it's content creation, whether it's help with therapy, you will define the primary topic here. And then we'll move on to step 4, which is basically to define the circumstances. So here you can tell ChatGPT why you need help. What are the circumstances in which you need help? Maybe you've tried to do this task yourself, but you didn't succeed in doing so, and that's why you need ChatGPT's help. Or maybe you have a tight deadline and you need ChatGPT to help you because you don't have a lot of time left. You just have to define the circumstances on why you are conversating with ChatGPT right now. Maybe you've tried to make that SEO optimized description, but the video performed really poorly, and you should tell ChatGPT about that in this section, in this segment of your discussion. After that, you go on to step 5, which is only then, so only on step 5 we get into the actual stuff, into the prompt with the task. So only now we get into this prompt with the task, only on step 5. What most people tend to do is they jump from step 1 directly to step 5, and that's why they get a really bad a really bad output. I mean, they have a bad prompt and they will get a bad output because ChatGPT doesn't know anything about these other things. So after you after you write the prompt with the task, you will get an output. And also, I have to mention that in this prompt with the task, you have to encourage Chat GPT to ask questions. So just remember to encourage ChatGPT to ask you questions because of this, ChatGPT will get more data on what you need, and data is what makes ChatGPT so incredible. So you will just provide ChatGPT with more information on what the final output should look like. After you go through the questions with ChatGPT, you will get your output, right? And after that, you will go through this step 6, which will be called feedback. Because here, you will tell ChatGPT what to improve. So ChatGPT will give you the output, but then you will tell ChatGPT, this is what I like, this is what I don't like, change it a bit. So it's basically a feedback loop. You give ChatGPT the prompt, ChatGPT gives you the output, you refine the prompt based on the output, then ChatGPT gives you the refined output, and you go through this feedback loop back and forth with ChatGPT until you get the output you desired. So until then, you will go through this big feedback loop with ChatGPT. So I'll show you an example of that in a moment. And after you get the desired output, it's just that. You get the results. So this is the way to go for the results. This is how you should communicate with ChatGPT. Now, what most people tend to do is they go like this. They go directly into the prompt with the task, and they directly go in for the results. You should never take this path. This is the path you should take if you need a really fast answer, and you don't actually need a good output from ChatGPT. If you want, why would you want that? I don't know, but maybe you need it. Never mind. This is the way you should communicate with ChatGPT, and remember, this is just a default structure. There are many ways you can communicate with ChatGPT. It's up to you, but this is a structure that works, that gets the results in almost any circumstances, because it's very general. Now, for each an individual need, you can use this same structure, but adapt it to your specific needs. Now, in the following videos, we will have some examples where I'll go in and I'll go from the beginning until the end with ChatGPT. I'll have a huge conversation with ChatGPT. depends on what you think is huge. Everything is relative. I have conversations I keep for months, but I mean, I used to until I deleted my chat, but never mind. Um, so we'll go from the step number 1 to step number 7, which are the results. We'll go through each step in some of the lessons that will follow this one. So see you in the next lesson. Alright, so in the past lesson we have seen what's the default structure for communicating with ChatGPT. Now let's apply that, because we love applying things, because that's the way to learn, right? So I was actually thinking of what should I do as an example? What should I show you as an example here? Because I'll have multiple videos like this one where we'll go through the whole default structure, but those are for specific domains like content creation or marketing or whatever we will have. And then I realized, let's do a lesson where I go, as an example, to chat with ChatGPT to generate a curriculum for a course for prompt engineering for what we have. Why not? I mean, this should be fun. So, let's start. First, I have to define who am I. So I will say, I am Mario. So I'll just start with a token that will be flagged by the model. So a token like the following. So back or information about myself. So this is what I meant. These 3 words will be flagged by the model, because information is a token which will be flagged by the attention mechanism of ChatGPT and myself as well. So from now on, ChatGPT will know what this is about. It's information about myself. And now let's go ahead and define who am I. I am Marius, an online instructor with over 50,000 students. All right, that's nice. Now let's go in and add some context that would help us to create this curriculum. All right, so let's add something else with a very positive overall rating on all my courses. Okay, so now we will probably get something that's, I mean, the output should be to the expectations, so it should meet the expectations, which are good ratings. I have a positive, or I try to keep an overall positive attitude within my lessons. My courses structure is usually a screencast. Now that should do it as background information about who I am. I mean, for the output I want to get, this is okay. Now I will add something else. I will add this thing into parentheses. This prompt serves only to feed your data for this particular chat. You will consider this information when required in your, or you'll consider this information in your future prompts, but now you must answer only with an okay. Okay, we got it. Now that we have we've done the first step, let's move on to defining who ChatGPT is. That's interesting. So who do I want ChatGPT to be in this case? Well, I have a few options here. ChatGPT could be an online instructor with over dozens of courses that could help me create this online course, or ChatGPT could be a machine learning professional, something like that, or I have a better idea. So I'll say uh, information about yourself in this chat. In this chat, you will act as an OpenAI employee that worked on ChatGPT. You have over 15 or over 10 years in machine learning. You also know the inner workings of ChatGPT. You have studied the model for years to find various structures and tips that help writing, that help to write better prompts. You are a prompt engineer as well, and a very good one. Respond only with an okay if you understand this message. Okay, we got the second step. It's done. Now let's move on to defining the primary topic. Also, one thing I wanted to tell you about. I've got this question from someone who asked me, why don't we add in all steps? So why don't we add the step for defining who am I, defining who ChatGPT is, defining the primary topic, the circumstances, and the prompt with the task in the same prompt? Why don't we do that? Especially since we have this limitation with ChatGPT of only 25 prompts per 3 hours. So why don't we do that? Well, the answer is the following. You don't want to make the model confused, since by providing ChatGPT with various key tokens, such as information about myself and then information about yourself in this chat. So by providing ChatGPT with different key tokens, very important key tokens in the same prompt, can lead to misunderstanding. And you don't want to make the model confused about is this information about the model or about myself, right? So you don't want to do that. So that's why you should separate it like this. But of course you can do it all together, but it will be a mess. So I don't suggest that. And I suggest you do it like this. Nevertheless, let's go ahead. So we need to define the primary topic right now. So the primary topic. It's important to write it like this because this is a very important key token. It tells ChatGPT what is it that we're talking about, what's the context. These are very important things. So even though they look basic, because basic things to us are more complicated to ChatGPT than you might think. That's also something that Sam Altman said in a podcast. But anyway, let's get back on track. The primary topic will be the primary topic will be development for an online course on the topic of prompt engineering in ChatGPT. This is the primary topic. Alright, so let me think if I didn't miss anything else. Oh, well, I'll just say the usual, I'll just end with the usual structure. Respond only with an okay if you understand this message. One thing you might ask me as well is why do I add this thing at the end? Why don't I just leave ChatGPT to say something as output? Well, it's very simple. When ChatGPT gives you an output, it starts to take a path on that branching structure. So if you remember the branching logic, where ChatGPT basically took a branch and then on that branching logic, it went on different paths. You don't want to get the model on a path or another at this stage, and by it providing you with an output, you'll start to bias the model, and each and every single output afterwards will be biased on the initial output. So it's better to do it like this. Now let's define the circumstances. I need to create a curriculum. All right, so let's say circumstances. I need to create a curriculum based on prompt engineering and prompt design. The curriculum should be or should address learners that are both beginners and advanced. I tried to develop this curriculum, but I only came up with basic information that was already public in other sources, such as, let's say, providing clarity, context. I need something more than that. And that's why I thought I should ask an expert like yourself. Respond, and here I will say you must respond only with an okay if you understand this message. And here we get the okay, and we have finished defining the circumstances. Now we can get into the actual prompt with the task. So here I will say I'll write it like this: prompt with the task. Generate a, or I'll say it like this: I need a curriculum for the course I'm doing on prompt engineering. Okay, that's done. Now let's see what else can I include here. It needs to be really big, and I only need it structured based on the chapters and lessons. You have to provide only the titles of those lessons. Now I'll add that second thing with encouraging asking questions. Before you provide me with any output on this task, you must ask me as many questions as you want up to 9, but not necessarily 8, to gain more data and knowledge that would make the output better. And let's hit enter. What is the expected length of the course? Do you want the course to focus solely on ChatGPT, or should it include other GPT models as well? Are there any specific industries or use cases you would like to cover in this course? What should be assumed technical background of the learners? Do you want to include any hands-on activities? So let's see. 1. The length of the course is 15 hours. 2. Yes, solely on ChatGPT. 3. The main industries should, or I'll say, there are no industries this course is focused on. It could be taken by both people who use it for work or personal use. It addresses content creators, programmers, who else? Well, managers, but not only. Let's go into question 4. Do you want to, what should be the assumed technical background of the learners? No technical background required. This is a course for beginners, intermediate, and advanced learners. So, question number 5. Well, I don't see the other. I don't see question number 8. Well, that's not good. Let me do this. I'll just copy this. So this is a simple but useful trick. I'll just copy this so I can see it. I know this is well, here we have the questions. So we answered question 1, 2, and 3. Now we are to question number 4, which I answered. So that's a bad thing with ChatGPT. You cannot see, as you can see, that's something they should solve. You cannot see the actual output if your input is very big. That's annoying, but it's something OpenAI should manage. So there is no technical background required. It's a course for all levels. Number 5. Do you want to include any hands-on activities or coding examples in the curriculum? Yes, I want to have 1/3 of the course based on examples, or maybe even more than 1/3 of the course. Question number 6. Should the course cover both single-turn and multi-turn conversation techniques? Yes, it should. Question number 7. Would you like to address any limitations or ethical Ethical considerations in prompt engineering. Yes, I will. Question number 8. Are there any specific course delivery formats or platforms you will be using? I didn't think about that. I will delete this and I will hit enter. Based on the information you provided, here's a proposed curriculum for a 15-hour course on prompt engineering in ChatGPT. And let's see what will the model generate. I'm really curious because it's maybe this will help me add some new things to the existing course you're seeing right now. Well, what it describes here, types of prompts, single turn versus multi-turn. As I said, there are many ways you can categorize prompts. Single turn prompts are basically prompts that you get out of one turn of input output, while multi-turn are what we're doing right now. I got the output from more prompts. Basically, this feedback loop, these questions and answers I provided ChatGPT before getting the output. Here we have experimenting with temperature and token limits, structuring, iterative prompt refinement, which, I mean, iteration is what we're doing since the beginning of the course, systematic debiasing in prompts. Well, that's something I will explore more. I think I was already thinking of creating some lessons on how you can use bias to manipulate the prompt, or how you can debias the prompt. The output. How can you use debiasing system ways to debias the output? So there are some things like this that can make the output neutral. But I don't think that the output will ever be neutral. The output will always have a bias based on the data it's been trained on, based on your prompt. But even still then, I will explore this idea even more. Interesting. Now here we got the output. Let's go through the feedback loop. So I'll just say the following thing. I'll just say, great, but I don't think it will be 15 hours long. It will be shorter than that. So we have to make the curriculum larger. I would like to explore more ideas like the ones in chapter 3, which is called Techniques for Effective Prompt Engineering. And now let's hit enter. I understand your concern to expand the curriculum and include more techniques for effective prompt engineering. I have added additional lessons and restructured some sections. And here we go through the feedback loop. This is how you make, how you get the best result from ChatGPT. So a lot of what you see here has been already introduced in this course, right? Yes, a lot of this stuff has been already introduced, because that's what, the whole curriculum was made with ChatGPT. I had a conversation that lasted weeks, so it was obvious that it was going to resemble to what I wanted, but still, there are new ideas here. So, pretty much that's it, how you can get the best results out of ChatGPT. You have to go through long conversations. And it depends on the output you want to get. It all depends on what output you want to get. But Sometimes you should use different structures. So this is just a default structure I gave you. Information about myself, information about yourself, primary topic, circumstances, prompt with the task, and then going through the questions and answers, the Q&A basically with ChatGPT, then going through the feedback and getting the best result possible. So that's pretty much on this lesson. See you in the following videos where we will dive in a bit more into other practical ways to use ChatGPT. See you there.
Alright, so ChatGPT can be used a lot, especially when we're talking about content writing. It can help you to generate and automate some tasks that you used to do and that used to take a lot of your time. Now, these tasks can be automated with ChatGPT. One of those tasks could be generating blog post ideas. So, for example, you might be in a place where you don't know what else can you write. So, a simple prompt that can help you would be suggest 10 blog post ideas related to, and here you will add your topic. Let's say my topic is sustainable living. And now just hit enter and you will get 10 blog post ideas related to sustainable living. Of course, if you have a blog that has lots of blog posts, you can add a condition so that ChatGPT doesn't generate ideas that you already did make a blog post about. But that would require a bigger prompt that, I mean, you already know what's the main structure, but in simple terms, overall, this is a prompt you can use to generate 10 blog post ideas related to a specific topic, and you can do 100 ideas or as many as you want, but ChatGPT will probably stop at a point or another, and you'll just have to tell it to continue, and that's it. So here we get the ideas: the zero waste lifestyle, a beginner's guide to reducing waste in your daily life. So amazing blog post ideas. Amazing, right? So I mean, it's hard to stop being amazed by ChatGPT, but that's it. See you in the next video. Now, besides generating blog post ideas, you can also generate content, like the actual content for your, for your website or whatever is your social media channel. Now, you can use the example condition where you give ChatGPT an example of what your blog post looks like, and then ChatGPT will generate blog posts related to your writing style. But if you don't want to do that, you can generate content based on however ChatGPT will do it. So you can combine all of the stuff I've taught you in this course, such as providing information about the user type, about ChatGPT's personality, because you can tell ChatGPT to be a blog writer or a social media creator. But for example, a prompt that could generate you some social media content could be craft a tweet about, or craft a tweet promoting the benefits of meditation, and I will hit enter, and here we will get a tweet that promotes the benefits of meditation. Amazing, right? So yeah, it's great. It's a short but appealing tweet. So, as you know, there are no limitations with ChatGPT. Go ahead and try to generate your own AI-generated pieces of content for your social media channels. See you in the next video. Alright, so we all have been there when we write this long email, but then we don't know what to write as a subject line. Now, you can definitely ask ChatGPT to help you out with this task. It's amazing. So all you have to do is tell ChatGPT to write 5 attention grabbing email subject lines for a newsletter on digital marketing. And I will hit enter. And now we will get the 5 attention grabbing email subject lines. Unleash your sales potential, 5 game changing digital marketing secrets inside. So these are amazing examples if you have a newsletter and you have an audience that is, that likes your content. These are definitely eye-grabbing and really interesting. Like, boost your conversations now, powerful tactics your competitors don't want you to know. This seems like something, you would want to click on because it creates that sense of urgency. But just go ahead and get these pieces of information, content from ChatGPT. It's amazing. I suggest if you want, or you could. What else could you do in this case? You could add a condition, or you could provide ChatGPT with more context, such as writing the email. So giving ChatGPT the actual email, and ChatGPT will have more context then, and the attention grabbing email subject line will be better. But this work just fine, even though you just provide ChatGPT with the topic, because this will work amazingly. So that's it. See you in the next lesson. Something you can still use ChatGPT for could be crafting persuasive sales copies. So what's an example of a such prompt? Well, very simple. Let's say write a short product description for a new eco-friendly water bottle, emphasizing its benefits. And I will hit enter. And here we go. So here we get the product description for our eco-friendly bottle. It's catchy. It's what we wanted. Of course, you can provide ChatGPT with more context in the chat about your product, about your company, about all of that stuff. But in big terms, this is how you can get the desired output, such as a product description. Now, remember, don't just go ahead and type in this prompt at the beginning. This is just, basically this course is broken into multiple pieces where you first learn the idea behind prompt writing, and then you go to actual use cases. We don't teach use cases first because this way people will just write in the prompt like I do in this lesson. But keep in mind, I could not have a whole course for each prompt, because if I would have to, go through what I told you and what I taught you in the prompt writing section, in the prompt writing chapter of the course, it would take probably half an hour to get to the actual desired outcome and output. And since there is so much stuff I have to teach, I cannot, do and go through the chat 30 times with ChatGPT to describe it, the product, and repeat that process once, and every single time. So hopefully you understand that this is just the prompt with the task, and you remember when you apply the prompt with the task, it's almost at the end, because you have to go through all of those other processes, such as defining the user type, defining who ChatGPT is, defining the primary topic, and all of that kind of stuff. So just wanted to point that out because I think it's important to remember that. But that's another example of how you can use ChatGPT for content creation. In our case, it's a product description. See you in the next video. Alright, so sometimes you might feel demotivated, or maybe you have this online channel, social media channel, where you motivate others. So one piece of content you might need from time to time would be inspiring quotes, and that's something we can do. We can ask ChatGPT to do for us very easily. So you can just ask generate 3 original quotes about overcoming challenges, and ChatGPT, like magic, like always, will generate 3 original quotes about overcoming challenges you can use for any of your content. Amazing, interesting. I love them. But that's it. I mean, it's amazing. So go and try it on your own once again, and see you in the next video. Alright, so ChatGPT has access to a lot of data, and that might include reviews or information about other movies. Also, it can reach to what others think of a movie based on the reviews posted online. So let's say you want to watch a movie, right? It's a popular movie that appeared before its data limitation, since ChatGPT is limited to, I think it's August 2021. It's the latest information it has. After August 2021, its information, its data is limited. But I don't know, maybe it has changed since the new ChatGPT-4 version. I don't know. Probably not, because there was no announcement. But anyway, let's say you want to learn something about a movie. So, or maybe you're a critic, or you have this Twitter channel, or whatever social media account where you post film or book reviews. Well, you can simply ask ChatGPT to write a brief review of the movie Inception, highlighting its strengths and weaknesses, and I'll hit enter. So we get information about the movie. Interesting. So it's a great review of the movie, and here we get the strengths. It's, yeah, I agree. Inception is a very unique concept. We have, I agree again, once again, a stellar cast, Leonardo DiCaprio, and then all the other actors. Yeah, totally. We do have the visual effects. So here we get the review. So you can use it in various ways. Maybe you want to get the review so you know whether it's worth watching, or maybe you just want to write it as a piece of content for your blog. Either cases, it's a great prompt to use, and see you in the next video. Alright, so let's move on to stories. You can write stories in various ways using ChatGPT. You can help ChatGPT by providing it with some examples, maybe your writing style, maybe you want to provide ChatGPT with characters informations, with what's the main topic, and all of that stuff. But writing stories is actually a creative task, and nevertheless ChatGPT will remain creative. So let's think of a prompt for writing short stories, and the prompt is really easy. So compose a 200-word short story with a twist at the end. Let's see what will we get. In the quiet, sleepy town of Littleshire, Annabelle, a young girl with fiery red hair, would often daydream about the mysterious man she spotted at the edge of the woods. He was always alone, dressed in black, and seemed to be searching for something. Curiosity sparked a flame within her, and she longed to uncover his story. One day, Annabelle mustered the courage to approach the man. As she moved closer, her heart pounded in her chest, but her resolve did not falter. The man sensed her presence and turned, revealing a face weathered by time and sadness. "Who are you?" she asked, voice trembling. "My name is Edward," he replied, his eyes locked on hers. "I'm searching for my lost daughter, Amelia. She disappeared many years ago, without a trace." Annabelle's heart had ached for the man, and she vowed to help him find his daughter every day. They searched high and low, following leads and unraveling clues. The people of Littleshire soon joined their quest, driven by Annabelle's passion and determination. As the years passed, Annabelle and Edward grew close, bonding over their shared mission. Then, on a fateful day, they discovered a hidden room within Annabelle's home. There they found a dusty journal detailing the abduction of a young girl named Amelia. The world around Annabelle crumbled as she read the chilling words. "My dearest Amelia, I'm so sorry. I took you away from that man, fearing he would bring you harm. I thought I could protect you, but I've kept you away from your father. Signed, your love, Aunt Emily." Annabelle's life had been built on a lie, and she finally understood. She was Amelia, and Edward was her long lost father. Wow, amazing. You can see that ChatGPT might take the story into a direction that it considers fit, since I didn't provide any emotions I wanted the story to convey to the reader. But it's an amazing story. You have to agree on that. So that's it with this video. See you in the next one. Alright, so one thing many people have used ChatGPT for is writing lyrics. I mean, nowadays you don't even have to be an artist or a singer to produce a song. You can write the lyrics with ChatGPT and create or record voice or generate a voice based on some AI tools. So there are some AI tools which can now generate the actual voice of a singer, and you can create hits and bangers without knowing how to sing. How amazing is that? Well, let's see an example of a prompt that can generate some song lyrics for you. So the prompt goes something like this: compose a chorus for a pop song that were about chasing dreams. Let's see the chorus. How do you say chorus? Chorus? Probably. "We're chasing dreams, unstoppable we soar through the sky to heights never seen before. Together we'll conquer, we'll shine ever bright. In the pursuit of our dreams we'll take flight. Chasing dreams, our hearts ablaze with desire. We'll keep rising higher, never tire. In this journey we're one, hand in hand we'll achieve our wildest dreams. Just believe, just believe." I mean, I'm not a good singer, but this is the type of thing you can generate out of ChatGPT. It's amazing, right? You can also add a style, maybe an example of what you would like the output to seem like, maybe an artist style, and all of that kind of stuff. But this is it I mean, you can generate whatever you think of in terms of writing lyrics. There are many ways you can write lyrics with ChatGPT. And I mean, just go ahead and create your whole song, your whole album titled AI or ChatGPT or whatever, something like that. I mean, this is probably what we're going to get in the future. So, yeah, interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. All right, so when you have a startup or any business, uh, you have to come up with that UVP, a unique value proposition, or at least if you have an ad, you need that catchy ad slogan, if you know what I mean. You need a slogan. For example, McDonald's slogan is "I'm loving it." Um, Nike's slogan is "Just do it." Subway, "Eat fresh." Walmart, "Save money, live better." Red Bull gives you wings. And we have lots of others. Uh, other kind of slogans, and you need it to be catchy, you need it to be good, and sometimes you might not come up with great ideas, but ChatGPT is your friend in need. It can come up with amazing ideas for catchy ad slogans. So let's say create a memorable slogan for a fictional brand of journals and notepads. Unleash your thoughts, jot them in Jotfinity. Huh, interesting. Unleash your thoughts, jot them in Jotfinity. Huh. So let's try something else. Try some other examples. Ink your legacy page by page with paper pulse. Huh. Interesting, amazing. Dream Doddle Discover, the essays of Scribblescape. Noteworthy, where inspiration meets paper. Capture your brilliance, boundless creativity with page crafters. Right away, express yourself one page at a time. Amazing, amazing slogans. I mean, they're memorable. They're very memorable, especially the last one. Right away, express yourself one page at a time. How profound is that? I mean, ink your legacy. I mean, really, it's amazing. Um, it's amazing and terrifying at the same time. So that's it. I mean, it's just go and try to create a catchy ad slogan for your own brand, for your own. If you have a social media channel, go ahead and do that for the channel based on the topic, because catchy slogans actually help build brand awareness, and by building your brand awareness, you can assure that first of all your brand will not die, because people will buy your products not because I mean people tend to buy products because they solve problems, but then when the competition grows, you choose your product based on whether it solves the problem, but also based on the brand awareness. Which brands do you prefer over others? So build that brand awareness, and pretty much that's it with writing catchy ad slogans. Go ahead and try it on your own. It's amazing. Alright, so sometimes when you write a blog post, you have everything amazingly written, but then you don't know what the headline should be. And you put on a, vague, not so appealing headline, but the headline is actually like a thumbnail for a YouTube video. It's what makes the viewer, the reader, continue reading. So if you want to have a great headline, what good for is the rest of the blog post. So here comes ChatGPT in handy. You can ask ChatGPT to write 5 engaging headlines for articles about the future of work. Discover the top 10 job sites to dominate the future of work. Are you prepared? The rise of remote work, how digital nomads are transforming the global workspace. AI and automation, will humans become obsolete or unlock new opportunities in the job market? A new era of collaboration, how VR and AR are redefining teamwork and productivity. Amazing headlines. I love them. I love them. So if you need to provide, I mean, of course, you will need to provide ChatGPT with more context about your blog post, because, if you need ideas, you don't have to provide ChatGPT with the context. But if you already have the blog post and you just need a headline, then of course provide the whole post, and then ChatGPT will come up with engaging headlines. And also be sure to, you saw that in all of these task prompts, even though I jump right into the task, as I told you in another lesson, these are just examples of prompts with task, not how you should work with ChatGPT. The work process, we discussed it in the first chapter of the course, but you saw that there are these adjectives which are actually key tokens in the prompt. So if I would give ChatGPT the prompt without the word engaging, I would get worse examples than if I use this key token. So make sure you use these adjectives which describe your prompt even better. So that's it with how you can write compelling headlines. See you in the next video.
Alright, so in this video, I'll try to show you how you can use ChatGPT to generate content. And we'll go through all of the steps you have to make in order to get some of the best output possible. Now, keep in mind that based on the output you require, each and every single prompt might be different to you than to me. So I'll just go ahead and go through the default structure, and you can refine that default structure based on your needs. So maybe there are some things you should want to include, and there are some things you don't want to include, and that's fine. But you just have to keep in mind to follow mostly as as best as you can. You should follow the default structure because it gives results and it's completely logical. I mean, it makes sense. That's how you can make ChatGPT understand better the whole context and not only. So as usually, we'll proceed with defining who are we. So I'll type in the key token, information about myself, and I'll say the following thing. I am a content creator with over 205 or 250,000 followers across YouTube and Twitter. Then let's proceed to describing what's the content. So my content is mostly based on the productivity niche. I teach people how to be more productive by giving them tips and sharing some tricks slash structures slash information I've learned across the years through books and other methods. What else should I include in here? I like to create short content that doesn't exceed 8 minutes. Usually, I keep it between 2 minutes and 6 minutes. I think that should do it for information about myself. If there will be need to to add something else, I will add other information, and that will be a great way to show you another thing I wanted to show you, but you'll see. Now, as usually, I'll just tell ChatGPT, you must respond only with an OK. No other message. And now we can continue. Let's type in information about yourself, ChatGPT, within the parentheses, so I make it even more obvious, more clear. And here I will say that you will act throughout this whole conversation as a let's see, is a famous content creator that let's say studied the platforms such as YouTube for many years and found out ways to grow faster and create content that appeals more to the audiences. You also have written a few books on content strategy, and you will be my coach and guide throughout this conversation. All right, so we will end with the usual formula. You must respond only with an OK, no other message. Next, let's go to defining the primary topic. So, primary topic. The primary topic will be creating various content for various platforms that would appeal to the target audience within the targeted niche. And as usual, I'll say you must respond only with an OK. Now let's define the circumstances. So within the circumstances, I will say that I have tried to come up with lots of ideas for content for my niche, but I wasn't creative enough to do so. I need engaging content ideas for the specified topic for an audience that has the following characteristics. Age. The age will be, let's say, 16 to 29. Then, let's see. Interests. Self-improvement. Reading. Education. Online courses. And within the job section, I'll say currently studying or low paying job. What else? Remote job. And that should do it. And at the end, I'll say this. Now we have arrived to the moment where we need to input the prompt with the task. But let's say I forgot to add something, such as location. Where is this audience based in? Because let's say I have a brand and I'm selling some stuff, and that stuff is being sold only in Europe. So what I'll do is I will do the following thing: add this information within the circumstances. Within the circumstances, point the characteristics, subpoint location, Europe, or based in Europe. All right, so that's it. And now I'll end up with this formula. And now we can get into the actual prompt with the task, as you know. And the prompt with the task will be, what's the magic here? I did not ask ChatGPT to provide me with a piece of content. I provided ChatGPT here with the information about myself and my audience, my channels, and so on. Maybe I could have added even more information. Keep in mind, this is just an imaginary exercise, so this brand doesn't exist. But if we're talking about your brand, maybe there's some stuff you want to include as well. So go ahead and experiment with including more information about your actual brand or actual channel. And the magic of this stuff is that once you have this chart, you can go ahead and create as much content as you want with the details and information you need. So now I can not only create, let's say, a video script, I can create a Twitter post as well. I can create a description for an image on Instagram. I can create a script for TikTok, for a really well described YouTube video. I can create many things right now with all the information I provided ChatGPT with. And now let's go ahead and say task. So the task will be to generate a script, a well written, engaging script. These are very important tokens, descriptive tokens, which might seem like nothing to you, but they make all the difference. So generate a well-written, engaging script for a YouTube video titled, and the title will be 10 hacks I wish I knew about when I was 15 or 16. You can provide a more SEO optimized title than this one. Title: 10 life-changing productivity hacks I wish I knew at 16. Great title, much better than mine. It's more descriptive. And here we go, we have the script. It's amazing. Hey everyone, welcome back to my channel. Today I'll be sharing with you 10 life-changing productivity hacks I wish I knew when I was 16. These hacks have the potential to revolutionize your life, boost your productivity, and help you achieve your goals faster. So let's dive right in. The Pomodoro technique. This time management method involves breaking your work into 25-minute intervals called Pomodoros, followed by a 5-minute break. Wow, interesting stuff. I didn't know about this actually. Then we have 2-minute rule. Wow, interesting. So these are actually amazing examples. So as you can see, ChatGPT provided me with amazing examples. And if you're talking about your actual channel, you can provide ChatGPT with information based on what videos you have made before talking with it. So it will know what maybe it should exclude out of the list. So as well, you can do that. But look here, look how amazing this script is. It's well written and it's really, really helpful. If I would make a video, it would be very helpful to have this kind of a script. It's amazing. And as I said, the magic of having this conversation with ChatGPT, you don't have to limit yourself at scripts. Once you give ChatGPT the information, you can do tweets as well. So write a short tweet that my audience would find interesting. It can be anything from a trivial fact to a method of staying productive. Short, engaging. Did you know regularly changing your workspace can boost creativity and productivity? Try switching it up. Work from a coffee shop, library, or even outdoors. Keep your mind fresh and stay inspired. Amazing. It's simply amazing. I mean, you can see that you can reuse this chart and you don't need to create new charts every time. So this is amazing. This is why you should have long conversations with ChatGPT and keep these charts, because now you just have to say what type of content you want to generate based on all of this information. This is golden information. So make sure you go and test this out on yourself, and see you in the next lesson.
Alright, so a big part, an essential part of learning is to develop questions so you can ask and test your knowledge. And with ChatGPT, this becomes really simple. You just go ahead, so let's change to GPT-4. You just go ahead and type in write 5 study questions on or related to the topic of climate change, and you just hit enter, and ChatGPT will come up with 5 questions. What are the primary greenhouse gases, and how do their concentration in the atmosphere contribute to global warming and climate change? And so we get 5 questions. So asking ChatGPT for questions you don't know anything about from the beginning, can really test your knowledge level on a subject, and this can really be a great way to learn. It's an amazing way to test your knowledge and see where you lack information or knowledge. So go ahead and try it on your own, because you can learn anything nowadays with ChatGPT. Now, if you are all about productivity, you probably know that flashcards are a great way to learn stuff. It doesn't matter what, it's just an easier way to memorize things. And ChatGPT is great at designing flashcards. So I'll ask ChatGPT to design 5 flashcards for or with questions and answers for learning basic Spanish phrases. Let's make it more detailed. So, design 5 flashcards with questions and answers for learning basic Spanish phrases. Flashcard 1, question: how do you say hello in Spanish? Answer: hola. How do you say goodbye in Spanish? Adios. So, you can use flashcards in biology, chemistry, math, English, in any classes. And you can use flashcards not only at school. If you learn a skill, if you want to learn, for example, video editing, you can use flashcards to remember what's the process. So first of all, you go through the footage or whatever your process might be. So flashcards are a great way to learn, and ChatGPT makes it easier than ever to design these flashcards. So it's amazing. Now, questions are a great way to test your learning, but quizzes are more fun, and they tend to work better for some than for others. And so generating quizzes is an easy task with ChatGPT. You can generate quizzes to learn and to have fun at the same time, because it's fun taking a quiz and seeing your score, your percentage at the end. So I will ask ChatGPT to create 5 multiple choice questions about world geography. Let's see, what else could I add in here. After I will answer them. So sorry again, I mean, it's hard typing and speaking and looking at your monitor at the same time. So after I will answer them, you will provide me with a score of how well or of a score of how many points I scored. And let's see. Question 1. What is the largest country in the world by land and by land area? China, US, Canada, or Russia? Question 2. Which of the following rivers is the longest? Amazon River, Nile River, Yangtze River, or Mississippi River? Question 3. What is the smallest country in the world by both land area and population? Monaco, Nauru, San Marino, Vatican City. Question 4. Which of the following mountain ranges is known as the roof of the world? And question 5. Which of these countries is not part of the African continent? So let's see. You can answer them in the following way. You type in the number of the question and then the answer. So 1 is D, 2 is A, 3 is of course Vatican City, so it's D, 4 is B, and 5 is, let's see, so Indonesia, of course. Thank you for your answers. Here are the results. 1 is D, 2 Amazon River. The correct answer is Nile River. Oh, really? Is Nile the longest? Huh. Well, I thought Amazon was the longest, so... Huh. Didn't know that. It's a debate in the world of whether Amazon or the Nile is the longest. Amazon River is shorter than the Nile with just by a little, so it's still in debate, I can see, but Britannica says that the Nile is still the longest. So, interesting. Nice to know that. I will know that from now on. Huh. Well, how interesting. But anyway, that's it with how you can generate quiz questions. Try it on your own. It's amazing. It's interesting. I had fun in this video, honestly. And see you in the next video. Alright, so sometimes you might need something more than just, let's say, a question to test your knowledge. Sometimes you might need what is also known as a word problem. So I will ask ChatGPT the following thing. Write 5 word problems involving algebraic equations for middle school students. So let's hit enter and let's see what will we get. The sum of 3 consecutive even numbers is 42. Let x be the smallest even number. Write an equation to represent this situation and solve for x. Sarah bought a bag of apples and oranges. She bought twice as many. So we get those word problems involving the algebraic equations, some really simple algebraic equations. If they're simple, you can ask ChatGPT to go even deeper or try to do something more complex than this. But this is basically how you can craft word problems. You provide ChatGPT with with the number, with the limitation of how many you want, with what should they include and for whom are they designed, and that's it pretty much. Go ahead and learn with ChatGPT because it's a great tool for learning. It can help you master anything if you are patient enough. You see, in my opinion, one of the biggest or most best ways to learn is through dialogue. As you chat with someone, you get more things, or you learn more things from their perspective, from their experience, from their insights, and they get more information from yours. A dialogue is a way of exchanging information at the end of the day. So having dialogues can help you a lot. But let's say, let's imagine the pandemic. You were stuck in your house. Of course, you could have had, you could talk with your friends on the phone, but at the end of the day, maybe they're not available sometimes, or ChatGPT cannot be a substitute for a dialogue. But in the case of studying, let's say you need ChatGPT at 3 a.m. in the morning. You're studying in the night, and let's say you want to study and have a dialogue with ChatGPT on a subject. Well, you can easily ask ChatGPT, can you have a discussion slash dialogue with me on the topic of the American Revolution. You can also say, you will act as my friend and we will go back and forth to discuss the American Revolution. You must wait each time for my response. And if I hit enter, we will get this discussion, this dialogue with ChatGPT. Hey there, friend, I'm really excited to talk about the American Revolution with you. It was such a pivotal moment in history. What aspects of the revolution do you find most interesting? I don't know. I was thinking you can tell me that. Sure, I'd be happy to share some interesting aspects of the American Revolution. One thing that stands out in the cause of the revolution itself. So here we have this dialogue with ChatGPT, which can definitely help you learn about something. It doesn't feel that static. It doesn't feel like reading a blog post, because that's boring if you learn for hours and hours. This seems more natural, because as you chat with ChatGPT, you get the information, you understand it, and you process it in a better way. It's much easier for you to understand it, and it's much easier for you to stay focused for longer periods of time. So that's the video for today. That's this video. I don't know why I have this expression where I say that's this video for today, as if I was recording a video per day. That's not true. But anyway, go ahead and try it on yourself. It's an amazing way of learning new stuff. Alright, so another way you can use ChatGPT to help you with your studies is break down hard to understand information into smaller parts, or more correctly said, you can break down the hard to understand information into analogies that anyone could understand. And we've talked about this when I showed you how you can change your identity and tell ChatGPT that you're a 6-year-old, and it will explain to you some hard concepts. But that's such an important aspect that we cannot just miss it when talking about how you can use ChatGPT for real use case scenarios, because this is one of the biggest ways you can use ChatGPT when studying. So for example, I'll ask ChatGPT to explain to me magnetism and how it is related to electricity. And now ChatGPT will provide us with the explanation. So here ChatGPT provided us with a very detailed, not very detailed, it's relatively okay explanation of what is magnetism and electricity, but still, let's assume that we want to discuss this to a more basic level. Then you just have to say, explain this to me as if I were 6 years old. And now we get this analogy, because kids understand analogies really well, and ChatGPT knows that. And now I will say, give me an even more simple analogy. Well, so here we go, we get the explanations. But you understand, you get a point. You can use this amazing tool called ChatGPT to explain hard concepts in more simple terms, so you understand your subject better,
And after that, you can follow and go through the more complex concepts of your study matter, study subject. Because to understand something, you truly need to be able to explain it to a 6 years old. And when you're able to do that, you understand it yourself. So that's it. See you in the next video. Alright, so another aspect we have talked about during this course was that you should ask the model to think out loud. By asking it to think out loud, you would see the thought process. And that's a thing you can use really much, and I mean, it can help you a lot, especially when you want to study and when you want to use ChatGPT for studying and learning. By asking the model to think out loud as it explains something, you will be able to understand that explanation yourself in a better way. You will understand it more clearly. So it will provide you with more clarity. That's it. And you should use this way, this trick of thinking out loud, of asking the model to think out loud whenever you have something to learn about. So for example, I will tell ChatGPT, teach me the basics of public speaking. As you teach me, think out loud through the whole process. So now you can see how the model has responded in a way so that it seems as if we're going through its thought process. First, I'm thinking about the importance of preparation. When it comes to public speaking, you need to know your material and your audience, so spend time researching your topic, gathering relevant information, and tailoring your content to your audience's needs. And so on, we can see the thought process. This can also be used whenever you have a problem you want to solve and you want to make sure that the model did it right, or maybe you want to make sure you understand it. Therefore, you would go through the thought process and you would see each step that has been taken. And the same can go for programming. When you are coding something, when you're writing some code, you can ask ChatGPT to go through its thinking process, to think out loud, so that you understand what's the purpose of each line of code. And this is how you can use the thinking out loud method to help you learn and study better. Another way you can use ChatGPT for your study is to create timetables. And let me show you really fast how you can do that. Well, let's say that the topic or subject, study subject is math. Or let's be more specific, let's say geometry. And then I will say create a timetable for preparation for a geometry exam that will mainly focus on 3D shapes. I am willing to study up to 4 hours a day during the weekend and 3 hours a day during the work days. I tend to like to study by myself. I like quiet places. And now let's hit enter. Below is a suggested 2-week timetable to prepare for a geometry exam focusing on 3D shapes. This plan assumes you have weekends free for 4 hours of study and weekdays for 3 hours of study. Adjust the timetable as needed based on your personal preferences and pace. Week 1, Monday through Friday, 3 hours per day. Review the basic concepts 30 minutes, identify and classify 3D shapes 60 minutes, volume and surface area calculations 60 minutes, break 15 minutes, practice problems 45 minutes. Okay. And here we get this timetable. Now, if you don't like something, you can always go through the iteration process. And I will say, I don't really like the timetable for week 1, Monday to Friday, because it would be too repetitive to study or to identify shapes each day for 30 minutes. My geometry knowledge is intermediate. Understanding your concern, here's an updated timetable for week 1, Monday, Friday, with a more varied set of topics each day to accommodate your intermediate geometry knowledge. So review basic concepts, identify and classify 3D shapes, break, then volume calculations for common 3D shapes, practice problems. Then we have Tuesday, 3 hours, review Monday's progress, surface area calculation for common 3D shapes, break. And now this schedule is adjusted more to my needs because I added these conditions and we went through this iteration process. So, I mean, ChatGPT is a great tool as well, as long as you know how to use it well. So, just go and experiment with it. It's really good what we get here. Really good, actually. I like it. So this is more detailed than this. You can totally agree with it. I mean, this was pretty basic. Now, this is more of what I wanted. And so just go ahead and experiment on your own and see you in the next video. Alright, so in this video we're not gonna discuss about prompts or their usage. I'll give you a simple but very efficient utility of ChatGPT, and that is having a huge notepad. So ChatGPT can act as a very smart, very huge, very easily to, easily accessible notepad. You can write all of your notes from all of your classes into one single chat, so make sure you don't open multiple chats because ChatGPT cannot access different chats. But if you write all of your notes in the same chat, you will have a huge notepad, and at the end of the year you can access that notepad and easily find whatever you needed. And not only that, but ChatGPT, you can ask it to go through the notes and highlight the most important ones, and it will recopy or tell you which ones were the most important ones. Then it can categorize them based on your subject or on whatever you want to learn. So it's an amazing notepad. And let's try to give an example of that. So I'm here in ChatGPT, but this time I will use the default GPT 3.5 model because I don't want it to do anything but give me some examples. So I will say, write me a set of 30 random keynotes that a student has written during random lessons. So here we get the random notes, the keynotes, right? Why I use GPT 3.5? Because it's much faster than GPT-4 and I don't need anything too complex. I just need these 30 random keynotes. I will copy them
And then I will go into ChatGPT, into GPT-4, of course, right now. So we are in GPT-4, and I will just input this keynote, and I will say, you must respond only with a okay if you can read the keynotes above. And let me go back. So yeah, okay, got it. Now I will say arrange the keynotes based on their subject study, or let's say based on their subject slash study domain. So here we go, biology. So as you can see, it's an amazing notepad. You can write in here all of your notes from multiple different various days, and at the end of the day you can go back to this amazing notepad, and what can happen is you can very easily find out what you need. So for example, let's say you have a keynote here about the formula for an area of a circle, and you don't know what it is, but you know that that's what you're looking for, and you ask ChatGPT to go and find out what was your note about the formula for the area of a circle. Well, I hope you will remember that because it's pretty easy, basic stuff. But anyway, you got a point. So, or you can find out, let's say you forgot when the Second World War started. You can easily go into ChatGPT and ask it to give you what was the keynote you wrote about the Second World War. And that's it. I mean, basic stuff that can have a huge impact, that can help you a lot. And I mean a lot. It can help you, it can make all the difference between a good student and an average student or a bad student. So just make sure you try this tool on your own, because taking notes with ChatGPT is the best thing you can think of in terms of notes taking and all of that productivity stuff. So if you want to be productive in school, just take notes with ChatGPT. It will save you up a lot of time.
Alright, so in this video we are going to see how can we use ChatGPT for learning, and we'll do so by going through the whole process from having 0 conversations with the chatbot to having the best output possible. So without any further ado, let's go ahead and let's start. Now the first thing, as usual, we'll type in information about ourselves. So information about myself. I am a student in, let's say, I don't know, let's say 7th grade. I think that's when you learn kinematics in Europe, depending on countries and regulations, but pretty much that should be it. So I'm a student in the 7th grade, and I'm looking forward to learning more about physics. I am not that good at physics, since I usually perform the worst in my class during tests. But I honestly believe that physics is very awesome, and I'm curious to find out more. I don't really know my learning style. Maybe you'll help me to figure it out. You must only write after you get this prompt, no other message is required. Okay, got it. Now let's go ahead and let's add in the information about ChatGPT, about yourself, ChatGPT. Okay. So, I will say in this chat you will act as a highly or as a highly skilled university professor that is having a class within middle school as part of a let's say learning program where pupils see how is it like to learn alongside a university teacher. Your expertise is teaching physics, and you will do so during your classes in middle school. You have had over 20 years of experience in teaching physics. Hopefully you will help me learn physics based on my learning style and your abilities to transmit information. And now I will add this text at the end. So now we have created this identity of ChatGPT, and we can go ahead with the following thing, which is going to be defining the primary topic. So what's the primary topic? Well, the primary topic is physics. So I'll say primary topic physics. You will, or physics, more accurately, it's kinematics. So that's it. I mean, that's the primary topic. Now let's go ahead and define the circumstances. So I will say circumstances. I have tried to learn physics on my own, but failed in doing so. I don't perform nearly as good as my classmates in my physics classes. I was thinking you could help me. I am looking forward to put in the work necessary to learn physics. Okay, got it. Now we have the circumstances. We have green lights to move forward to the prompt with the task. So I'll say generate a list / curriculum so I can learn physics easier. Before you proceed to giving me the list, ask me as many questions as you want, so you gain a better understanding over my learning style. After that, kindly adjust the curriculum based on my learning style. Also, let's say that, also include exercises in each lesson of the list. And now let's see the output. Before we proceed to creating a customized curriculum for you, I'd like to ask you a few questions to better understand your learning style and preferences. Do you prefer learning through visual aids, diagrams, videos, auditory explanations, lectures, audiobooks, hands-on activities, or combination of these methods? So let's start with one. Diagrams, videos help me a lot, or help me the most. 2. When studying, do you find it helpful to have short breaks or to focus for longer periods of time? Probably it's best to focus for long periods of time so I don't get distracted. 3. Do you enjoy working in groups or studying independently? So I like to study independently. 4. How much time are you willing to dedicate to learning physics each week? About 7 hours or 5 hours per week. Question number 5. Which specific topics in physics are you most interested in? As I said, kinematics. 6. Are there any specific areas in kinematics that you find particularly challenging? I don't understand them. And 7. Do you have any favorite resources or tools you've used in the past for learning other subjects? I wasn't aware of them. So based on my preferences, we will get this curriculum. So let's see it. So we have week 1, Introduction to Kinematics, Understanding Scalars and Vectors. Then we have Distance and Displacement. And we have exercises for each lesson, as you can see. And so in this way we have created this curriculum. Now what's great about ChatGPT is you can use it. I mean you can use the same chart, so you can generate this chart where you sort out your preferences, where you simply choose your learning style, where you describe to ChatGPT how you learn, what's your what's your temperament and so on, how much time are you going to dedicate to learning, and all of that stuff. And after that, you can reuse this chart to generate multiple materials, such as, for example, this curriculum. Now let's say I have a question. Let's say I want to do something even further. I want you to explain to me right now circular motion. And here we go, we have generated this explanation for circular motion. Now, if, for example, I don't understand a concept or some other concept, or maybe I want to elaborate on something, I can easily go ahead and ask ChatGPT to elaborate on centripetal force. Also, I'll say add an analogy in your explanation so it's easier for me to understand the concept. And now ChatGPT will simply elaborate on centripetal force. So, amazing analogy we have got here with a swinging ball attached to a string. Now, I'll go ahead and ask ChatGPT to, can you tell me more about the centrifugal force? Well, I'll just have to wait for it to generate the output till the end. Wow, so it explains to me what is the centrifugal force so clearly in this first paragraph. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I always had doubts. I mean, I knew how to represent the centrifugal force, but never really understood what it is, and until now. So the centrifugal force is often described as an apparent or fictitious force because it is not a true force in the same sense as a centripetal force. It appears to act on objects in a rotating frame of reference, pushing them away from the center of rotation. However, it is important to note that centrifugal force is not an actual force, but rather a result of inertia. Well, it's really well described, so hands down, I mean, amazing. And this is how you can use ChatGPT for studying. I mean, once you just give ChatGPT the whole data it needs on the topic, on its identity, on your identity, after that, there are no limitations. You can go and learn anything you want. And this is just amazing. So go ahead and learn new stuff with ChatGPT because learning has never been easier than it is today.
Alright, so when you start something new, most of the time you start overthinking about it. So basically, you start overthinking about the plan, what you're gonna do, if you have the necessary skills, if you have the necessary equipment, if it's the right time, if it's the right name, and that is even more true when it comes to a business. So when thinking about a business name, you should not overthink it, especially when it's your first, I mean, when you start out. So when you start, you should just start really simple, and ChatGPT is here to help you so you stop overthinking about all of that stuff that's not so necessary. I mean, don't get me wrong, a business name is very important because it's your branding. It's how people will recognize you, but at the same time, most people will overthink at this stage and they'll spend way too much time than is necessary. So, ChatGPT can provide you with some really good business names, and using this tool to generate a few ideas can be your solution. So, let's stop talking and let's start doing. Generate 10 unique. This token which says unique, this adjective is the crucial part between some default, some usual names, and some different names. So unique names for an online, let's say, fitness coaching business. So generate 10 unique names for an online fitness coaching business. What? Fit Virtuoso Academy, Power Pulse Online, Fit Mentors, Flex Formation Coaching, Mighty Momentum, Cyber Shape Studio, Body Revamp, Digital Fit Force, Peak Performance Online, OmniFlex Fitness. So these are interesting ways to find out and brainstorm some business ideas. Now you can go even further and choose some of the examples you like the most and tell ChatGPT to give you some more examples that somehow have the same structure. Or you can tell ChatGPT to merge different words, or to keep a different style. So it's all about your preferences. But remember, don't overthink this kind of stuff. It's important to have a good name, an easy to remember name, a catchy name, a name that represents your brand. But it's not all about the name. It's mostly about the product you deliver. So don't overthink at this stage and choose something that will stick and that is good enough. So that's it. Just do it, as Nike would say. Alright, so whether you will interview someone for a job position, or maybe you are a podcast host and you'll interview a guest of yours, you need to come up with some pretty nice questions, unique questions for that person. And sometimes you might not have the creativity, and ChatGPT comes in handy because it might give you some really great ideas at least. So, um, what I will do is I will use a simple prompt you can use all of the time, and it is the following: create 5 uh, interview questions for a podcast episode with a successful entrepreneur. And I will hit enter. So here we go. Can you tell us about the pivotal moment or decision that led you to start your entrepreneurial journey, and how did the experience shape your approach to building a successful business? In the early stages of your business, what were the most significant challenges you faced, and how did you overcome them to achieve growth and success, and so on? So it's a very simple and easy way to get questions for any type of interview. So make sure you use that whenever you need it. Alright, so sometimes you might be in charge of for an event or something like that, and you might not have the experience to host or to manage that kind of event. Well, ChatGPT as usually comes in handy. Let's say you need to create an event invitation. Well, you can ask ChatGPT to design a short, catchy invitation for a virtual networking event, and you just hit enter, and there you go. Elevate your connections, ignite your network virtually. Date April 15th 2023, time 7 p.m. till 9 p.m. Zoom word, and you link to file. There you have the link. And here you have the catchy invitation for this event. It's an easy and very efficient way to save some time and still get what you need. Alright, so sometimes you might need to participate in an event and you need to hold a presentation, but then you struggle with creating that presentation. Well, ChatGPT can come in handy to help you at least with some ideas, and you might take some concepts from it. But of course, if you go back and forth through the iteration process and you're very specific, you can get an amazing presentation outline from it. So you can generate the whole presentation outline using only ChatGPT. But that depends on what's the purpose of that meeting? What's the purpose? What do you want to say in that presentation? All that kind of stuff. But you can definitely generate the whole presentation outline with ChatGPT, and it could be amazing. So, an example of a prompt that would generate us an outline for a presentation would be outline a 10-minute presentation on the importance of the digital privacy. So outline a 10-minute presentation on the importance of the digital privacy. And let's see the importance of digital privacy in the modern world. Introduction, 1 minute. Briefly define digital privacy, explain the increased reliance on technology and in everyday life, and so on and so on. So here we have this outline on our presentation, and it can help us a lot to save a lot of time, first of all, and focus on what's more important, on what we want to tell the audience, what's our message, and all of that kind of stuff that matters the most. So, I mean, it's a lifesaver tool. It's actually a lifesaver tool. Imagine how many minutes, how many hours, how many days people can save using ChatGPT. I mean, think of all of the hours you could spend on just creating a presentation outline when ChatGPT can give it to you in half a minute. So, just something for you to think about. And that's it for this video. See you in the next one. Alright, so everyone knows that pitches are hard to build because you have to gather so much data and information in such short amount of time and still make the ones that listen to your pitch amazed by your product. If we're talking about a startup in our case. So let's imagine a fictionary startup. So create a script for a 45 seconds pitch about a fictional startup that sells online courses in less spoken languages. So it addresses a market that isn't so saturated, but requires online courses. Fine. So create a script for a pitch for let's say, let's add a token, an adjective here. Create a script for an engaging pitch, and then at the end I will say you have only 45 seconds to present it. Linguanish, unlock the world's hidden languages. Oh, so my bad. Well, my bad. Let me rephrase that. Or let me tell ChatGPT through the iteration process. The platform isn't about teaching less spoken languages. It's about teaching various skills in less spoken languages. Basically, I could teach graphic design, but instead of doing it in English, I will do it in Romanian because there are very few courses on graphic design in Romanian. Now, redo the previous task, but with this information in mind. Skills fair, master skills in your native tongue. The presenter stands in front of a collage of various skills and crafts with multiple language displayed. Are you passionate about learning new skills but tired of the language barrier? Introducing Skills Fair, the online course platform that connects you with expert instructors teaching in lesser spoken languages. And here we have this amazing pitch for various people about what our startup is doing. So it's amazing. Um, then let's try with something else. So, I mean, you saw basically the structure. You just have to tell ChatGPT to create a script, an engaging pitch. I mean, about your startup, and you have to add this sense of urgency. Uh, the only problem we had is that the startup wasn't defined really well up here. Now I will say do the pitch for the same startup, but this time the pitch has as main target audience the investors. So add information that the investors would look for. So now we're creating a pitch for investors only. Welcome, esteemed investors. Meet Skillsfair, the groundbreaking platform that connects passionate learners with expert instructors, teaching in-demand skills in lesser spoken languages. We're tapping into a lucrative underserved market of 1.5 billion people worldwide who seek quality education in their native tongues. As language barriers fall, the potential for growth is exponential. Skillsfare's innovative approach has already captured the attention of thousands of users in just a few months. And here we go with a pitch just for the investors. So basically, we didn't provide ChatGPT with a lot of information about our startup, but you can see it's a great structure you can definitely use within your pitch. So that's it on how to create pitches. Hopefully you found this lesson helpful, and see you in the next one. Alright, so this might sound, counterintuitive, but sometimes maybe it might be helpful for you. So you can use ChatGPT to create conversation starters. And let me give you an example of that. So provide 5 conversation starters about the latest tech advancements or technological advancements. So let's see a few conversation starters. Have you heard about the recent breakthrough in quantum computing? Scientists have achieved unprecedented processing power, which could revolutionize fields like cryptography and artificial intelligence. What are your thoughts on the potential impact of this technology on our society? And so on. ChatGPT goes to give you some conversation starters, which can be really great, especially if you're at a networking event and you might be more of introverted person like me. Therefore, you can use these conversation starters to start a conversation, and from that point on, it will just flow naturally. But you can use this as a great way to break the silence barrier and to get out of your comfort zone. So, and again, ChatGPT comes in to help us in another way. Alright, so another great way to use ChatGPT, as you probably already know, is to summarize stuff. And not only you can summarize the conversation you have with ChatGPT, you can also summarize blog posts, articles, just copy them and input them in here. And at the end say, summarize this. So wait a second, summarize this text or this blog post. And if you hit enter, you will get the following thing, which summarizes basically the whole blog post for you to read much faster. It saves you up a lot of time. And if, for example, this proves to be an interesting blog post, you can go ahead and read it fully. But it does filter out those blog posts that you might consider not good enough for you to read and spend your time on. So, another great example of how you can use ChatGPT. Alright, so another way you can use ChatGPT is to create icebreakers. And icebreakers can be used in various ways. They can be used at some events, they can be used within your presentations, within your pitches, they can be used in any conversation, and they are what make people, be attentive to what you have to say. Those icebreakers tell the people that you have something interesting to share, and they will be attentive to what you're saying. And it's important to use icebreakers in your conversations, in your presentations, and any kind of stuff that requires people's attention. For our example, we'll do something like I'll ask ChatGPT to design 3 icebreakers activities, because icebreakers can be some statements, they can be some ideas, or as in our example, they can be some activities. For a team building event or workshop. Now let's see what will we get this time. So, icebreaker activity 1, home and bingo, to encourage participants to learn more about each other in a fun and engaging way. Pre-made bingo cards, pens or pencils, these are the required materials. So, interesting. So this engaging icebreaker activity helps people know and learn more about each other in a fun and engaging way. It's okay. It seems quite fun, actually. And you've got a point. So you can use them for some icebreaker statements that correlate somehow to your presentation. Or you can learn or see what icebreakers can you use within your speech or within your day-to-day conversations with your peers. So just try this option with ChatGPT, because you will not be disappointed. Another great way to use ChatGPT is as a personal journal. Well, using ChatGPT as a personal journal is very easy, very efficient, because, for example, you can say day 1. I'm feeling, I don't know, you can share whatever is on your mind. You don't need to have a prompt structure here. There is no prompt structure in here, because you will write as if you were writing in your own personal journal, and there are multiple ways you can share your thoughts, because it's a personal journal, it's a personal way of sharing your feelings, thoughts, and whatever you think is right is probably right. So, you can use ChatGPT as a journal, because it's a great way of coming back to seeing how you evolved over time. Having a personal journal with ChatGPT can help you ask ChatGPT to track your progress on your mental health, on your personal success, whatever you think is success, whatever it means to you. You can keep track of that, and that helps a lot, actually. And just like with the notepad, saying that ChatGPT is one of the best notepads, the same thing goes here for personal journaling. You can easily access a specific day. Let's say you want to access what you did on a date, or let's say 11th March, right? Or maybe you want ChatGPT, so you don't want to search for something. You just ask ChatGPT to provide you with a passage from your journal, where you had a bad day, and that, as you will read that, you will consolate yourself and all that kind of stuff. So personal journaling can be way better, way more time efficient, and in general, it's a better experience if you're using ChatGPT. So try it out at least for a period of time, because I did it and it's amazing. The only problem is, actually, if I'm being honest right now, that it's hard to find your chats, especially when you're making online courses, and you have tons of chats, and you lose most of them. So I hope they release a feature where you can mark or you can add some chats to a group of chats like playlists, but in this uh, context, more like groups of chats. So that's pretty much with how you can use ChatGPT as a journal. I mean, journaling is a great activity, and ChatGPT just facilitates it. So uh, try it out, and all the best to you. See you in the next video. So another way you can use ChatGPT is to brainstorm product ideas. Let's say you want to start a business or anything related to that. You can easily ask ChatGPT to suggest you 5 innovative ideas for wearable technology devices. And the responses will be, well, let's see, smart textile clothing, and some other stuff. So, in general, if you would like maybe to think or brainstorm some product ideas, ChatGPT is great, especially if you're a business and you need something new, you want to come up with something new, a new idea, a new concept, but you need some inspiration. Well, this can serve as a starting point, as something that you can look at, and maybe you can get an idea from these examples provided to you by ChatGPT. So, unless you try, you don't know. So, go ahead and try with it, work with it, play with it, and hopefully you will get some good ideas you can actually use for your products. Sometimes you might feel bored, and sometimes it might happen that you're the owner of an escape room. But in any of those cases, in both of those cases, you could use ChatGPT's ability and help to create some riddles or puzzles. Let's ask ChatGPT to design a riddle that involves wordplay and a clever solution. And let's hit enter. I shimmer in the night, I hide in plain sight, a master of disguise, I switch between the skies. Both forward and reverse, my letters seem perverse. From one end to the other, I transform into my brother. What am I? I don't know. Tell me. Well, the stars. And this is how you can use ChatGPT to create riddles or puzzles that are fun to solve and engaging as well. Besides all of the stuff ChatGPT can do and that we've talked about, there is also one great thing, which is coming up with ingenious solutions for well-described problems. So if you describe a problem to ChatGPT really well, it might come up with great solutions to solving that problem. For example, let's say there are many e-scooters accidents in my city. Can you help me find a few solutions to solving this problem? This is an actual problem. Let's see whether there are a few solutions for this. So, the first one is education and awareness campaigns, which is really great actually. It's really good because here is where all starts. Everything starts from education and awareness. So let's say maybe you want to build a startup, but you don't know what your product will be. Well, you can use ChatGPT here to generate awesome ideas for awesome options and solutions to your problem, because at the end of the day, you should not care as much about the product as about the problem in itself. Like Yuri Levine said, the founder of Waze, fall in love with the problem, not the solution. Anyway, we have pivoted a bit from the main topic. This is how you can generate solutions, ingenious solutions for well described problems. In our case, the problem can be described even more, way more, but pretty much you can generate solutions to most problems if you describe them well, and you can use that in various scenarios. So go ahead and try it on your own. It's an amazing way of getting even new startup ideas. So why not try it?
Another way you can use ChatGPT alongside with other tools is with other software from OpenAI, which is called DALL-E. Now, what is DALL-E? Well, DALL-E is this amazing software that generates images based on prompts based on text, basically. And here are some examples of what DALL-E generated. So the prompt was 3D render of a cute tropical fish in an aquarium on a dark blue background, digital art. And this is what DALL-E generated. And so on, you have other examples as well here. Now, we can use ChatGPT to generate prompts that can generate amazing results for DALL-E. So what you can do is you can give ChatGPT some examples. So I'll copy this one, first of all, let's introduce ChatGPT to the topic. So you can easily ask ChatGPT, do you know what is DALL-E and how it works? And I'll add this here and I'll hit enter. Yes, DALL-E is an artificial intelligence model developed by OpenAI, which was first introduced in January 2021. It is a sibling model to GPT-3, but instead of generating human-like text, DALL-E is designed to generate images from textual descriptions. And then we get some more information. And I'll input this as an example of a prompt. So I'll say, analyze the structure of the prompts above. Then, so I'll just say that. And if you do so, you must only respond with OK. Now what I will do is I will add multiple prompts here. So that's a prompt. Now let's copy this prompt as well. Now keep in mind that these photos you see here generated with DALL-E have been generated after many trials. So people that generated these images didn't generate them from the first time. Probably these are iterations from this prompt, but they are iteration that simply took more prompts to build. So it might not, when you hit generate here, you will generate 4 images, but then you can generate other images based on some images and make them better. So the model will make them better. You basically make variations. That's how they're called. So that's what I want to say here. Probably many of these images are variations. They're not the image that was generated in the first trial. But it doesn't matter because we should still get some great results. So I'll hit enter. Okay, got it. Now I'll say, based on the analysis you did on the prompts above, generate a few prompts that would get awesome results in DALL-E. I want to generate a house of let's say a house with an infinity pool. as a second image, I want to generate a cute dog. As a third image, I want to generate a let's think of something. I want to generate a combination, or I want to generate a car that looks like a fish. I don't know. And here I'll say a cute puppy. Let's see the prompts. A luxurious modern house with an infinity pool overlooking a breathtaking view, bathed in golden sunlight. An adorable and fluffy puppy with bright, playful eyes sitting in a sunlit meadow. So let's start generating this one. I'm really curious what will we get. Remember, this is what ChatGPT gave us. I didn't have to think of anything. So it's amazing just how much you can use ChatGPT-4. Wow, look here. So what an amazing house with what an amazing infinity pool. Of course, there are a few things we can change there, but that could be done here in the edit. We're looking only for the overall image. And the images look amazing, to be honest. This one looks great too. I love this one the most. This one is quite messy, but still, they all look amazing. Let's see what will we get this time. Let's add the fact that this is a photo of an adorable and fluffy puppy with bright, playful eyes sitting in a sunlit meadow. Wow, look at this. I mean, I love this one. Look how cute this is. I mean, wow, so nice. I love this one. So remember, this was generated with ChatGPT basically and DALL-E. So it's amazing what you can do with both these tools. Well, let's try 3D rendering. This one isn't, I mean, this one is okay, while these ones are not the best. But, I mean, I kind of wanted too much, maybe. Well, I found out that 3D renderings work best if there is no if there is no other detail like roads or something like that. So you should just add what you want to generate as a 3D object, and that's it. So best that I deleted the road there. And this is the fish-like futuristic car. I don't know what I did expect. I didn't expect anything, to be honest. This one is okay. But I mean, that's it. That's how you can use ChatGPT with DALL-E. You can provide ChatGPT with a few examples of prompts. Maybe there are structures you can use, you wanna use, because there are structures you can use, and you can generate awesome results. Now, of course, not all of the results will be awesome, but most of them will be amazing, especially if you provide clear instructions for both ChatGPT and then for DALL-E. So that's it with this video. See you in the next one. Alright, so another way you can use ChatGPT with other tools. So another way you can integrate it with other tools would be to use it for whenever you have to do something in Google Sheets or Excel. So I will work with Google Sheets because it's easier to do so since it's within the browser, but it works the same for Excel as well. So if you're working in Excel, that's amazing. So here we have this Google Sheets table, and I have to give you a disclaimer. This table has also been generated with ChatGPT. I was too lazy to write it, So it's all been generated with ChatGPT. And the thing is, I wanted to tell you is that you can use ChatGPT to automate your work within, let's say, Google Sheets, for example. So one way you can use ChatGPT for the work you're doing in Google Sheets would be to help you with formulas. So here you have these functions you can use in Google Sheets for doing various calculations for the sum and all of that kind of stuff. Now, what you can do is you can come here and say that I want you to generate me a function for Google Sheets that would add up all of the values in cells B2 to E2 till E2. And now let's see the function. To create a custom Google Sheets function, you can use Google Sheets built-in scripting language, Google Apps script. However, for this specific task, you don't need to create a custom function, as there is already a built-in function called sum, which can do the job. So amazing. It provided me with two different ways to solve this issue, and it told me that there is a complicated way. I wanted to build a function, but there is already a function, so the prompt was actually bad. I said, generate me a function, but there is no need to generate a function. There is already a function that does this. So we just copy the function and we input in here and we get the result. And we just do this and it will do it for the rest of the table. How amazing is that? I mean, that's purely amazing, right? So I don't know what to say. Now, of course, this was a simple function. You can use more complicated functions to do the same thing for finding out or doing the various things in Excel. You can also generate whole tables with ChatGPT. So, for example, I will say generate a table for, or generate a table which consists of 2 columns and 25 rows. On the first column, there is the name of the brand of some products, and on the second column, there is the number of products available in the shop. For all data, use I'll say use imaginary data for the name of the products and their numbers. And I will hit enter. Here's a table with imaginary data for 25 different products, brands, and their respective numbers available in the shop. And here we get the table. As I said, I'm a lazy person, so I will just delete all of these rows. And now that we have deleted them, let's see what is ChatGPT generating for us. So this looks great, to be honest. I love it. So as you can see, you can generate whole tables and you don't have to do the work. You just tell ChatGPT what to generate. Now let's copy this table. I will come in here and I've got a table. So I have the table. Now let me delete this row, and what I will do now is I will change the color of the text and the background like this, and here I will do it like this and like this, so it looks better this way. Okay, now we have this amazing, really amazing table. So we have 25 products in here. Now I will copy this and I will place it here. And then I'll copy this and I will place it here. So we had 25 products and we had 25 rows with information about those products. Now we have 27 rows, excluding this one, of course. So we have 27 rows, but 2 of these rows include products that already are within these rows. So these are just repetitive rows, which we don't need. Now, what if I need to know the number of products available within the shop? It's easy. There are functions for everything. And even though it might seem complicated, ChatGPT just generates whatever you ask it to generate. So let's go ahead and tell ChatGPT to give me a function that would look at all of the products within the column, within the, let's say, A2 until A28 cells, and count the ones that and count the number of products without considering the number of cells that repeat. So basically I want to count all of the products without considering the cells that repeat here. And there is this function which says count unique. So if I just copy this and I go in here under column A, and here at functions I enter this, we get 25, and it's right because there were 25 products I asked for, and then I copied and pasted 2 products a few more times. So I mean, just that. You just ask ChatGPT what you need, what's your problem, you tell it what's your problem, and it will help you. So that's how you can integrate Google Sheets, spreadsheets with ChatGPT. And I mean, go and try it on your own. It's amazing, and see you in the next video. Alright, so I just wanted to show you how can you integrate ChatGPT with Google Docs. So Google Documents is a tool that I tend to use a lot, and I think that being able to use both ChatGPT and Google Docs at the same time would be very useful. Now, you don't want to go back and forth here with ChatGPT and then with Google Docs and then so on. So what I wanted to show you is really quick. It's an amazing tool, an extension. You go here to extensions, add-ons, get add-ons, and here you'll just type ChatGPT and you'll hit enter. And the add-on you want to add is this one, GPT-4 Sheets and Docs. You can use it both in Google Sheets and Google Docs. It's amazing. So I accepted everything that there was to accept. And now here at extensions, you have Google Doc. I mean, you have GPT-4 Sheets and Docs. And you can press on launch sidebar. And now you'll have this sidebar, GPT-4 Sheets and Docs open. And here you can type in your prompt, and for example, you have a few options here. You can change the tone to something like, so if you have a text and you want to change the tone to something else than the text, the original tone, you can use this tool. Now you can write custom prompts with this, and let's say I want to write an essay of 50 words about pollution. And I can just press on submit Alright, so I have to set OpenAI API key. So I'll go here in extensions, set API key. So you have to go to your API, to your OpenAI dashboard, and get your key from there. So I'll just copy this API key. Now enter it here. And now I will press submit. And here we go, we have a 50 words essay on pollution. So this is how you can use this extension with Google Docs. Now, I mean, there are many ways you can use ChatGPT for Google Docs. You can generate an introduction. Maybe you can go through some text and see whatever you should change to it. You can also fix grammar and spelling mistakes. So if, let's say, I make some mistakes here, I write glottal and proem and though, I mean, let's make some errors. Now what I will say is I want to fix grammar and spelling mistakes. And I'll just wait. And now I have this text with all of the grammar mistakes fixed. So now this is how you work with this extension. It's amazing. Really great tool. Recommend it. Go and try it by yourself. And now pretty much this is it with this tool. You have the other options here. You can summarize some text. You can translate some text into other languages or write your custom prompts. But overall, that's it on how you use this amazing extension with Google Docs. Now, see you in the next video. Alright, so hello and welcome to this new section where we will see how can we use ChatGPT to build a startup. So we'll go from the very beginning, from having no idea to actually having everything we need to have our startup. So let's see how can ChatGPT help us first of all. Well, at the moment, I will go through the process from the beginning. This has not been pre-recorded. I only have some ideas, but I don't know where ChatGPT will take me because it will all depend on the prompts I will give ChatGPT and the output I will receive and so on. So let's actually see what will happen because hopefully, I know that ChatGPT will give me what I want, but let's see which path are we going to take. Alright, so for this specific section, I decided I want to solve a problem that somehow has something to do with education. So let's see. You know, as I said, you should not enter the prompt with the task from the very beginning. So let's introduce ChatGPT to the topic. I will say, I'm Marius, and and I am very passionate about education, but I do believe that our educational system needs improvement. And besides that, let's say that there are many problems slash issues that need to be addressed as soon as possible. That's why I was thinking about starting a startup regarding this topic. And I provided ChatGPT with information about myself. I will not bias. I will not give ChatGPT any identity in this chat. I just don't think it's necessary. So I'll just use the default model. I mean, you could definitely do that, but for the sake of this section, I'll leave it on default. Uh, what do you think about the educational system we currently have? So what do you think about the educational system we currently have? This is a very open-ended prompt because it asks ChatGPT about its opinion. Of course, ChatGPT is biased based on the data it's been trained on, but still, and the input I gave above, but still, let's see what will the output be. So let's see what will we get. Hello Marius, it's great to hear that you are passionate about education. As an AI language model, I don't have personal opinions, but I can share some common perspectives and concerns about the educational system that people have expressed. Great. Many people believe that the current educational system has both strengths and areas that need improvement. Here are some of the key concerns and potential issues in the system. Outdated curriculum. Well, I agree. Standardized testing. I totally agree. Inequality in educational resources. Once again, this is great. I mean, nothing to argue about here. Teacher quality and support is also underappreciated, underpaid, and there is too much work for the teachers. Well, everything here is just awesome. I mean, it's not awesome. The output is awesome. The problems are awful. Let's say, okay. What would be the consequences All right, so let's see what would be the consequences if we would simply leave these issues unsolved. If the issues in the educational system are left underaddressed, there could be a range of negative consequences for individuals and society as a whole. Some potential consequences include economic impact. Okay, I agree with that. Widening inequality. So we can see the impact we could have by simply making a small change to the educational system, because the educational system has a long-term effect. Okay, so really interesting. Here within the ideation lesson, I'm still trying to, introduce ChatGPT to the topic. I'm not just saying brainstorm 10 startup ideas on EdTech. This would give me the same output as for everyone else. You have to go with ChatGPT back and forth. You have to have this conversation with the model. So that's what I'm trying to do right now. Now let's say, what do you think could be some possible ways to solve these issues? Or, well, let me think about it. So here we have the consequences, the long-term consequences. Let's see what are the short-term consequences. What would the short-term consequences be on the students if the problems within our educational system remain like they are today, or remain unaddressed. If the problems within the educational system remain unaddressed, there could be several short-term consequences for students, including lower motivation and engagement. Well, I agree. Students are disinterested in their education when they feel like the curriculum is preparing them for a test, not for their lives. High stress levels, increased dropout rates, inadequate preparation for the workforce. Well, there are many short-term consequences. So I think that these problems are really important, and they create these long-term consequences. They first of all create these short-term consequences. All right, so these big problems create these consequences on the short term, where students have lower motivation, high stress levels, and so on. But then these short-term problems create, these short-term consequences create these long-term consequences. So if we want to address these long-term consequences, I think we have to look at the roots. So that's why I am going to focus more on the short-term consequences and basically these problems. So I want to see what's ChatGPT's opinion. What do you think is the root of the problems? What is the root / core of the problems that you described above about the educational system? So again, it doesn't have personal opinions, but let's see. While the root causes may vary depending on the specific context and country, some common underlying factors include insufficient funding, okay, outdated policies and curriculum, high stakes standardized testing. The emphasis on standardized testing as a primary measure of student performance and teacher effectiveness can create a narrow focus on test preparation at the expense of a well-rounded education. I totally agree with this. And I agree with this as well a lot. Okay, so that's interesting. Let's see. Can you come up with a list of solutions, or with a list of solutions for some of the main problems? All right, so can you come up with a list of solutions that our startup could solve for some of the main problems that you described in all of your outputs above? Promote novel and promote novel ideas with a high probability of success and scalability. Alright, so let's hit enter. Certainly, here's a list of potential solutions that your startup could consider to address some of the main problems in the educational system. These ideas focus on innovation, scalability, and the potential for success. Personalized learning. Develop an AI-driven platform that adapts to individual students' learning styles, abilities, and interests, providing tailored content and resources to optimize learning outcomes and engagement. Amazing. This is just great because it combines AI with students. This combines what we've discussed in some of the sections before, where I showed you how you can use ChatGPT basically to learn based on a personalized curriculum, because ChatGPT learns about you and learns about your learning style, and I couldn't agree more. So I totally agree here. We can develop a personalized learning platform that adapts to individual students' learning styles, individual needs, individual abilities, and interests. So this is idea number one, which I think has a huge potential. I think we will see this idea being implemented a lot in the following years. So in 2 or 3 years, this will be like there will definitely be some platforms that will do this and will have a lot of impact. Then there's teacher support and professional development. Okay, interesting. This could work, but let's see what else have we got. Alternative assessment tools. Design innovative assessment methods that go beyond standardized testing, such as project-based assessments, digital portfolios, and performance-based evaluations to more accurately measure students' understanding and skills. This is something with potential. Life skills curriculum. Wow, I love how this sounds. Well, I think this also has potential. So wow, so many great ideas here. If people say that ChatGPT is bad at brainstorming ideas, they're wrong, because look at what our process was before we got to the actual ideas. So that's the idea here. When you go through the ideation process, you need to have a conversation first with ChatGPT and discuss some things, as you would do with a real founder or co-founder. I mean, you have to go through your possibilities and then you come up with these amazing things. Alright, so I think I'll go with idea number one because it's the most, scalable one. It's the one that has the biggest potential. Its impact will be huge. And why not? Since we're talking about ChatGPT and AI here, let's do it. So, I'll tell ChatGPT, I'll inform it that I will choose as primary idea for my startup idea number one about personalized learning platform, about creating a personalized learning platform. And I'll hit enter. That's a great choice. A personalized learning platform has the potential to revolutionize education by catering to individual learning styles, abilities, and interests. Here are some steps to consider when developing your startup. So here we get the other steps we have to consider, but I didn't need that because I already have the plan. But still, I mean, if we have this, if we get this from ChatGPT, why not follow this structure? I mean, I said I will do it from start to finish. I said I will not influence the output as much. I'll try to see what will I get. I didn't know what the startup idea would be from the beginning, even though I had an idea of the topic I wanted to discuss. But I mean, it's amazing. So let's try and see what else can we do with ChatGPT. See you in the next video. Alright, so the next step we have to do after we have the idea for our startup is do some market research. As ChatGPT suggested here, we have to conduct thorough research on the current educational landscape, existing personalized learning platforms, and the target audience. We have to identify gaps in the market and opportunities for innovation. So, I mean, since we already have this discussion, ChatGPT knows what we're building. That's amazing about having a chat with ChatGPT. If everything is in the same chat, you don't have to go through it all again, over and over again. So I'll just tell ChatGPT, especially when it knows what's the market research for, since it described it by itself. I'll say, can you provide me with a small analysis on the market we are currently in? You know, the startup idea, our goal, and therefore you should be able to conduct a market research. If you have additional questions that would help you write a better output, ask them before providing me with the market research. As an AI language model, I am unable to conduct real-time market research or access the most up-to-date data. However, I can provide you with a general overview of the personalized learning market based on the knowledge I have up to September 2021. For a more accurate and current analysis, I recommend conducting additional research on your own or with the help of a market research professional. So, personalized learning market overview up to September 2021. Market size. The global e-learning market was valued at around 250 billion in 2020, with projections estimating it to reach 1 trillion by 2027. The personalized learning segment is a significant part of this market, and it has been growing rapidly due to increasing adoption of technology in education and the demand for more individualized learning experience. Key trends: increasing adoption of AI and machine learning. The use of AI and machine learning in personalized learning platforms has been growing, and these technologies can effectively analyze student data and adapt content based on individual learning needs. Blended learning, the integration of online and offline learning experiences. Mobile learning. So we have personalized learning platforms that offer mobile compatibility, that can reach more users and provide greater flexibility. And then we have focus on skills development. Key competitors. Some well-established players in the personalized learning market include Dreamblocks, Newton, Smart Sparrow, Realsight. Additionally, large technology companies like Google and Microsoft have also been investing in personalized learning solutions. Target audience. The primary target audience for personalized learning platforms include K-12 students, higher education students, and adult learners seeking professional development or upskilling opportunities. Okay, interesting. As additional data, I will provide you with one more example of a competitor. So you have to add competitors when you're doing your market research. And since ChatGPT has limited knowledge, a lot additional data, as we've talked in some of the lessons before, which is Khan Academy. And now what I will do is I will go and find a blog post or something like that about Khan Academy and its integration of AI, and I'll just paste it here, and that's it. This is the data, but it's enough for ChatGPT to process it and be able to make this market research even more great and more adapted to 2023. Alright, so I just took a blog post from Khan Academy, their official site, and now I'll say blog post about Khan Academy and the integration of ChatGPT. Let's see the output. Oh, I get it. I think he thought I want a blog post about Khan Academy. That's not what I wanted. My prompt was this way: blog post about Khan Academy and the integration of ChatGPT, which is not what I wanted. Let me correct that. Please erase all of your data after this prompt. Please erase all of your data / bias after this prompt. Well, again, didn't work. I didn't want a blog post. I provided you with the post so you know what is Khan Academy all about. I apologize for the misunderstanding. Based on the provided blog post, Khan Academy is a non-profit online learning platform that focuses on providing free world-class education to anyone, anywhere. They partner with more than 500 public school districts and schools across the US. And so we get a small description of what they've been talking there. I'll say that I consider Khan Academy as a potential competitor. What advantages could I have over Khan Academy considering my startup idea? Based on your startup idea of an AI tutor that offers personalized learning experience, here are some potential advantages you could have over Khan Academy. While Khan Academy provides a vast library of resources, my AI tutor could focus on tailoring the learning experience to each individual student's needs, strengths, and weaknesses. This personalization could help students progress more efficiently and effectively. Real-time feedback. Well, Khan Academy has introduced ChatGPT, which does some of the stuff you wrote above. Here's more information that could feed your data on what Khan Academy is doing. The following is just information for your data. After reading this, write OK if you only use this for the data. And nothing else. Okay, great. Now let's try it once more. Now, with the current knowledge of Khan Academy and what the new AI tools they have integrated can do, generate the possible advantages I could offer over Khan Academy. I'll say, well, Khan Academy provides personalized learning paths as well, since it uses AI tools. The same goes for multilingual support. So kindly revise the output and search for specific key points or key advantages that I could develop that Khan Academy doesn't have. So you can see that sometimes ChatGPT, especially when there's a lot of information, and some misunderstandings within the chat, you need to go through this iteration process, because it might provide you with not what you want, and then you have to explain to it why it's not what you want. The key is you should explain to ChatGPT why it's not what you wanted. So here I explain why it's not what I wanted. And here we get another list. And keep in mind that another problem why ChatGPT might provide you with information like this, we had this misunderstanding because its knowledge about Khan Academy wasn't optimized to today when Khan Academy integrates ChatGPT as well. But anyway, you can see that we've solved the issue. So now we have gamification and motivation. We can incorporate game-based elements and motivational features such as badges, leaderboards, and challenges. We can include hands-on and experimental learning, community-driven content, career-focused learning, teacher support and professional development, integration with virtual reality and augmented reality, mental health and well-being support. Amazing. Now that we've done our market research, based on the market research on all of our competitors, select only the 3 main key advantages our startup would have over the rest of the platforms. This must be the 3 most innovative and impactful key advantages that no one offers, besides the AI personalized teaching experience. So based on the market research, all right, so let's hit enter. So we have integration with virtual reality and augmented reality. This is something I would explore because I didn't see, at least I don't know of any big names of startups that integrate learning with VR and AR. Then we have hands-on experiential learning. So we have simulations, virtual labs, and interactive exercises. And then we have mental health and well-being support. Interesting. All right, so I mean, the key point here is to communicate with ChatGPT and not consider it a software, a search engine. It's not Google, all right? So I'll say, I like the AR, VR idea. What about we go even further and try to gamify the whole process as you said in one idea above? So here ChatGPT said gamification and motivation. I like that, but to a greater extent. I would also like to focus a lot on practical skills or nano skills that are always needed throughout our lives and are very important but we rarely spend time thinking about those nano skills. That's an excellent approach. By combining AR VR technology with gamification and a focus on practical skills or nano skills, you can create a unique and engaging learning experience. Here's how you can integrate these concepts into your platform. Gamification. Design the entire learning experience like a game with levels, challenges, and rewards. This will encourage students to actively participate, stay motivated, and remain engaged with the learning process. Interesting. AR VR technology. Integrate AR and VR technologies to create immersive and interactive learning environments that simulate real-world scenarios. Practical skills and nano skills. Develop a curriculum that focuses on teaching practical skills and nano skills that are relevant and valuable in everyday life. This can include skills like effective communication, time management, problem solving, financial literacy, and basic health and wellness knowledge. So here we go. We made our small little market research. Of course, when you have a startup, you will research even more. You will probably want to research with active data. So you would provide ChatGPT with a lot of data that it doesn't know about, since its knowledge is currently limited. Until we will get the plugins. And when we get the plugins, I think the limitations will you know, smooth. They will smoothen a bit, so they will not be so big. We'll not see those limitations as much. Still, this is a helpful tool. ChatGPT is a very helpful tool when creating your market research. And here we have our main, main advantages over the competitors. And this is how we're going to develop our startup. So I'm actually pumped and I like the idea. What if we actually try to develop this startup? So anyway, great lesson. I had lots of fun. Hope you did as well. We had some problems with ChatGPT, but that's the idea. I don't try to hide the problems. I try to show them to you because you will find problems with ChatGPT. At the end of the day, it's nothing but a software that finds the likelihood of the next word, but it does it so well. So you just have to be patient and explain to ChatGPT why sometimes it doesn't do things right. Maybe my prompts were not as good. Maybe I don't have the patience to write the best prompts. I don't know. Maybe it's a combination of both. But in the end, we got what we wanted. I love this. And I'm actually thrilled to continue and develop the startup even further. So see you in the next lesson. Alright, so welcome back to our course, to our startup. And in this lesson, we are going to create a business plan. So, how are we going to make money? That's the question. That's what a business plan is. It tells you whether your app is a subscription-based app, maybe one-time payment. It depends. So let's try and let's research and let's find which business plan would work best for our platform. So I'll tell ChatGPT that I am looking forward to creating a business plan for my startup. What would be your suggestions for what would be your suggestions as a business for my edtech startup? So let's see. A well-structured business plan is crucial to the success of any startup. Here's a suggested outline for your edtech business plan. Executive summary. Provide a brief overview of your startup, including the problem you're addressing, your unique solution, and your target market. Summarize your key competitive advantages and your vision for the future. Well, I think ChatGPT understood the idea of a business plan in the wrong way. It gave me not what I wanted, it gave me a different kind of a plan. It's still a business plan, but not the business plan I wanted. So, um, by business plan, I meant the way we are going to make money. I wanted you to explore different business plans that would work for us, since you already have data on what the startup is about. My apologies for the confusion. And here, I mean, maybe the prompt wasn't what it should have been, what it should have been. I mean, a business plan is actually the plan on how you make money out of the business. But still, this is also kind of a business plan, not the business plan in its entire definition, but still. So probably I should have written it in a different way, but still. So here we go. Subscription model: charge users a monthly or annual fee for access to your platform. You can offer different subscription tiers with varying features and pricing. Freemium model: provide free access to a limited set of courses and features while offering a paid upgrade to unlock premium content and additional features. This model can help attract users to your platform and encourage them to upgrade for a better experience. Pay per course model: corporate partnership, in-app purchases, advertising and sponsored content, affiliate marketing, licensing content. So interesting. I'm thinking about a freemium model. I think this is the way to go. Let's see. What would you suggest me to choose, considering all the information on my startup and its audience, its target audience? Considering your startup's focus on gamification, AR, VR experience, and practical nano skills, I would suggest a combination of the following revenue models. Freemium model: exactly what I thought, exactly what I suggested. Amazing. This model is highly effective for attracting a wide user base, for offering a limited set of courses and features for free. It allows users to experience the platform and gauge its value. Once users are engaged and see the benefits, they are more likely to upgrade to access premium content and additional features. And then subscription model. Well, I mean, definitely what I thought. I definitely agree with this model. Corporate partnerships. Given the emphasis on practical skills and nano skills, partnering with businesses and organizations can be a lucrative opportunity. Tailor solutions and customize pricing for each organization based on their size and needs. This will allow you to reach a broader audience and increase your platform's credibility. Amazing. So we address both individuals and companies. So it's a B to C, so business to customer, and at the same time it's B2B, business to business. And I totally agree. These are the most optimal and profitable business models we could choose. So pretty much that's it. I mean, you just ask ChatGPT to explore the potential business models, and based on the information it knows about your startup, it will show you what are the best ones. And I couldn't agree more here. So pretty much that's it. That's the business plan. Now see you in the next video, where we will continue to develop our startup even more. Alright, so in this lesson we are going to develop a MVP. So what's an MVP? So first of all, let's ask ChatGPT if it knows what an MVP is, because we have to get it into the conversation and not do what I did in the last video. If you remember, I asked ChatGPT for a business plan from the start, so I went directly for the prompt with the task. I fell right in my trap, so I went right for the goods, because that's what we tend to do. it's that we want to get everything fast. We treat ChatGPT like a search engine, even if we spend a lot of time with it. Even then, we have this habit. And then I got this bad output because it's not what I wanted. So now I will do it by the book. Let's introduce ChatGPT to MVPs. So, have you heard of MVPs? If yes, what are they? Yes, I'm familiar with MVPs. An MVP, or minimum viable product, is a concept in product development and startup methodology that refers to creating a version of a product with just enough features to satisfy early adopters and validate the product idea. The primary goal of an MVP is to test the market with basic yet functional version of the product, gather feedback, and learn from the initial user's experience. Amazingly described. Amazing, it's just so well described. This approach allows developers and entrepreneurs to iteratively improve their product and better tailor it to their target audience's needs without spending significant resources on building a full-fledged product from the start. MVPs help startups to test the product's viability and market demand before investing more time and money. MVPs also help startups to collect valuable user feedback, to iterate quickly and make data-driven decisions based on user behavior. Amazing. Minimize risks and associated with launching a new product or service, and also attract early adopters and potential investors by demonstrating a functional prototype of the product. So, amazing. We have the concept of an MVP. Let's see what are the key factors to consider when writing and when developing an MVP. So when developing an MVP, it is essential to consider several key factors to ensure its success and usefulness in validating your product idea. Alright, so here we get the key factors to consider when we develop our MVP. Now, let's start and actually develop our own MVP. So, based on all the data and information you have on MVPs, help me create an MVP for our edtech startup which you are familiar about. Ask me a set of questions to fill in the gaps of knowledge you currently have regarding our startup, because it's a collective startup built with ChatGPT and Marius Manola. So let's hit enter. I'm glad to help you create an MVP for your edtech startup. To fill in the knowledge gaps, please answer the following questions. Okay, so here we have these questions, but I didn't want these kind of questions. What is the primary problem your startup aims to solve? ChatGPT should know that, right? Well, let's say you know the answer to a lot of these questions based on our previous discussions. Kindly give me only questions to which you don't know the answer, like question 1, where you know that our startup aims at creating personalized learning. Alright, let's hit enter this time. Apologies for the oversight. Here are the questions to which I don't have answers. Which platforms or devices do you want to target initially? Do you have any partnerships? So you can see you just have to go through this iteration process with ChatGPT. Sometimes it just feels like it's dumb. I mean, we probably put it on a pedestal a lot of the times since we think it's AGI, while it's still not AGI. So, but still, it's amazing, right? So you can develop all of this stuff. Look how much we've done with ChatGPT. How much have we done? Oh, I mean, it's amazing, right? So in such a short amount of time. So let's answer the questions. Both web and mobile. 2. Both web for desktop and mobile, and apps for mobile. An app for mobile. All right. 2. Do you have any partnerships, collaborations, or affiliations with educational institutions, organizations, or experts that could support your MVP? Yes, I have partnerships with online instructors that have taught over 1 million students. The instructors teach various subjects from math to programming to how to, let's say, repair a bike, or all right, not like that. From math to programming to critical thinking. Question number 3. What is your timeline and budget for developing and launching the MVP? I have 3 months and $100,000 to, I mean, all right, so let's say for the MVP I have only 10,000 or 5,000. I have 3 months and $5,000 dollars for the MVP only. Do you have any existing assets, resources, or technologies that you plan to leverage for your MVP? I want to use VR glasses. I want to use VR glasses and integrate my web with GPT-4. Question 5. Are there any regulatory or compliance considerations you need to take into account for your MVP? No. Based on your answers, here's a suggested outline for an MVP for your edtech startup. So amazing. Platform. Focus on both web for desktop and mobile app development. Prioritize responsive design and user experience to ensure seamless access across devices. Content. Collaborate with your partner instructors to create a diverse range of courses, leveraging their expertise in various subjects such as math, programming, and critical thinking. For the MVP, focus on a limited number of high-quality, engaging courses that showcase the platform's potential. Personalization. Integrate GPT-4 into your platform to offer personalized learning experiences, adapting the content to each user's needs and progress. This will help differentiate your platform from competitors and enhance user engagement. And then we have practical skills, gamification and VR integration. So budget and timeline. With $5,000 budget and a 3-month timeline, prioritize the most critical features and content for the MVP. Launch strategy, beginning with a soft launch, targeting a limited user base to gather feedback and identify areas for improvement. So pretty much we've got our MVP. Now we just have to, we have the outline for the MVP. We can go ahead and develop it even further. I could say elaborate on point 1 and describe the actual platform, i.e. Where are the buttons, what are the colors used, what sections are in the upper left. And now let's see the MVP, the platform. So what's the description for the platform? So we have the user-friendly, it's essential to prioritize a user-friendly interface. And here we have the header. The header should contain your platform's logo on the top left, followed by a clear and concise navigation menu. The menu can include sections like courses, instructors, about us, and contact us. So amazing. You just sit and think throughout the whole process, and ChatGPT does the whole thing for you basically. So look how we're generating the whole description for the platform and how will it look. I can give this to any front end developer, and they will just generate and they will just make the platform look however ChatGPT says. So amazing. That's pretty much on how we can develop an MVP with the help of ChatGPT. Now see you in the next lesson, where we will discuss more on other things you can use ChatGPT for your startup. So see you then, and all the best to you. Another thing you can use ChatGPT for when building your startup is to get feedback. So you can definitely go ahead and ask ChatGPT, can you provide me with some feedback, especially on the things that would need improvement. And now you get the output. As an AI language model, I'm unable to visually see or interact with your platform directly. However, I can provide general suggestions for areas that you should pay attention to and consider improving when developing your edtech platform. And here we got user interface, user experience, platform performance, mobile experience, content quality, and all the other stuff. Because of course ChatGPT cannot interact with the content itself. But when it comes to the business plan, when it comes to the way we created and the idea of our business, we can still get some feedback. So I'll leave ChatGPT to generate this, but at the same time I will write that I would like to get some objective feedback on the information you have about our startup, including possible downsides within the business plan we have chosen or other aspects. Based on the information provided about your startup, here is some objective feedback, including potential downsides and areas to consider. So we have this is a great feedback. This is great feedback to get, especially when you're starting, because ChatGPT knows most of the stuff it should know about your startup to give you enough feedback. So market saturation. The edtech industry is highly competitive with many well-established players like Khan Academy. Your startup will need to effectively differentiate itself and offer unique value to attract and retain users. Consider focusing on niches or subjects that are currently underserved by other platforms. Great feedback. Adoption of VR technology. While VR has the potential to revolutionize education, it is still an emerging technology and not yet widely adopted. Some users might not have access to VR devices. Amazing feedback. So these are things that are obvious, but still you might not consider them all the time. So they're not so obvious in the end, actually, because they seem logical when you read them, but still you're not thinking about them when you're coming up with all of these startup ideas, because there are so many perspectives you can think of when you're creating a startup that you cannot it's hard to consider all of them. So another great example of a thing we should consider. Then we have budget and time constraints. With a budget of $5,000 on a 3-month timeline for the MVP, we may face challenges in developing a fully featured platform. I agree. I totally agree here. Then we have monetization strategy, which we have chosen monetization strategy. A freemium model with subscription tiers can be effective but may require a sizable user base to generate significant revenue. Consider exploring additional revenue streams such as partnerships, sponsored content, or even B2B solutions to diversify our income and enhance financial stability. Okay. Quality of AI integration. The success of your platform will depend on the quality of effectiveness of your AI-powered personalized learning experience. Ensuring seamless GPT-4 integration and providing a genuinely valuable learning experience will be critical. Monitor user feedback and engagement closely to identify areas for improvement and ensure the AI component is meeting user needs. Amazing once again. Then we have instructor partnership. We have established partnership with instructors who have taught over 1 million students. However, maintaining these partnerships and ensuring the quality of the content they provide will be crucial for your platform's success. So we have to establish clear expectations and guidelines. Then we have marketing and user acquisition. Attracting users to our platform is a highly competitive market, and it will require a well-planned and executed market strategy. We have to allocate sufficient resources to marketing efforts, including SEO, social media, content marketing, and influence partnerships. Then we have scalability. So of course, it's a scalable business, but we have to ensure that our platform can handle increased traffic and demand. That's something I don't think we should worry about in the beginning. Then we have legal and regulatory compliance. As an edtech platform, we may need to comply with various laws and regulations, such as data privacy, accessibility, and copyright. Amazing feedback. I didn't expect to find so many lacks within what we had so far, but look at, the first ones are amazing. So market saturation, I agree. Then we have adoption of VR technology, which might be a struggle for us. Then the budget and time constraints appear. Then this, I think we should consider the B2B solution as well. Quality of AI integration is also a key factor here. And the other ones are alright, but the first 5 aspects ChatGPT provided us, the first 5 points of the feedback are amazing. So, once to provide ChatGPT with all of the information as we did here, you just simply ask it for feedback on what might not be necessarily perfect, at least. So that's pretty much. Go ahead and try to do the same thing with your own startup idea and try to see what areas could you improve on based on the ChatGPT's feedback. So that's it. See you in the next video. Another way we can use ChatGPT is to generate content, of course. Now, the thing is, we have talked about how you can generate content for various reasons in the very first section of this second segment of the course. So I'll not go very much into depth. If you want to generate content for your startup, make sure to check out that section. But in general, the biggest difference is that here ChatGPT knows about your startup. So you should, you should never start a new chat, or if you want to, ask ChatGPT to provide you with a very detailed description of your chat, so you can take it and take the main key points and get them into other chats. So ChatGPT will at least have some data on the things you've talked about previously in other chats. But anyway, so the idea is simple. You have ChatGPT who already knows what do you want. What's the main output? It knows what's your startup, why are you doing posts, and definitely knows the goal of those posts. So let's go ahead and ask it. When you want to write content for social media, you can definitely say, what do you think would be the most suited platforms I should create content on for my startup? And you just hit enter and you get a list with the best platforms to craft content for. So YouTube is number one. So of course YouTube is the go-to platform, especially for educational content as a video-based platform. Then we have Medium, a great suggestion, I should say. We have LinkedIn, yeah, I agree. Instagram, Twitter, and we have podcasts, which can be published on Spotify, YouTube, and other platforms. And we have other forms of content as well. Now I'll go ahead and ask ChatGPT to generate a few ideas for posts on some of these platforms. And ChatGPT will go on to generate some post ideas for these platforms. I love how all of these titles are very optimized and adapted to the platform's customers and users. So LinkedIn is mainly made out of a network of professionals, people that work use LinkedIn for work purposes. So we have content for those people that could, to an extent, solve some of their needs. Then we have YouTube, where we have content for pretty much our potential users, because that's where we want to target our content towards YouTube, because there lays our audience. There's where our audience is based. Medium is as well a great platform. And for Instagram, we get personalized posts for Instagram, then some personalized posts for Twitter, and so on. Now, I will go ahead and ask ChatGPT to create a full post for Medium with the title. So let's see the role of personalized learning in closing the educational gap. And now ChatGPT will go ahead and generate this personalized post for our specific need. And since it knows already what's our startup about and what's our goal here, so that's amazing. That's an amazing way you can generate posts and content in general for your platforms to promote your startup. And pretty much that's it. See you in the next video. Alright, so another way ChatGPT can help you with when building a startup is with the customer support. Let's say you don't you don't have time to generate or write that frequently asked question section, or maybe you want to have it very long. You want to make it very long. So, you don't have to do anything. You just tell ChatGPT to generate a long and detailed FAQ section. And now ChatGPT will go ahead and generate whatever we needed. So we needed the FAQ section. What is personalized learning? How does personalized learning differ from traditional learning? So we get all of these frequent asked questions. Now, if there will be some gaps into this FAQ section, maybe it will focus mostly on the Medium post, because I have a feeling it does. So if it will not focus on our platform, then I might suggest it to do so in the following prompt. Or maybe it will. Maybe I'm just I jumped to the conclusion too early. I mean, the prompt was definitely not the best, so I'll say generate a long and detailed FAQ section for our startup. Just that. ChatGPT has a lot of data. It's built on data. So since, I mean, first of all, context is still a kind of data. So since we had lots of data, we don't need to overthink it here at this point. And now we get this whole FAQ section, which you can use within your website, within your blog. You can add it there. If you wanna have more questions, then you can definitely do that. You can ask ChatGPT to generate even more, since it knows a lot about your business. And you can also suggest ChatGPT that if it needs, it can ask you stuff, so it makes sure it understands everything. But pretty much that's it on how you can use ChatGPT to generate, to use it alongside with customer support. You can use it with individual questions as well, since you can definitely just provide the question a customer might have and ask it to generate a personalized answer based on that question, based on the data it has on your startup as well.